attack for this, just the pass. Penny's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep! Close combat onto a Mungus, is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout! Defeats Voltua!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wish Cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left? I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. Grab your horses, tie up your wagons, and follow us along the Oregon Trail. We are here in Portland, the final regional in North America before NAIC. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined by Rise to Occasion. How are you feeling this morning?
I am so excited, ecstatic to get going. We are about to crown a Portland Regional Champion today in a tournament that's as important as any, especially for those trainers trying to get their last qualification for Worlds.
We're at the end of the season, but let's take a look back all the way starting in Baltimore, other side of the season, other side of the country. Can't forget Louisville, Sao Paulo, LAIC, London, EUIC. We're in Portland, NAIC in New Orleans, followed by the end of it all, World Championships 2025 in Anaheim, California. Rise, talk to me a little bit about how players can earn their way to Anaheim.
Well, coast to coast, all around the world, players traveling to acquire these championship points. First place going to get 350 towards their Worlds qualification. It scales all the way down to 64th, and those points add to your tally to try and get into that top 75 here for North America in trying to get to Anaheim for Worlds.
And these players earn these championship points, and they can get their spot earned on the leaderboards. For North America, up at number 1, we have Out of Pocket, and at number 4, we have a familiar name.
Not too shabby, but today in Portland Day 2, we have 2 players at least on this list. Out of Pocket at number 1 and Stud Muffins, also known as Lil Muffins, they're at number 9 on the leaderboard, trying to maybe win a championship here in Portland.
It's not all about North America. Let's take a look at our friends over in Europe. No big surprise at number 1 is Patoman, our EUIC international champion. We have Zweilous, Collins 6, the final boss of Europe. Tonton Batsus, our, I believe, last year EUIC champion. And Sizimon, which I believe is our most recent regional champion nickname.
Nickname with 2 championships this season. An absolutely incredible story there after he won a championship in the first season of the Pokemon GO Championship Series. Europe is certainly filled with talented players. You know who also is a talented player? Marto Galde. 4 championships in a single season. This guy is unheard of. And I think there's another name on this list at number 5 that's also competing here in Day 2.
Yeah, Ashen Ash is still competing here in Sunday. Of course, some other really great names on this list. Richie, Harjef, Kanan, Javier, Kulash de Saint. The names go on and on, all realistically great contenders for winning Worlds. And speaking of Worlds, we have our Worlds qualifiers. Of course, those first 4 names on the list are qualified from getting top 4 at last Worlds. We mentioned Harjef, of course, Lyle Jeffs, Tonton Batsus, Out of Pocket, still like really great trainers all the way through this list.
The World Championships are filled with players of all cultures across the world. So many talented names on this list, and it'll be just such an incredible tournament in store for us later on this season. But before that, I think we should talk more about today here in Portland.
Of course, we have our spiciest matchup coming in from our tournament here in Portland. And of course, it has to be Sharkboy are cool with that. Shadow Sharpedo. It looks so good against Dune Bug's team. However, Dune Bug just really able to masterfully maneuver around that really potent, really scary shark, I guess you could say, and be able to eke out a win.
Yeah, you were pointing something out to me in that Sharpedo lurking. I was like, oh my goodness, what a game that was. Shout out to Shark Boy as well. And here we go, the most hype match of the day. We saw Adib actually take down Bird Power earlier in the day, but they would meet again later on. And then, or excuse me, I have it reversed. Bird Power beat Adib the first time, and then in this rematch, Adib was actually able to get the better of Bird Power. Diggersby knocking out the superior, and what a battle between two great trainers.
The hype doesn't stop there. We had such a great tournament yesterday. The C2U and Shadow Mimikyu had 3 really intense, really close games, all of them coming down to the wire. A couple HP left on the final Pokemon. Of course, the Grumpig showing up from Shadow Mimikyu, and the end game. Thundershocks going from the Unovan Stunfisk into the Cradilly, just not quite enough to pick up the knockout, and Shadow Mimikyu taking the victory.
Friends, teammates, battling it out, hugging it out. Certainly two trainers that know each other very well. In the top matchup of the day, a former world champion against the North American #1. ItsAxn taking out of pocket. Axen hasn't quite had the season maybe he's wanted with a player of his caliber, and you could tell that meant a lot to him, taking down one of the best players in the world. Pocket on his way to day 2.
That is a intense matchup, one of the best that we could have ever really hoped for from two really top talented trainers. Let's go ahead and move towards one of my favorite things of the day. It's our MVP picks, and of course I had to go for Dilap with his Shadow Blastoise. We got to just see how powerful it was in the right hands yesterday. Rise, talk to me a little bit about why you chose Pranav's Feraligatr.
I'm a loyal guy, Phoebe. I'm sticking with my guns. I picked regular Feraligatr at the start of the tournament, and I have hope that Pranav is going to make it shine here on day number 2. I think it's just a really flexible pick, and we'll see if he's able to get it done.
I do also want to call out Ashen Ash's Corviknight, another solid pick. Ashen Ash, one of the players who's able to utilize that Pokemon to its fullest. Let's take a look at our regional champions from this season. Of course, Wadaj all the way from Baltimore, rise to occasion in Vancouver. Who can forget that?
I certainly remember it. And ILQM, how about him? 2 championships in a single season. Out of pocket, the only trainer here, I guess, as well as Dune Bug, since Dune Bug won Monterey with a chance to win 2 regionals in a single season.
Well, if you want to make sure that you're missing none of the action, make sure that you're going to Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you can find all the action about today's broadcast as well as future broadcasts. And Rise, talk to us about social media.
We want to hear from you. Tag us across all social media platforms. We might be able to share what you post towards us on the stream. So we want to hear from you.
And don't forget to follow those channels on Twitch and on YouTube. Make sure you're missing none of the action. Well, Rise, I think that's about it from us. Do you have any final thoughts?
I'm just so excited to see who comes out on top here in Portland. We're going to crown a new champion in our last regional of the North American season. And let's get this thing going, Phoebe.
All right, let's get it going. Will and Alex, take it away.
Thank you so much, Nick. I'm here with the legend himself, HouseDark93, and I'm so excited to kick off exactly what Rice said. Championship Sunday of the last North America Regional of the season. Stark, you mentioned several times yesterday that this tournament felt like a treat. There were so many incredible showcases, so many awesome moments. What do you expect for today?
I think it's going to be a lot of the similar things that we saw yesterday. Really, really intense battles, down to the wire, crazy picks that are going to showcase themselves as champions today.
If you're tuning in for the first time, we're going to use a lot of verbiage like winner's side bracket, loser's side bracket, teams of 6. All of that can be a little bit hard to understand if it's your first stream, so we've got a handy video for you. Check it out.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6, pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you so much, Will, past Will, for being able to explain all that for us. I cannot wait to see how this weekend is going to shape up. We have some incredible trainers coming up today.
I think the double elimination bracket kind of has its own pros and cons, if I may say. It's really exciting to see the trainers come into that loser side bracket, especially on day number 2, and try to push their way to the grand final stage. But let's go and look at our current pairings, Alex. We're going to kick things off. I mean, come on, how much better can it get? We're kicking off with our 2023 World Champion. ItsAxn taking on Kobe Coupland. Actually, the first series that you and I commentated, maybe the second series, we saw Kobe early on yesterday, and we're going to see him again. We've got Dune Bug versus Stud Muffins, Ashen Ash versus Athy, and KemCoup versus Pranav.
It's treat after treat after treat, and here we actually see the regional championship prizes. If in first place is $2,500.
Oh yeah.
Second, we get $2,000. Third, we get $1,500, and so on. Will, talk to me about this.
No, I'm telling you, if you are looking to attend Worlds in Anaheim, or maybe even travel to the North America Internationals, or just have a little extra spending money in your pocket, winning one of these tournaments can really benefit you in that sense. I mean, competitive Pokemon is such a treat, and I think it's such a reward that our trainers are able to not only walk out of here and go home with a trophy, but also some money, some booster packs. Everybody loves to crack some packs, so there's so much to play for. And something I wanted to point out to you, Stark, is that the money's great. The booster packs are great, but don't forget about the championship points. It can be so critical to push yourself, right? If you have a tough matchup, if you feel a little bit deflated, he's writing it down, we're starting early, then you can battle your way into the bracket deeper and deeper, because top 4 gets you a lot more points than finishing top 16. So these trainers are going to be pushing themselves and giving it their all at the last regional of the season.
Absolutely, and I think we're actually getting ready to go into these battles and start showing you guys exactly what we're talking about. ItsAxn is going to be on your left, Kobe Coupland on your right, and these trainers have been here before on stream at this championship, and it looks like they actually have very similar play styles and team styles. Talk to me about the team on the right, Kobe Coupland. It starts with the Malamar here.
No, I would love to mention this team. So we got the Malamar, Diggersby. Those 2 picks are shared, as well as the Lapras between these 2 trainers and the Shadow Jumpluff. But the differences, though, Alex, are so key. We've got Golisopod for Kobe, which was super flexible day number 1, and then the Clodsire, the Wedge, the anti-Furret counter that you don't see coming. But look at the obstacles that Clodsire has to overcome. There's a Psywave Malamar, a Diggersby, a Psywave Lapras, and a Blastoise on Axen's team. So will that Clodsire be the wedge that Kobe needs?
We'll have to find out. I think ItsAxn has been heavily reliant on his water-type Pokemon. We saw that against Out of Pocket earlier in day 1. We saw it later in the matchups as well, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that here today, because that Blastoise has incredible matchups into every single Pokemon on Kobe Coupland's team. If you look at everything, nothing is able to resist water and rock damage.
You know what? This Blastoise from ItsAxn does have Skull Bash. It does not have Ice Beam, so the jump left coverage is a little bit lacking. But what's your bet? Do we see it in the lead to kick off Championship Sunday, or is it going to be a swap?
It's definitely going to be in the back, if I had to guess. So here we actually are getting started. We have Malamar into Golisopod.
The trick here is that Golisopod is going to get to its X-Scissor every 10 turns, just the same pacing as the Malamar to the foul plays. Not wanting to take that X-Scissor, here comes ItsAxn swapping in that Blastoise.
And this is so difficult here for Kobe Coupland. Is able to fire off the X-Scissor, but nothing on his team wants to take care of this Blastoise. It is incredibly threatening into everything that Kobe Coupland has.
The rollouts are adding up, and meanwhile, the energy also accumulating. So like you said, Kobe can't really swap into one of his ground-type Pokemon unless they want to eat a Hydro Cannon.
Exactly, and if you try to eat a Skull Bash on something, that's still going to hurt and boost Blastoise's defense. So in comes here the Diggersby, but Diggersby does not want to take this Hydro Cannon either.
Hydro Cannon coming through. Diggersby shrugs it off, but man, that stings. It takes it down to half HP. Good timing by our world champ. Single rollout, convert that into a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and this is not going to be enough to knock out the Diggersby. It's going to put it dangerously low and potentially into rollout charge or fast attack down, but actually switching right into that Lapras because it's a much easier farm down.
I think that ItsAxn is able to get maybe 4 Psy Waves through, and then he's going to get a couple more as he KOs the Diggersby here. No, a drop as well as triggered by that Scorching Sand, so this Lapras is at full strength.
Yeah, and that's a huge, huge difference maker here. This Golisopod is going to have to do so much work to be able to put Kobe Couplins back into this game because that Clodsire does not want to see any Pokemon on ItsAxn's side.
And look at ItsAxn's trio. Double Water plus a Psy Wave user. Clodsire has nowhere to go, and when that Pokemon does come out, it's going to have a really tough hill to climb. X's are coming through, but Lapras can take it.
Yeah, Lapras is bulky. It's actually the pin that you're wearing today. It's going to be, I think, a very important Pokemon for both players here tonight. And we see a catch here, but you have to shield anyway. It's super effective.
I'm telling you, when you have to swap a Clodsire into a loaded Lapras, that is a bad place to be in, and Kobe's trying to make the most out of a really tough situation. A great team comp, a great team read by ItsAxn. Here comes the Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, and this is overkill. I mean, you can't quite farm down the Lapras, but you have to, and actually we see a shield here from ItsAxn, so you can't even get that farm down, you can't get that knockout, and now this Ice Beam actually does more damage than the Sparkling Aria. Great recognition from ItsAxn.
Same type attack bonus on that Ice and Water type Lapras. Ice Beam stings that Clodsire down into the yellow, and now we see the Malamar swap in. Great timing by ItsAxn, actually holding the energy a bit, allowing the Sludge Bomb through. Doesn't seem worried at all.
Yeah, and I think ItsAxn recognizes that you don't need to throw a charge attack into this Clodsire. You need to save the energy for this Golisopod just in case it's able to get to one more X-Scissor. But now I think Kobe Couplins realizing this game is over.
Looks like ItsAxn with the triangular swipe on that dark type animation. Gonna go up here for another foul play to get the KO. I didn't expect the superpower here. I'm glad to see the foul play coming through.
It would have been a little too foul for ItsAxn.
I agree. He's too polite. Foul play connects. ItsAxn exits game 1 with 3 Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think ItsAxn had a game plan coming into today. Coming into this entire tournament, I think we've seen all 4 Pokemon getting paired with those double water type Pokemon on his side. He has definitely relied on those Pokemon because Lapras and Blastoise are so incredibly safe as Pokemon that are able to generate energy quickly, swap into leads that might be neutral or even negative leads, and then come in and be able to build up energy to knock out and threaten huge damage into the backline.
To this point, Kobe has taken on Goaty, VGC, Just Dirk, as well as G Meister and Raul. I think you and I recall the Raul matchup from yesterday, but I'm telling you, Alex, he's not been up against a world champion, right? A lot of these bracket runs, we see former regional champions, former international champions. I mean, this is a wake-up call on day 2, Championship Sunday, taking on a literal world champion. He's got a tough hill to climb.
Yeah, it's definitely, you have your work cut out for you. Anytime you face anyone at a regional championship, it's going to be difficult, but you have to up your game and really focus in once you face someone like ItsAxn who has been there and done that on the biggest stage possible. Now you have to realize, how can I overcome this type of threat?
And I think it's really reliant on patience, finding unconventional answers. Kobe did that in day 1 with his Clodsire against the Furret. I think he's got to rely maybe a little bit more on his own Malamar. Maybe that's a good option for him because he's going to triple resist the Sideways from ItsAxn's Lapras. He's got the mirror matchup against the Malamar. He's got superpower for the Diggersby. I mean, a lot of things that he sees on Axen's team, he has an answer to, or like a slight answer to. I think it's important.
Yeah, and I think maybe he's getting a little bit afraid of that potential Tinkaton in the back and not having anything that's going to hit the Blastoise for super effective.
But look at the team. He's got Diggersby and Clodsire. If ItsAxn brings Tinkaton, that would be a bold call of his own. Let's go and jump into game number 2. We've got Shadow Jump Bluff versus the Diggersby.
So Jumpluff is a grass-type Pokemon. It is going to be taking super effective damage from these Fire Punches and does not have a grass-type Energy Ball to threaten the Diggersby for super effective damage, but it still hurts quite a bit.
I like Kobe's timing here, throwing the Fire Punch just before the Acrobatics is ready. He does not want to get locked to a charge attack priority and take too much damage. Here comes the swap again. Blastoise comes out of its Pokeball, and there's no quick response from Kobe. He just stays in.
Yeah, and I think it's a brilliant play here from ItsAxn, realizing the Fairy Wind damage is enough to chip it into double Hydro Cannon range to be able to get that knockout, or at least threaten a knockout. But we actually see a switch and a really good recognition from KemCoup, and we see the Blastoise firing off a Skull Bash, trying to boost that defense and do heavy damage at the same time.
I think if you're playing as a Shadow Jumpluff here, maybe you'd be eyeballing the Aerial Ace and Fairy Wind down, but meanwhile you're taking so many rollouts. So now Kobe is forced to go for the Skull Bash, and the rollout sneaks through. ItsAxn sees it. He's going to invest in this Blastoise.
Yeah, getting that extra rollout through makes it impossible not to shield, because now you have an opportunity here with Blastoise to knock out with just a Hydro Cannon. Those rollouts are adding up slowly over time.
Hydro Cannon coming through here. Doesn't even matter if it's resisted because Jumpluff is so weak from all that fast attack pressure and the Skull Bash. Now a tough decision for Kobe. He's got his Diggersby and the Lapras. Comes back in with a Diggersby, again sending a ground type into the Blastoise matchup, but he doesn't have a better option.
There is no option for KemCoup for this Blastoise. It's just so threatening, getting super effective damage with its fast and charge attacks into every single Pokemon other than Malamar.
Exactly. Fire Punch loaded up here. I mean, it's going to be close, right? Do you think it's enough?
I don't think so. I think Axen's going to be able to get to one more Hydro Cannon at least.
Oh, and the swap. A nice play by Kobe, showing flashes of what he demonstrated for us in day number 1 against Raul. Great heads-up play to catch that resisted Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, KemCoup doing everything he possibly can, but Axen saved the energy on the Jumpluff. Now it's forcing KemCoup to shield the Lapras again.
ItsAxn has only shown 2 of his 3 Pokemon. His Lapras has not even hit the field, and Kobe is out of shields and low on options. We're going to see an Acrobatics get fired off here. Yet again, ItsAxn applying the pressure.
And I believe this may be able to put Lapras into Aerial Ace range. Yeah, even if you boost your defense here with the Skull Bash, it's still going to be enough to knock out.
Going for the Skull Bash here. This will be enough to KO this Jumpluff. We've seen just how much damage this charge attack can do on a Pokemon like Lapras, and it does pick up the knockout. But as you said, in spite of the defense drop, the issue is that you've got no HP.
Yeah, and I think what's brilliant about what ItsAxn has done is put his Lapras in a position to basically not even worry about anything that the opposing Lapras can do. Getting that damage off is all he needed, and now his Lapras has loaded energy into a Diggersby. Again, these water-type charge attacks are doing super effective damage into everything.
You can see Kobe on stage. I mean, what more can you do besides just, you know, let a little smile out? I mean, you're facing the world champ here on stage, and it looks like the team composition is not in your favor. Fighting back with the Diggersby here, going for the Scorching Sands. ItsAxn definitely very measured, you know, going to throw up a shield of his own, but it looks like the gap is just getting wider and wider.
Yeah, and I think we can see here ItsAxn's team building composition, not only for these games, but coming into this tournament, have definitely paid off. You look at him smiling as he sideways down the opposing Lapras. Really well played by both trainers. Just a one-sided team composition, I would say.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Speedy?
No, I absolutely agree. I think from the onset, right, this looked really tough on paper. I know so many trainers shifting from day 1 to day 2, they'll do a lot of scrims, they'll ask their friends to play the team that their opponent is going to be using on Championship Sunday. And in spite of all that, I don't know how much preparation you could actually do as Kobe and be ready for this composition from ItsAxn. I heard a lot of cheers out in the crowd. I'm really happy people are here supporting not only our world champion, but also Kobe, because you gotta understand, he's a very talented trainer, but this matchup, I mean, this is like the perfect storm, if I may say.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not the end for KemCoup either.
That's also true.
I believe he now is moving into the losers side of the bracket and is going to be able to come back. As we see the highlights here, this Hydro Cannon, even though it was resisted, it's still able to do so much damage.
So much damage, and you could see as well, when the Blastoise did come in both games 1 and 2, it swapped in, and blink and you'll miss it, Stark. It already had 2, 3, 4 rollouts, and at that point, the Hydro Cannons are just going to be so oppressive. You and I were just discussing this before we went into the casting booth. We only see Blastoise as a swapper or closer. I've not seen a single time all weekend Blastoise in the lead.
And I think that's by design. If you look at how Blastoise is able to play, it wants to get energy advantage. You want to be put in a position where your opponent has to react. And by the time they react, they're already, like you said, 1, 2, 3 rollouts behind. And it's so hard to come back from that situation because water and normal type damage is neutral into most Pokemon. And then you also have the rock type fast attack rollout that's able to build energy quickly and also put out some damage.
Give me your notebook and write this down. No, but seriously, great notes, Stark. I think each Pokemon kind of lends itself to a certain play style, and when you build your team, you kind of build an identity for it as well, and you have to kind of keep those things in mind as you battle it out. But I want to hear what's on our 2023 World Champion's mind right now after taking his first win on Championship Sunday. Nick, take it away.
Thank you, Will. I'm joined by ItsAxn. Congratulations on Top Cut. Big win here up on stage. They were talking a lot about Blastoise behind the desk. Tell me a little bit about it yourself.
Yeah, Blastoise was my one pick that I even remotely call Spice. It turns out there's like 3 of them here in the Top Cut, so I guess I wasn't that innovative. But it was a really fun Pokemon to use so far in the tournament. In this last matchup especially, I mean, it was so safe into that team. I could just safe swap it. There wasn't really a Pokemon that could hard answer it here. There's that rollout spam, the bulk that Blastoise has. Skull Bash to boost your defense, and Hydro Cannon, obviously one of the best moves in the game. We've seen it on Swampert, on Feraligatr in the past. Now Blastoise has its turn to shine, so really happy with that pick here, and it's been working out for me.
We've seen a lot of water types really thrive if they don't have a water type fast attack. Between Blastoise and Feraligatr, do you have a favorite?
Man, back in the day, I would have said Shadow Feraligatr. I loved that thing. But I mean, after this tournament, I gotta say I'm a Blastoise fan.
And then what about non-Shadow Blastoise versus Shadow Blastoise? Why did you opt for the non-Shadow?
Yeah, the Shadow's actually really interesting. There's a lot of Pokemon that you might be able to one-shot with a Hydro Cannon that the regular Blastoise just kind of can't. But I mean, on the other end of the stick here, Blastoise, the reason I'm using it is for bulk. I like Blastoise being able to no-shield a move. And Shadow Blastoise, if you ever take a charge move, likely you're in farm down range. So I just wanted the bulk on my team here, and the ability to just consistently two-shot Pokemon is still very much a thing with the regular Blastoise.
All right, final question about Blastoise. Ice Beam versus Skull Bash. Of course, Ice Beam given a little bit better coverage against grasses. Why did you opt for Skull Bash?
Yeah, my Blastoise here is really one of my better answers to Lapras, so I wanted to make sure I had that neutral charge move that could boost my defense stat. Ice Beam also, if I wasn't running Lapras with Ice Beam, I'd probably consider it, but it's, I guess, kind of funny. Lapras and Blastoise, they could both have that option here. But I chose Ice Beam on my Lapras because I was running Skull Bash on my Blastoise, didn't want that redundancy. And I think that Skull Bash on Blastoise, just that utility it provides for that defense boost as well, has really helped me out. 1 HP survives have happened quite a few times for me this tournament, so Blastoise with that defense increase is just kind of insane.
All right, well, thank you for the insight on that. Are we going to see you at NAIC, perhaps?
Yeah, of course. I'll be there in a couple weeks from now, actually. Very excited to see what that new meta is going to look like. Moveset update's going to drop anytime in the next week or two, so going to be very excited to see what's going to be meta there, and Worlds after that's going to be even more fun.
Can we get a specific call-out from you about one change that might happen in this move update?
Yeah, Force Palm Metacham. I feel like it's about time.
Of course, you got to get Metacham back in the meta. Well, Axen, thank you for the interview. Appreciate your time and your insight. Any shout-outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, big shout-out to my mom in the audience, my teammates at Legends United, all the fans watching at home, and everyone at the venue watching me right here.
All right, thanks again, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. Let's send it back to the casters.
All right. Thank you so much, Phoebe, for those questions. I really enjoyed that question of Shadow versus non-Shadow Blastoise and the difference between the two. And I liked Axen's answer even more in that the Hydro Cannons are able to two-shot things like the Diggersby that we saw. And I think that's such a vital component as to why people bring Shadow versus non-Shadow.
No, I agree, and I think that rollout's also an important factor there because I feel like if you land a Hydro Cannon against a Diggersby, it's still extremely tough to roll out down. You might take another charge attack while you're trying to do that, so it kind of makes sense to have a regular Blastoise that can endure the damage and just get to that second Hydro Cannon and not really break a sweat. So it makes a lot of sense. I'm really curious if we will get some insights from Dilap Chung later on because he's actually rocking the Shadow Blastoise, but enough about that Pokemon. Let's go ahead and talk about the next matchup on stage. Dune Bug 97 versus Stud Muffins. Stark, I see you very quietly, very, like, you're very focused looking at this team.
Yeah, I'm looking at Dune Bug's Shadow Dusclops. That is such a unique pick that I think actually has quite a bit of play into what Stud Muffins has. If he can just avoid the Shadow Dropion, it has a ton of play. But I do think that we are actually locked in. So Dune on the left, Stud Muffins on the right. Let's see this game one.
Stud Muffins, a very calm, cool, collected trainer. We've seen him play Galarian Moltres in tournaments past, but now he's going to wield the Tinkaton here in the mirror against the Monterey Regional Champion. We're going to learn a lot, depending on which Pokemon wins at Charge Tech Priority, but we won't learn it yet.
Yeah, not yet, and we do see the Bulldoze getting fired off here, hoping for that 50% chance to drop that defense stat. That is a vital part of exactly who's going to win this matchup, and we see it right away here for Dune Bug.
Bulldoze coming through here from Stud Muffins into that. Tinkaton from Dune Bug 97. It does connect, not dealing a lot of damage as we expect, but a defense drop on both sides, Stark. And still no charge tech priority. I don't think Stud Muffins is confident that he would win that.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why he's probably not going for that. As we see another Bulldoze come through, one more is going to be enough to knock out the Tinkaton. We see the Bulldoze getting fired off here from Stud Muffins as well here. Throwing the Bulldoze, this is another debuffed Bulldoze, so it is going to do more damage than usual. And it now is going to be a race to the charge attack. Both players throwing right away, and actually, as you predicted, Dune Bug 97 is going to win that charge attack priority. Huge lead for him.
I think it's so interesting that neither trainer made a swap. That tells you that they might have a Tinkaton weakness in the back, and as we can look at these teams, there is a Dark-type Pokemon on each side. Dune Bug throwing the Bulldoze into the Lapras, not confident after the defense drops that he can get to the play rough. It's going to go ahead and try to chip this Lapras and drop its defense.
Yeah, if this drops its defense, it's going to be very difficult for Stud Muffins to be able to try to do exactly what he wants to do in this matchup.
Yeah.
We see the immediate switch into the Shadow Drapion. We do see the Malamar staying in and throwing the superpower. I believe this is going to be another chip and dip strategy.
So a couple of things here. Shadow Lapras, I think this is the only one we have in day number 2, but I might be wrong. And if we look at this play here from Dune Bug, staying in with the Malamar, throwing the superpower, he knows that it's going to take 2 charge attacks to KO the Drapion at full health, so he's trying to chip it down a little bit and rely on the bubbles and maybe a play rough and also grab a shield.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, Dune Bug is a masterful player, understands these matchups inside and out. We are going to see another crunch. Stud Muffins is really hoping for that defense drop.
Yeah.
Not only to get more Poison Sting damage, but in case he wants to switch out into that Shadow Lapras again to get more Psy-Wave damage as well.
Does get the drop there. We actually see the Ice Beam get fired off by Dune Bug 97. A little bit surprised that wasn't the play rough, but I think he realizes that Stud Muffins is liable to shield here.
Yeah, and I think Stud Muffins realizes that he needs this Shadow Drapion to stay alive in order to combat. Oh, and we actually see a catch on the Ice Beam. What an incredible catch from Stud Muffins.
Oh, I hear some gasp in the crowd. What an insane swap. Not many trainers can swap on the Dune Bug 97, but Stud Muffins is one of them. He's got double Sparkling Arias here, and he needs to apply pressure because there's still 2 Protect Shields for Dune Bug.
Yeah, and I think Dune Bug is pretty comfortable. Didn't really worry about that catch because he has this advantage of the 2 shields to 0. We are going to see a shield get put up here from Dune Bug, but I believe if he's just able to throw a foul play, the Psy-Wave damage might add up and farm down the Lapras as well.
Late game counting, he realizes that it's going to be 11 turns to that 3rd Sparkling Aria, and he can get almost to the back-to-back foul plays, pulling the trigger right before that Lapras is ready. This will knock out.
That was impeccable timing, knowing exactly when Stud Muffins' Lapras was going to get to that charge attack, but actually here...
Oh, hold on.
We see the Shadow Drapion not try on energy. This has a lot of energy.
It's got double Aqua Tails, right? And we see the shield there from Dune Bug 97. He doesn't have the move yet. Stud Muffins striking again. Don't forget, there's also the Azumarill in the back.
But it just threw the Ice Beam into the Lapras.
No way.
It doesn't have any energy. Is
No
Stud
way.
Muffins going to be able to come back from this?
Wait, are you telling me this Azumarill is dry? Dune Bug 97 making all the plays, 2 shields ahead, and Stud Muffins with the Scorpion striking here at the final moment.
Dune Bug is at a loss for words, not really realizing how did Stud Muffins bring this back. It looked like he was dead in the water. The Malamar was just there. It was the problem. And all of a sudden, the Drapion had so much energy.
You know, Dune Bug was just packaging this matchup so nicely, and then it just fell apart in the final 10 seconds. The back-to-back Aqua Tails, the patience from Stud Muffins, not getting rattled, not looking at that 2-shield disadvantage and getting intimidated. You know, I had my eye on this trainer coming to the bracket in day number 2. I don't want to say, you know, I thought he'd do well, but I had a feeling. And this game number 1 is a good start.
Absolutely. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start than that, where you feel like you're in a bad position the entire game, and then you come back, and I think this
catch on the Ice Beam. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Stark, but I feel like that was the turning point. What do you think?
Absolutely. And I think the small little detail that we missed was that Malamar, I believe, could have been able to get to double charge attacks one to shield, or one to knock out the Lapras, and one to knock out the Shadow Drapion if it's able to win the charge attack priority. I believe it would have been able to win that matchup. So a little small, tiny fumble from Dune Bug opened the door for Stud Muffins, and he capitalized in the most excellent way.
You're right, because Dune Bug threw before the Sparkling Aria was ready, but if he would have forced the charge attack priority like we saw him do on day one, then maybe, just maybe. Wow.
Even if he didn't force a charge attack priority, he could have shielded and then win the charge attack priority against the Shadow Drapion.
You're right.
Is possible, I believe.
Yeah. Well, either way, right? Because when the Drapion comes in, even if he loses it the first time, well, he only had one shield though.
That's what I'm saying. I think if he had to win that charge attack priority and know that he would win the charge attack priority against the Shadow Drapion.
I see what you're saying. Well, that was incredible. We can reflect on this all day, but time moves on and waits for no one. We're going right into game number 2. Stud Muffins is already locked in, feeling confident, and how can you not feel confident in this moment against the Monterey Regional Champion, what, 5-time Regional Champion Dune Bug 97? I mean, come on.
Maybe 97 regional champions at this point.
at this
But here we actually have both trainers locked in, ready to go. This game 2 is going to be intense.
Yeah, I don't think Dune Bug can let off the gas here for a moment if he wants to get back into this series. Shadow Lapras from Stud Muffins into that Tinkaton.
Yeah, the Tinkaton obviously does resist the fast attack Psywave, but it doesn't resist any of the charge attacks here. We have the Sparkling Aria getting fired off just before that player off comes through.
Look at the team composition here. Dune Bug 97 bringing the Diggersby to game number 2, and I like the position it's in, especially when you consider that there's a Steel and a Poison type in the back.
Yeah, really nice read from Dune Bug to bring that Diggersby, but here we actually see the player off come through first, and we switch out immediately into the Malamar.
Oh, coming in with the Tinkaton, trying to drop the hammer on the Dark-type Malamar here, but as we saw in previous events, it can fight back. Superpower, Foul Play, Psywave, these attacks add up.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why Malamar is one of the most consistent safe switches, leads, everything. It does so much. Here we actually see a Bulldoze getting fired off. This is a huge bait, and if Dune Bug's able to call it, then he's going to be able to come back. But Stud Muffins with the right call.
Ice water in his veins. Stud Muffins is able to throw the Bulldoze, and he doesn't get the defense wall, but it doesn't really matter because the bait could be devastating. Going for the superpower now, trusting in his Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon. He says, I can surely hang on.
Yeah, and this is a huge read because now that Lapras waiting in the back, I believe, has energy, and the only way to get rid of that Diggersby will be charge attack charge attacks from this Lapras.
Exactly. We're going to see the Malamar get KO'd. In comes the Diggersby. Drapion swaps in. What do you think?
This is going to be a nice answer here from Dune Bug to try to get back into this game. Aqua Tails are super effective, as we know, but at the same time, we have the Scorching Sands, which is going to be enough to knock out from this range. Does Stud Muffins make the call back? Does he believe that he's going to get baited? We have to see here. And at the last second, the shield comes up.
Wow, what a shield by Stud Muffins. That is a obvious bait scenario. You can see him thinking about it, but he makes the right call. In the end, he knows that Dune Bug needs to swing for a home run to get back into this game. Aqua Tail number 2 coming through, and I do think it's going to take one more to KO, but meanwhile, the switch timers are ticking down, and the Tinkaton is in the back.
Oh my gosh, what a call here, and what a catch from Dune Bug. Catching this is incredible. Now you don't even use any energy or any shields, and the Tinkaton is going to be able to get some energy here against the Shadow Drapion.
But it still gets outpaced. Look at how relentless the Drapion is, banking that Aqua Tail before swapping out, and now we see the Tinkaton mirror match, the Bulldoze getting fired off here, and the Fairy Winds are not doing much, the Poison Stings are not doing much, but I think it might just be enough, because this Tinkaton is so weak for Dune Bug.
Yeah, Stud Muffins understanding that the Fairy Winds would have been enough to farm it down, and now the Lapras comes in, gets more energy. This Diggersby is in a hole and needs to be able to climb out quickly.
Oh, going for the Scorching Sands, maybe anticipating a Fire Punch. Bait Stud Muffins calls the back-to-back Scorching Sands. What a call.
Stud Muffins has made the right call every single step of the way. We see the Sparkling Aria come out. This was a debuffed Scorching Sands, but at the same time, I believe there's an Aqua Tail ready on the Drapion.
Yep, I think that Shadow Drapion's about to spring out of its Pokeball when it comes back onto the field. Stud Muffins thinks it's all over. Can this Diggersby and Dune Bug turn things around? Going for the Fire Punch here. This will likely be enough to KO, but it's going to be close, and then he still has to deal with the Poison type.
I mean, Dune Bug is doing everything, throwing haymakers left and right, but at the same time, Stud Muffins has just had one step ahead of him the entire step of the way.
Wow, wow. Shadow Drapion, Stark, you called that out as being the likely Dusclops answer, but it didn't even see Dusclops, and it didn't even matter. Stud Muffins absolutely just blowing our expectations out of the water against somebody like Dune Bug.
Yeah, and what's great about what Dune Bug has just what just happened to Dune Bug is he has been here before. He's been in the losers bracket and come back time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the most impressive losers bracket runs of all time back in Texas last year, right? Where he fell to that loser side bracket in round 2 and then made it to the grand finals, reset it, and won it all. I mean, he's got a shorter road this time if he wants to make a similar run, but he's not going to give up. In Monterey, actually, he came from the loser side bracket.
Exactly,
Well.
and I was definitely impressed. You called out Stud Muffins early yesterday as one of the trainers to watch, at least to me behind the scenes, and I was very, very impressed the entire time. The gameplay, the baits, the calls, getting exactly what he wanted, and coming from nowhere to come back in game 1. That was so impressive.
You can't snooze on Stud Muffins, man. He's a threat. He's a trainer that could go all the way, and it's honestly very surprising that he hasn't yet. But if you're him, right? You take down Dune Bug 97 in round 1 and day number 2. You gotta be feeling good. Confidence has to go way, way up after that. I don't know. Stud Muffins versus ItsAxn, is that something we could see?
That is definitely something we could see, and I'm very excited. I think that would be an incredible matchup to watch. Stud Muffins, the up-and-comer, Axen, the one that's done it and been there before. I don't even know who I would choose.
I don't know. It's hard to say, but I'll tell you what, Stark, while you were talking, I heard the timer go off. I think that the oven's ready. Let's head down to the floor and hear from Stud Muffins.
Thanks so much, Speedy. I'm here with Stud Muffins, fresh off a win against Dune Bug, one of the top players in our game. First, Stud, just take me through your thoughts. How you feeling right now?
Really happy. Dune is a great player, and it's actually my first time beating him too, so that's pretty cool.
It's always nice when maybe you feel like someone has your number and you finally get over that hump, get that win. Now, take me through some of those games. It seemed like every single shield call, you were making the right decision, whether it was calling the bait or whether it was getting the bait yourself. Take me through maybe some of the mind games there when using your protect shield so well.
Yeah, I figured just to play it safe, because I think there was no reason for doing a bait for game 2 there, so I just committed and shielded the Scorching Sands, and luckily it was a Scorching Sands, so it turned out well.
You've had some nice finishes throughout the season, have been really close to the grand finals, and you move further on here in Portland. Take me through your confidence level and how you're feeling. What's kind of your goal as we approach this latter half of the season in moving on further on in this tournament?
Yeah, definitely. Well, right now I just want to take it one game at a time, but ultimately I would like to win a tournament.
Absolutely, and you just congrats on such an epic win over a player the caliber of Dune Bug. Any shout outs or people you'd like to thank at this point in time?
Yeah, for sure. I want to shout out Alan and Mike Chen Yu for helping me scrim, and also Aaron, my teammate, helped me out, and also Eddie Dilap. We've been talking a lot about team composition and stuff, and good luck, Eddie.
Well, congrats again, Stud Muffins, and best of luck the rest of the way. Casters, back to you. Or actually, excuse me, we're going to send it to a quick ad break with some highlights. Take a look at this.
Good luck.
Consistency is key. You don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
Welcome in, everybody. This is the Applin Alphabetical Pokedex Challenge. I have 3 very talented trainers joining me today, and we're going to go A to Z naming Pokemon. But there are a couple of rules. The first is that you cannot name 2 Pokemon within the same evolutionary line. You can't say Charmander or Charmeleon, right? Too easy. The second one is that you cannot take too long to respond. If you wait more than just 2 seconds, you have to take a bite of the apple slices that are here on the table in front of us. All right, we're going to start with H. Shira. We're going to have Telegraph Train go second, and then Ilya will be third. Ready, everybody? All right, we're going to go fast. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. A.
Abomasnow.
Arctivex.
Arctozold. B.
Beware.
Bulbasaur.
Beartick. C.
Charmander.
Charcadet.
All right, bite of the apple slice. All right, letter D.
Dedenne.
Oh.
All right, apple slice, Telegraph. Come on. Ilya.
There's the Dialga plush right there.
I know.
Is that your pick, Ilya? Dialga? Okay. E. H. Shira.
Emolga.
We're just going to go for another apple
Oh,
slice.
another apple slice. Okay. Ilya.
Electabuzz.
All right. F.
Froakie.
For it.
Fennekin.
All right. Close one. G.
Grumpig.
Ghastly.
Gengar.
Oh. All right. H.
Haunter.
Hakumo.
All right. Just take another apple bite. All right. I.
Illumise.
Oh, okay. All right. Ilya, you're up. The letter I.
I have a German name with I, but I don't have an English one.
Okay. All right. Another apple slice. We got to speak English here primarily. J.
Jangmo.
Jellicent.
Oh, good one.
Jellicent.
Oh, Joltik.
Oh, very good. K.
Kartana.
Kangaskhan.
Kadabra.
Oh, could have said Cleavor, right? It's another good one. L.
L.
All right, H. Shira, that's a bite. L. Telegraph.
Litten.
Love Disc.
Ooh, very, very good. M.
Machop.
Magmar.
Mudbray.
N.
Nickit.
Necrozma.
All right, I feel like Necrozma was also Ilya's choice. We're starting now with O.
Oranguru.
Ooh, all right, Telegraph. All right, Ilya. O.
Origin Form Palkia.
Oh my goodness. Chat, are we buying that? All right, let's move on. P.
P. Pignite.
Palkia.
No. Good one.
I can't.
All right, Primeape, nice one. Q.
Quaxley.
Quagsire.
Quaquaval. All right, it's another bite for Ilya. R.
He said Quaxley, so Quaxley.
Oh no, now I need to take a bite of the apple. All right, let's go to R. H. Shira.
Rhyhorn.
Rip. Oh. No.
You said rip.
I was trying to say Rhyperior.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, wait, no.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
Rampardos.
Oh, good choice. S.
S. Servine.
Ooh.
Sarmy.
Sandile.
Wow, very good. T.
Trevenant.
All right, it's a bite. That's a bite. All right. Ilya. Oh, looking for inspiration. Judges? I don't know. Tepic. Oh, very good. U.
Uxie.
Ursaring.
You know what, Stunfisk.
Wow. Honestly, I didn't think everyone would get U. That's really good. V.
Vileplume.
Venipede.
Is there even more?
Vulpix.
Vaporeon.
Ah, Vaporeon. Very good. All right. W. Almost there.
W. Wailord.
All right. Another apple slice. Ilya.
Can't think of anything.
All right. Apple slice. I think Whimsicott might be a good answer. X.
Oh, no. X. Xerneas.
No.
Xurkitree.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
I don't have it. That was the only one that was coming to my mind.
Yeah. X is
I
tough.
don't know of another X one.
All right. Let's go with Y.
Yveltal.
Ooh.
You mask.
All right, another apple slice. Young Goose. Okay, let's go to Z, the last and final letter. H-Shira.
Zarude.
Satian.
Zapdos. That's it. All right. I don't think I mentioned this in the intro, but whoever has the least amount of apple remaining is going to be the loser of the skit. H-Shira, you took one bite. There's one slice missing for Telegraph. Elliot, please show the camera what's going on here.
I may or may not have had to finish most of my apple. But at least I can just eat the rest now.
There you go. All right, everybody.
Snack.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this skit. I hope you're typing your answers as well. Thank you so much for watching. Back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships here in 2025. Day 2, joining alongside Alpha Phoebe. Rise to occasion on the call, and we are in store for another great matchup up next. It's going to be Ashen Ash taking on Athy.
The Battle of the A's. Some really great teams for these two trainers. Of course, we have a Blastoise for Athy, so another one that has made it all the way through the top cut, or through to day 2.
Big man Blastoise, as they say, is the storyline potentially here for day number 2. We saw ItsAxn put in a lot of work with it, and we're talking about sort of that regular Blastoise versus Shadow Blastoise. What were some of the reasons in your interview with Axen that he gave that he wanted to go with the regular Blastoise as opposed to the Shadow Blastoise?
He likes the bulk, right? I think that was the main thing. And of course, being able to take a hit, not needing to utilize your shields is always great, allowing your team composition building to include other frail Pokemon, right? Sometimes in your team of 6, you'll have like 1 or 2 Shadow Pokemon or 1 or 2 hard-hitting, not very bulky Pokemon, and opening yourself to make those sort of team compositional calls with 2 frail Pokemon opens up opportunities for you.
And the safety of Blastoise is something we've talked about as well. Athy has a team that I said looks a little bit RPS on paper, really polarizing Pokemon, right? Like the Talonflame, the Gastrodon Superior, but he does have some of those flexible picks, like the Blastoise, for example. So we'll see what type of strategy he pursues. Ashen Ash bringing a bit of a unique team, and he's a player that does enjoy utilizing that Corviknight that not everyone is willing to bring.
Right, and frankly, Corviknight looks pretty solid into Athy's team. Of course, it needs to stay away from the Talonflame. It's going to have pretty neutral play against the Blastoise. I think the Blastoise probably wins most shield matchups there because of just how hard-hitting the Hydro Cannons are, but maybe you're able to catch a Hydro Cannon on a Lapras or an Azumarill, and you're able to shore up that loss a little bit. I think, additionally, the Gastrodon's going to have to be a very key component for Athy if it's able to land onto the Shadow Drapion, one of the one of the best safe swap Pokemon that we have in this meta. I think it'll be very key.
I believe Athy is almost required to bring the Talonflame for that Corviknight. It looks, like you said, extremely safe. One exception is, I believe Athy's running Stone Edge on his Clodsire, so Clodsire actually has some counterplay into the Corviknight because of the lack of attack, the lack of damage output for the Corviknight. The Clodsire can actually hold its own in that matchup with that Stone Edge coverage, but I do agree, Corviknight looks really solid into this matchup.
That's a great point, because typically if the if the Clodsire is running Sludge Bomb as well as Earthquake, you really only have resisted hits or double resisted hits if you're, for whatever reason, throwing Sludge Bomb into the Steel-type Corviknight. But here we go into game number 1, and it is going to be a Lapras into a Blastoise. This is a good lead for Athy.
Blastoise with the super effective rollout damage here, and we're going to see a safe swap into the Drapion as it is often used. And notice, with the one-turn swap and Ashen Ash willing to throw immediately the Crunch, and Athy immediately forced with a decision, he's going to let this Crunch connect onto the Blastoise, and he is going to look to build up even more and throws the Hydro Cannon.
Not quite on optimal timing, and I think the reason for that is because he wants to try to get this Hydro Cannon off before another move is ready from that Shadow Drapion. Crunch now coming through. I would have maybe preferred to see just an Aqua Tail here. I think it threatens quite enough with the Poison Sting damage. Maybe not for a knockout, but for a farm down afterwards.
Drapion putting a lot of pressure on the Blastoise here. Athy committing to throwing on good timing this time around, and we see a Protect Shield returned from Ashen Ash. All shields now down for Ashen Ash, but in comes the Talonflame. Drapion has a little bit of energy, gonna build up to the double Aqua Tail before throwing, and now if you're Athy, you're faced with an awkward decision. Do you throw immediately, knowing that there's another Aqua Tail banked, or do you anticipate the catch is actually gonna be, he's gonna be patient, and he is gonna swap, met by the Cradily, and this is going to be a fly, I believe, connecting on the Cradily.
Yeah, I would have actually liked to see slightly different timing there from Ashen Ash. Maybe instead of throwing 7 Poison Stings, going for throw, so that you don't allow Athy to build up to that charge attack on that Talonflame just quite yet. Instead, bringing in the Cradily, Brave Bird coming through, going to pick up the knockout onto that Cradily, but in comes Drapion again. I like the timing this time, only 1 Poison Sting, so you don't take the damage from that Incinerate.
And because of that Brave Bird, Debo, this Aqua Tail is certainly going to be enough to knock out the Talonflame. 1-hit KO, and now what is going to come into greed? Is it going to be the Serperior that has a poor matchup? No, it's going to be the Blastoise. 2 rollouts away, and Ashen Ash, is actually going to allow Blastoise to knock out the Drapion. Maybe didn't want to open himself vulnerable to a potential farm down scenario. It's going to be Serperior revealed in the back against the Lapras, but this Lapras doesn't have Ice Beam.
Really tough final Pokemon for Ashen Ash to see. I think he would have been fine with more or less anything else in the back, but lacking that super effective Ice Beam attack means that Frenzy Plant's going to come through, pick up the knockout, and that's going to be game number 1 going over to Athy.
Massive damage from that Frenzy Plant onto the Shadow Lapras, especially with no Ice Beam coverage. There was going to be no chance there for the Water-type Pokemon. I wonder if Drapion did elect to throw. No, I don't think it would have really made any difference in the outcome, because even if Drapion, let's say, gets a charge attack, you're just going to get farmed down and get hit with that Frenzy Plant anyway. So a tough scenario there in the end game for Ashen Ash.
Yeah, I think he would have needed a lot more energy on that Shadow Drapion. I think he's going to have to really think about, you know, how to answer that Serperior. We saw just how impactful it was in the game, and he really only had one answer for it on his team. Of course, the Cradily is not the worst Pokemon to go up against a Serperior with access to the neutral rock-type damage. However, that is a Serperior-favored matchup nonetheless.
And a nice team read from Athy, right? We were talking before about how good the Corviknight potentially looks in this matchup. He brought his 2 best answers for it, the Blastoise and the Talonflame. So even if Ashen Ash elected to bring the Corviknight in that game, it's not like it would have necessarily found the right spot. So I like the team composition there from Athy.
Right, and the Pokemon pairing of the Talonflame and the Serperior really puts the onus on Ashen Ash to make a call about which Pokemon he prefers to have the coverage for. In that game number 1, it was definitely the Talonflame, and Talonflame was heavily mitigated, but it ended up being the Serperior that carried Athy to victory.
Serperior is so strong in neutral matchups when it has that type of effectiveness, just gets hard-walled by a few things, such as a Corviknight. Does Ashen Ash decide to bring it for game number 2? We do have a lock-in. Athy up 1-0, and what are we going to see this time in the lead? It is another 1 lead for Athy. Cradily into Ticketon.
And really importantly, Athy chose to leave the Superior out of this match, and Ashen Ash built his team composition around answering the Superior this time with 2 strong Superior counters in the back with that Shadow Drapion and the Corviknight, but he's going to be disappointed to see that Athy left it on the bench this game.
Athy going for the big Skull Bash here in the mid game, and it's a great Protect Shield from Ashen Ash. He's got a ton of energy, I think 99 energy on this Drapion, and going to allow the crunch to go through is Athy. Now, Ashen Ash really needs to fight for switch advantage here, Phoebe.
99 energy, and another crunch comes through. In comes a Hydro Cannon, another shield needing to be used by Ashen Ash. Going to protect up the Shadow Drapion and fight for switch advantage. 1 Poison Sting, he's trying to throw the crunch, but he's unable to.
And that is really devastating for Ashen Ash. You see him smiling. He was trying to throw the crunch earlier. It didn't seem like he was allowed to, and now he's down 2 Protect Shields in the process. So this is like a difficult situation, and the Tinkaton is going to come in just trying to absorb all this damage. And the problem for Ashen Ash is he knows he can't really save this energy. He kind of has to keep his alignment.
Aquatail coming through, going to do another bit of chip damage, but Athy has made the call. I'm not expecting a Azumarill in the back. I'm not expecting Lapras in the back. I am putting 2 shields on Talonflame and going for a Talonflame sweep.
Bulldoze coming through will be enough to knock out the Drapion at this range. You expect Ashen Ash to come in with the Corviknight, but once this 2-shield Talonflame is revealed, I think this game is pretty much over. Talonflame too strong with shields behind it, and Ashen Ash is going to be searching for answers here.
Charge attack coming through. It is going to be the Brave Bird to pick up the almost 1-hit knockout. 1 Bullet Seed going for the Rock Tomb because Bullet Seed is a 3-turn fast attack. The damage does not apply before the charge attack goes off. I have to imagine that Incinerate will not actually pick up the knockout because of the attack drop.
1 more Incinerate worth of energy farm for the Talonflame, and unfortunately there is still 1 Protect Shield remaining that Ashen Ash has to try to fight through. These charge attacks are resisted against the Steel-type Corviknight, but the Incinerate damage is going to add up very, very quickly. Going for another Incinerate here, going for the Brave Bird, and if it's not enough to knock out, it should be quite close.
I think 1 more Incinerate. This shield for Athy is going to be key to preserving the Talonflame on the field. Ironhead is not quite able to be thrown there. Athy recognizing that he does not have enough energy to pull the shield as well as pick up the knockout. We see our trainers chatting a little bit to the judge. Maybe there was some game issues with being unable to throw the charge attack, but we'll have to see if that's actually something that Ashen Ash is trying to bring up and have reviewed.
Absolutely. This seems like a game that will very much be going to a review, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is a rematch ruled. It seemed in that middle game, Ashen Ash was trying to throw the crunch, and it just wasn't allowing him to, and that forced him to go down 2 Protect Shields in order to flip switch advantage. So this game will be confirmed under review, and I think Ashen Ash has every right in this scenario to ask for that.
Yeah, one thing though, you know, obviously the game maybe wasn't going out as he intended. One thing I would have liked him to see from him in this match though was preserving that Drapion. If he's going to predict a Talonflame in the back, he had I think 2 Aqua Tails loaded and he threw them both into the Tinkaton. I think he could have maybe switched out to save that energy from that Shadow Drapion and maybe try to land those Aqua Tails onto the Talonflame where they're a little bit more impactful. Tinkaton didn't really threaten either of his remaining Pokemon too badly with their charge attack damage. Of course, it's not a great matchup into the Cradily. However, like, what are you gonna land? A neutral Bulldoze or a Play Rough? Neither of them threaten a 1-hit knockout into Cradily.
Right, I think you really have to value the switch advantage as well, so that could have been an option, but we see in this middle game, Ashen Ash a bit frustrated, wants to throw the crunch, the game not seeming to allow him to do so, and even with the impact here, one thing I also could have seen Ashen Ash doing differently is throwing a crunch before the Skull Bash, allowing the Blastoise to buff its defense first, and before you throw a charge attack could be a little bit more beneficial to try and inflict damage before it's buffing its defense. So that could be one thing you did differently, but also I think that mid game, not allowing him to throw the crunches when he wanted to, played a big impact.
Yeah, and the other possibility of throwing the crunch before the Skull Bash is maybe you get the defense drop first, so that when the defense is raised, it's still at neutral, so the poison stings are still doing the normal amount of damage that they would do without the Skull Bash going through.
Drapion has been a really solid pick for Ashen Ash here. I mean, we all know it's known for its versatility, its safety as that safe swap Pokemon, and Athy not bringing the Gastrodon has allowed Ashen Ash to comfortably safe swap it without fear of being punished. And even though he is in a deficit in this series, I think Drapion is still forcing some issues for Athy.
Right, and we see Athy not being willing to bring the Gastrodon because of how heavily we see Ashen Ash leaning on that Cradily, right? It's going to be the best answer on his team for it. A Grass Knot's going to pick up, I think, a one-hit knockout from full HP even. Maybe it's like 96, 97%, so like one Bullet Seed does enough to help out.
Let us know in the chat, how much does a Grass Knot from Cradily do to a Gastrodon? I would think it probably does the full 100% one-hit KO with that double super effective damage, but maybe not. Maybe Gastrodon is bulky enough, but...
It is not a Shadow Cradily, so...
I know. I still think.
You still think?
I still think Grass Knot could do enough. It's not like the strongest move in the world, but it's a pretty solid attack, so I think it could pick up the 1-hit KO. And Gastrodon's actually not as bulky of a beast as we might think, because it has quite a high attack. It wins a lot of charge attack priorities that sometimes you don't expect.
It also has really good typing. That's one thing that often confuses players about the bulk of Pokemon, is if you have really good typing, you often seem bulkier than you actually are. I think one great example of this is actually Swampert. So similar typing to Gastrodon. I feel like Swampert feels pretty bulky if you're not running a Shadow, right? If you're taking counters, you're like, oh, this does a little bit less damage, depending on the exact typing, you'd say, oh, this is dealing a little bit less damage I'm doing, but it's because you're often resisting more moves, whereas like a counter from an Annihilate, you're like, oh gosh, this is doing a lot more damage than I was expecting, because it's neutral, because water and ground don't interact with the fighting type.
Absolutely. Typing and effectiveness can be so important, especially based on what's in the meta. And as the judges are making a final ruling here on this review, I did notice also, in addition, when Ashen Ash was attempting to throw the crunches, it seemed like he was missing Poison Stings in the process. It looked like there was about 3 Poison Stings for 3 rollouts, which shouldn't be the case. So I think Ashen Ash was at quite a disadvantage there in the mid game, and we'll see what the judges review and leave this up to them.
Yeah, 3 rollouts, 9 turns. Should be a few more Poison Stings. The other thing that I noticed, and maybe I'm a little bit biased here as having been a past judge, but I noticed that it's a player's tendency, and this comes from some old game mechanics a long time ago that haven't been in the game for a while, but players will typically tap on their charged attack once and then tap for more fast attacks, trying to initiate that charge attack. I would generally suggest that players, if they want to throw a charge attack at a specific time, to continue tapping on that charged attack spot to really ensure that they're getting that charged attack to go off at the time that they're trying to get it to go off, right? If you are tapping on your screen to do fast attacks, and then you tap once, and then you go back to tapping on your screen, what if your first tap on that charge attack was actually slightly off the bubble, right? That could actually prevent you from getting a rematch request in a scenario like this, if that was the case. So I have to imagine that's something that these judges are probably looking at quite closely, is exactly where those taps were landing, to make sure that they were actually within the UI space of that charge attack.
Right, you want to be absolutely sure with these reviews and take your time with it to absolutely confirm. And Ashen, I think that's a good point. And something we don't often talk about is the technical aspect of like tapping mechanics, right? And I think some trainers try to tap more so towards the end of their charge attack. Some, as soon as they fire off the fast attack, they're immediately tapping the charge attack. So I've seen both styles, and it looks like we're starting to come to a consensus in this review, and it looks to appear that we do have a rematch ruled, I believe.
we had our, what I believe was the head judge up on stage, probably because a appeal was requested. I don't think we quite have final word, but given that our players are continuing to look at their phones, I think that is, yes, it has indeed been a rematch that has been upheld. So we are going back into game number 2 for these players. Ashen Ash really going to have to think about which Pokemon Athy is going to rely again on in game number 2. Is it going to be that Superior, or is it going to be that Talonflame? Rise, what do you think?
I think he's going to continue to rely on the Talonflame for sure, just because of the threat of that Corviknight. Even if Corviknight gets into a positive matchup, right? If you come in with a Talonflame and then start to farm it down, that energy can be so threatening. I mean, that energy hits everything else for neutral damage other than the Corviknight. So I think Talonflame is almost a must-bring in this matchup for Athy. He has leaned away from the Gastrodon, as you said, maybe concerned with it getting lined up against that Cradily, but Drapion is certainly a target for the Gastro.
And then of the water types in Ashen Ash's side, do you think he leans into the Shadow Lapras or the Azumarill if he wants to bring a harder answer for that Talonflame?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, the charge attack pressure of the Lapras is so threatening for the Talonflame. Azumarill has a little bit more bulk to it, where you're not necessarily forced to protect shield a charge attack from the Talonflame. So he could go either or. I tend to lean towards the Lapras just because you have that one-shot potential against the Talonflame.
I'm actually going to go against you here, and I'm going to lean for Azumarill, not because of the Talonflame matchup, because I think you're exactly right. Lapras definitely dominates that matchup significantly more, but I think Azumarill is a little bit safer into the Superior, right? Lapras not running Ice Beam doesn't really have a one-shot potential or heavy-hitting super effective damage, where Azumarill does have Ice Beam. So if you're in a endgame scenario where maybe the Superior's at around 50% health and you have a slight energy advantage or maybe a significant health advantage where you could take a Frenzy Plant, then you land that Ice Beam onto the Superior, and you might be saying, hey, Feed, if the Superior's at 50% health, isn't a Skull Bash plus the Psywaves enough? And you know, you might be right, but depending on exactly how those Pokemon line up against other Pokemon, you know, Clodsire, if Clodsire's brought, Lapras is better. However, if Blastoise is brought, then I'd have to say Azumarill's a little bit better.
I think that's a fair point. And you know what? We may both be right, because he brought both water types here in this next game. And we see a positive lead for the 3rd time in a row for Athy. And a nice catch, catching a Bulldoze onto the Shadow Lapras is Ashen Ash.
And he needs to pivot out, right? He's brought an ABB team, Poison type in the front, 2 Waters in the back, Poison type to cover for that Superior. However, there is no Superior on Athy's side, so it's not going to be brought in against this Lapras. Interesting bait coming in from Ashen Ash here. It's just the Sparkling Aria. It is resisted damage, not the Skull Bash.
Oh, what a call from Athy. That has got to be frustrating for Ashen Ash. Such a threatening Skull Bash. And now a Skull Bash is returned from Athy, and this is going to knock out the Lapras.
That is a lot of damage. Defense has been raised, so this crunch will do a little bit less damage. However, I have to imagine it is very close, if not enough, to pick up the knockout. Maybe 2 more Poison Stings.
And really trying to get that farm down, and does get the farm with Drapion. That is really nice for Ashen Ash here. And he did bring that Azumarill this time in the back, predicting perhaps the Talonflame. So I wonder if we see Ashen Ash fully content just playing out this matchup right now. He's not quite in single Bulldoze range, maybe approaching play rough range, however.
I think it all comes down to mind games here. Does Ashen Ash think that Athy's playing a mind game against him, bringing in the Lapras? Maybe he's got Superior in the back and is calling an ABB line. Does he stay in with this Drapion, or does he switch? Aqua Tail coming through, picking up good neutral damage, catching another Bulldoze on a water type.
2 catches in one game. Ashen Ash playing wide receiver out here, catches the Bulldoze onto Azumarill, and now forced to swap in the Talonflame is Athy with his Tinkaton getting quite low. Azumarill going to be building up. This is one of those situations, right? 3-turn attack versus 5-turn attack can be a little bit tricky when to actually throw on proper timing, and it's going to be Athy firing off the charge attack first.
Shield finally comes up for an Ashen Ash. I think he's probably fair shielding either one. Going 1 bubble for the Ice Beam. He needs, I would say he needs to throw at least 1 move into this Talonflame. He could probably get the bubble down after this. Maybe if he needs to take a fly, but Brave Bird being thrown out, will he throw up his 2nd shield?
Brave Bird, I don't think it'll quite knock out, but it will do a lot of damage, and a great Protect Shield decision for Ashen Ash. Might even be able to get the farm down here thanks to the defense drop, and he does. And I think now Ashen Ash looks to be in a commanding spot here in game number 2.
Ice Beam, Play Rough, either move likely going to be enough to pick up a knockout after a bubble or two. Shield comes through, and I think there's still a good amount of energy loaded onto that Shadow Drapion, so I think this is GG's for game number 2. We are going to a decisive game number 3.
Play Rough delivers the knockout, Fairy type on Fairy type. And Ashen Ash, as you said, will tie this series up. We'll head to a game 3. I really like that adjustment, Phoebe. You called out the value of the water types on his side, and that Azumarill, like you said, was, I think, the MVP of that particular game, getting lined up against the Talonflame in the back.
You know, got to give some credit to that Lapras as well, taking down a little bit of the health of that Blastoise from Athy. However, Drapion really doing what it needed to as well, taking out the Blastoise, lowering that Tinkaton quite deep into the red so that the Azumarill could carry in the end game. I think it was a pretty good team effort.
And one other value of Azumarill in this matchup is probably a little bit better matchup against the Blastoise than the Lapras. You're not taking those super effective rollouts. You can hit with the neutral Play Rough damage, just a little bit more efficient. Not necessarily a positive matchup, I'd say, for Azumarill, but perhaps a little bit better than the Lapras matchup.
You know, one thing that I was talking about was that how Azumarill doesn't really want to face off against the Cloudsour. However, it's not going to be the Sludge Bomb. It's a Stone Edge Cloudsour. So actually the Cloudsour is going to be a little bit better into the Lapras in terms of its charge attacks compared to the Azumarill. So I think that just makes Azumarill even more safe. I think the question for both of these trainers, though, at this point in time is, will Athy bring the Superior into game number 3, or will he leave it on the bench for a 3rd game in a row?
One of those polarizing picks, right? Superior. If you look at Ashen Ash's team, it's something he's got to be worried about. It's on top of his mind. Claydol, Azumarill, Lapras without Ice Beam, and Cradilly doesn't really love that matchup either against Superior with the resisted Bullet Seeds. So it's something that he's got to be concerned with. We have a lock-in for game number 3, and it's going to be Cradilly into Tinkaton.
Looking at the back lines, Ashen Ash is a little bit weak to the Talonflame, and in comes his Shadow Drapion. He's going to really need to make sure that that Talonflame gets lined up against his Cradilly with energy on that Cradilly if he wants to have a shot in this decisive game 3.
And Phoebe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the exact same scenario as the game that ended up going to a review. So Ashen Ash is going to look to maybe play this differently. He does correctly shield the Skull Bash. Once again, he got that crunch debuff first, like we talked about. Now I think he can safely go for Aqua Tail here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. This looks to be a much better situation than the last time, flipping the switch advantage.
And having a boatload of energy. Drapion does not look like a boat, but with how much energy it has, it might as well be. I believe it has another Aqua Tail loaded. No, actually just a full crunch instead. Aqua Tail coming through. Will Ashen Ash decide to pivot out at some point to try to preserve this energy for the Shadow Drapion? I think he might, just because Superior and Talonflame, the Shadow Drapion's good against both.
I don't know. It's a tough decision here. He's going to let the Bulldoze connect, and it's going to put Drapion really low. He's going to fire off the Aqua Tail here. Just too concerned about giving up switch advantage. The tough part is that Talonflame up a shield looks really deadly here in the end game. He's going to swap the Talonflame. We see, gets the Cradilly to swap in, and I think he might only be one sting away on the Drapion, so that could actually come into play later on.
Absolutely. If at some point he's able to get one Poison Sting during an Incinerate, he's going to be able to launch an Aqua Tail, which will be super effective damage into this Talonflame. Rock Tomb now coming through, going to necessitate a shield from Athy. Whew, this game's gonna be a buzzer beater.
You are forced, you're required to shield that Rock Tomb. It would knock Talonflame right out of the sky. We're gonna see another Rock Tomb queued up. This is gonna draw the second Protect Shield. The problem here that Ashen Ash faces is I don't think the Talonflame is quite in Aqua Tail range, just because these Bullet Seeds are doing virtually nothing to the Talon. And Athy actually throwing energy here. I don't think Ashen Ash was going to reach a charge attack anyway.
No, even if he reached it with 3 bullet seeds, the damage from that second Incinerate would have knocked out. He does still have a good amount of health left on that Tinkaton. We'll have to see if Athy decides to switch or stay in and which Pokemon Ashen Ash brings in. It's going to be the Drapion, gets the Aqua Tail off, and one more Incinerate. This Talonflame is loaded. Will the Corviknight be able to win this endgame matchup? We see him actually switching on to the Tinkaton. This is going to provide him potentially a farm down.
I think this opens up a clear win condition for Ashen Ash. He landed the Aqua Tail he needed. You're not threatened by the charge attacks here from Tinkaton. I think you simply commit to the farm down, you bank an attack with your Corviknight, and you have the Protect Shield if you need it for the Talonflame.
Ironhead, even though it's resisted by the fire typing of the Talonflame, definitely more than enough to pick up the knockout because that Talonflame is so deep into the red. However, just sticking to the farm down, comes out with a Sky Attack, Charge Attack tie here. Talonflame's gonna win it, but Fly, Brave Bird, those are resisted damage. Even Flame Charge at this point wouldn't pick up a knockout, and that's gonna be Ashen Ash claiming game number 3 here.
Better safe than sorry. Use that Protect Shield while you have it. And gonna throw the Sky Attack here to knock the fellow Flyer out of the sky. Ashen Ash overcoming the 1-0 deficit and pulls off the reverse sweep here.
And really interesting to see exactly how that rematch game might have played out had that interference might not have occurred. You know, ref on the play called foul. We got to see it happen again, and again, really crucially, that defense drop on that Drapion, allowing Ashen Ash to pick up switch advantage there. He had 2 Aqua Tails loaded. He actually had an Aqua Tail and a Crunch loaded. He's going to win that charge attack tie against Blastoise, so Athy forced to no shield and give up switch.
Right, and it's nice to see a rematch actually play out pretty much the same way it potentially could have if that, you know, visual glitch or lag did not ensue. So really well played from Ashen Ash against Athy there to overcome that, stay composed and get the win. I know Athy asked for an escalation in the review, and when you're in battle and you're thinking, you know, I had this perfect alignment, I don't see how I lose that anyway. I think it's perfectly acceptable to maybe ask for that escalation. But Ashen Ash, I think his point was proven that, hey, if I'm allowed to get off those crunches, I think it plays out way differently.
And really key there, I think, was switching into the Tinkaton, allowing for that Corviknight to get the full farm down was super pivotal. We see it again here in the replay, just how key this Blastoise losing switch advantage was, peeling away those shields with the Rock Tombs from the Cradilly, and also the energy going into the Cradilly, maybe a little bit of a misstep from Athy here.
And this was a pivotal spot right here. If Athy immediately had swapped on the Tinkaton, and he was thinking about it, he was tapping on the Tinkaton, I don't think Ashen Ash would have been able to reach that Aqua Tail because one Fairy Wind may have knocked out the Drapion. So that was an incredibly close endgame and a 50-50 call where Ashen Ash ended up making the right one.
Yeah, that Shadow Drapion, definitely the MVP in that game, number 3, able to flip switch, able to take that Talonflame deep into the red, and Cradilly also pulling its weight with those numerous Rock Tombs, able to strip away the shield crucially for that Shadow Drapion.
Cradilly, a very strong Pokemon, and 2 really strong trainers. There's going to be a lot of trainers making a trip coming pretty soon over to GoFest. And we have a little promo here. Pokemon GoFest broadcast. Our good friend Speediest Chief is going to be on that broadcast June 8th, 10 a.m. Eastern.
As well as my good friend Gabby from the video game, but also former Go-caster herself. You can catch those Go-Goats. You can get a Hawlucha, which would be very nice for our trainers who are unable to make it down to the Mexico area.
Beautiful scenery, a beautiful city, and an iconic city to go visit. And I won't be able to attend GoFest myself this season. I'm a little bit upset about it, but it's certainly going to be a fun time, and I can't wait to watch a little bit on the broadcast.
I am very lucky myself, you know, Jersey City's very close to Boston. I will be taking a train down, visiting my brother who lives there, him and his 2 children, and it'll be a great time hanging out with my little nephews.
But I will say, I've had so much fun every GoFest I've gone to. It's an incredible opportunity to meet trainers, play, explore a new city, and that's one of the great things about Pokemon Go in general, is all the travel, exploration, and seeing new sites and cultures that I personally love about this game. So looking forward to that GoFest broadcast once again. But Moving on, we've got another match. It's going to be ChemCoup taking on Pranav.
Yeah, this is our Group D winners finals, our final match on the winners side of day one, in air quotes. This is going to solidify the folks who are in the winner's side of Top Cut for us. ChemCoup on the left, of course, rocking another double water team with the normal Lapras and the Azumarill. Talonflame, again, one of these fire types that we were kind of expecting to see really make a show here. We haven't really seen all that much Shadow Typhlosion action today yet, but we definitely saw a good amount of it yesterday. It made a good number of showings, but maybe not as strong, maybe not as potent as it has been at other regionals this season.
ChemCoup, a trainer I've come to know pretty well, and he was joking how he's had a string of 33rd place finishes he wants to improve on. Well, he's already well improved on that. He's already clinched top 9 or tied 9th place in this tournament, trying to get into that top 8. Pranav, no stranger to the top 8. He's done it before, but still searching for maybe that first regional title. Has a chance to do so here today, but still a long way to go and has a really tough opponent in front of him in ChemCoup.
I think the biggest interest, the most interesting difference between these two teams that I'm seeing that's speaking to me right now is the ground type. It's going to be the Clay Doll for ChemCoup, as on the other side, it is the Diggersby, and Diggersby looks pretty solid. Of course, you want to avoid the water types, but as we've seen a few times, it's able to flip matchups like Azumarill. It's able to flip matchups like Lapras if it's able to land those really impactful Scorching Sands debuffs.
Absolutely. I think Diggersby and Clay Doll have become two of the signature ground-type Pokemon in this current stage of the meta. A little bit more fast attack pressure from the Clay Doll, maybe a little bit more bulk, also the debuff potential, like you said, with the Diggersby. And here we go, lock in. Game number 1, ChemCoup versus Pranav, and it's going to be Drapion into this regular Feraligatr.
You must be very happy to see this Feraligatr make its debut in day 2 here. It's going to reach the Hydro Cannon at the same time as the Crunch, because it's going to win that charge attack tie. Hydro Cannon, it's not a Shadow, so it doesn't really threaten the Shadow Drapion as much, but in return, the Crunch from the Shadow Drapion does not threaten this Feraligatr as much either.
And the reason I specify regular Feraligatr is because we've become so used to seeing that Shadow variant, but the regular being a little bit more bulky can withstand a Crunch perhaps without forced to Protect Shield, and ChemCoup is going to make the catch on this Azumarill, but does this open up maybe Pranav the chance to farm up more before swapping out?
You know, this is one of the negatives for the standard Feraligatrs, just how much less damage the Hydro Cannons do to a Pokemon like Azumarill, but you are absolutely correct. He loses 5 Shadow Claws worth of energy, but then gains 7 back in return.
And I would not be surprised if Pranav does not fight for switch advantage here, because this Azumarill already has quite a bit of energy. He might be content letting this Drapion go down eventually after chipping away at this Azumarill and then trying to go for more farm with the Feraligatr.
7 Shadow Claws? No, I want even more Ice Beam coming through as soon as possible, and no, actually opting for a shield, really wanting to make sure that he does not lose alignment. And in the back, of course, we have the jump bluff for Pranav, and ChemCoup has the Lapras, and crucially, that Lapras does not have Ice Beam.
And after pulling both Protect Shields, a nice play from ChemCoup, actually able to get rid of that opposing Drapion. We're going to see a Hydro Cannon fired off. Here's the problem. I don't know if this is enough to knock out.
I don't think it is. However, I think, does Pranav have 2 Hydro Cannons, so he could opt to throw a second one right away? But no, Crunch coming through, no shields remaining for Pranav. The Hydro Cannon not enough to knock out, but I think this Crunch might just be.
Crunch is enough to knock out the Feraligatr. Pranav will get a farm down with this jump bluff, and it will reach an Aqua Tail for some chip damage. The problem is, I think there is still a Protect Shield remaining for ChemCoup, and once this Lapras is revealed, it does have access to the Ice Beam, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's actually a Skull Bash Lapras.
Yeah, it's Pranav that has Ice Beam.
Pranav has Ice Beam, so it is a Skull Bash Lapras, but down a Protect Shield, I still don't know if this is going to be possible for Pranav to overcome.
Down a Protect Shield, no catches available, no super effective grass type damage, but let's be real, Acrobatics does enough as is. No shielding an Aerial Ace, great call from ChemCoup, recognizing, hey, if I'm going to be able to get a Skull Bash off, It's unlikely that Pranav goes straight for the acrobatics. Skull Bash coming through, just neutral damage, but a lot of neutral damage, and picks up the knockout.
Skull Bash does knock out, and KemCoup will take game number 1. Really well played there. I think in the middle game, allowing the final Protect Shield to go for Pranav, and then KemCoup making that play to swap in the Drapion quickly and get rid of it before it could utilize that energy was one of the keys. Well played on both sides.
And not to be too critical of you guys, but I feel like the lack of shadow on the Feraligatr was a pretty big deal there, right?
You might be right.
Not doing enough damage to that Drapion, not able to pick up that knockout, I think is really a tough time for it. You know, the amount of damage it did to this Azumarill when the Hydro Cannon was caught, maybe not the most impactful thing, you know, maybe... I think he did have an opportunity to maybe forego switch, go for even more energy on that Feraligatr, and maybe it would have looked a little bit better in the end game, but this crucial not picking up the knockout, Crunch then picking up the knockout in return, I think was really, really impactful and crucial for KemCoup in this game.
You know, sometimes we get too excited with the new shiny toy. I know this isn't a shiny Feraligatr, but it is different in the aspect that it's non-shadow, and it has certain matchups where that bulk really does help it, but as you said, against the Shadow Drapion, if you're running a Shadow Feraligatr, it has the opportunity, if you land a Hydro Cannon, you can simply farm down after that. But that's not quite the case. A Drapion can actually withstand the Hydro without the threat of being farmed down by a regular Feraligatr.
To be a little critical of myself, one downside of the Shadow, you mentioned that you can get the farm down, but if they Aqua Tail bait and they have enough bulk, they can get Aqua Tail and Crunch off before you get the Shadow Claw down because of those resisted Shadow Claws. I've had that happen to me a number of times, and going down 2 shields in the lead matchup is never really all that fun, even if you're coming out with 6 Shadow Claws worth of energy.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. KemCoup took game 1, and it's going to be Feraligatr into Azumarill, battle of the water types. And like you said, Phoebe, the non-shadow, I think this is another matchup where it does not do quite as well, just because the Hydro Cannons aren't quite as threatening.
The one bonus is that the play rough from the Azumarill is not as threatening as well. Shadow Feraligatr able to fairly comfortably withstand a singular play rough. I think the non-shadow is as well, but I think for both of them, they're probably threatened by 2 play roughs.
And Pranav electing not to Protect Shield, not knowing that the Feraligatr can withstand this, going to keep on building, going to keep on playing out this matchup. And if we take a sneak peek at the back lines, it is a mirror match in the back. So this seems like one of those games where even though we have the opportunity to see what's in the back, I really have no idea which way this is going to go.
Absolutely. I think Pranav likely is going to be shielding up this play rough, likely going to go for even more Shadow Claws. The issue with Azumarill in this matchup is that you pace so slowly, but KemCoup, knowing that this is what Pranav wants to do in order to take advantage of his Azumarill, switches immediately into the Lapras, recognizing how safe it can be into Pranav's team, especially up a shield.
As it's often talked about in this Lapras Shadow Drapion matchup, the Psywaves are still doing 2 damage to this Dark Poison type. So the Psywaves still add up enough where the Sparkling Aria start to become very threatening. Pranav not going to put up the Protect Shield just yet, goes for the Crunch, and ooh, that might have been a Chart Attack priority.
That is not ideal for KemCoup unless he forgoes a shield here and this Crunch knocks out. It barely doesn't. Never mind, I take it back. At 1 HP, you're very happy to get the Sparkling Aria off and pick up the knockout and win switch advantage.
He knows his Lapras, the trusty Lapras, and it is going to withstand. And then the mirror match on the role reversal, you could say. Shadow Drapion now, but up a Protect Shield against Pranav and his Lapras.
Crunch coming through. Whether or not this picks up a debuff might be very influential to the end state of this game. Reaching the yellow for the Lapras, Sparkling Aria now coming through and going to deal good neutral damage if not shielded.
The Sparkling Aria, as you said, gonna put this Drapion quite low. Crunch fired off. I don't think this Drapion's gonna be able to reach another charge attack after this Crunch. We see Pranav put up the Protect Shield, and Lapras gonna try to commit to the farm down. Pranav, actually decides to throw energy And we're going to see a Protect Shield. ChemCoup confident he can reach another charge attack here.
I think it's going to have to be an Aqua Tail, though. I think the crunch is just a little bit too far, but with the health remaining on the Lapras, this is going to be big damage, even though it's resisted. Even though it's not same type attack bonus, I think it's going to potentially put the Lapras in fast attack downrange, but no, switching into the Feraligatr. It is loaded with energy. Hydro Cannon number 1 coming through here, and there's a second loaded.
This is so close. First Hydro Cannon gets Protect Shielded. Pranav going to do another Shadow Claw and then throw the next Hydro Cannon. Azumarill might barely hang on here, but it's certainly not going to be able to reach a charge attack. Feraligatr going to try to commit to the farm down, just barely gets it, and it's got a little bit of energy too.
All right, Feraligatr, normal type, or not normal type, normal non-shadow, being able to show its worth here in game number 2, able to hold on to those bubbles even after having tanked a neutral play rough.
That was such a dynamic game, so close, a photo finish, and Feraligatr was, it almost seemed like a liability, right, in that game number 1. Game number 2, maybe the bulk coming in handy, and Pranav able to even up this series 1 game apiece.
And I think a really crucial key piece of that game was the fact that ChemCoup was losing the charge attack tie between Feraligatr and the Shadow Drapion, right? I was thinking, what if he just shielded the Shadow Drapion? What if he just preserved all the health from that Sparkling Aria that landed? The issue being that there were 2 Hydro Cannons loaded onto that Feraligatr, so if Pranav is able to bring that in loaded with energy, you're not able to get a charge attack from that Drapion onto the Feraligatr. He would have really needed to rely on catching one of those moves, or maybe both of those moves, on his 2 low health water types.
And I thought the Gator was going to, for sure, get rid of that Azumarill after that Hydro Cannon, but that was awfully close. That actually, that third Shadow Claw knocked out the Azumarill right as it was reaching that Ice Beam, which could have potentially flipped the outcome. So really close game there as these trainers look to think things over and lock in for this decisive Game 3.
Do you remember, did Pranav shield a play rough at some point with his normal Feraligatr? I think he did, right?
I believe so.
Let the first one go, shielded the second. The very interesting thing is if ChemCoup had, had Future Sight, was a Psychic type and used Future Sight, if he had thrown the Ice Beam, he would have been able to reach the Ice Beam 1 bubble earlier in the endgame and actually won. How crazy is that?
That just shows you how this is a game with such a small margin of error, a game that can be so close. Even plays that seem simple, whether it's proper timing, can be so impactful later on. And it looks like right now we have a lock-in. Game number 3, winner trying to win Group D, and oh, it's a devastating lead for ChemCoup, Talonflame into Feraligatr.
This is such a comfortable lead for the Feraligatr. I'm a little bit surprised to see that ChemCoup is staying in, maybe just doing 2 Incinerates before switching out, given that Shadow Claws are neutral. Going into Azumarill, Azumarill looks so safe into Pranav's team. The best answer is that Shadow Jump Bluff, but with an energy advantage, with like 1 or 2 turns lead, Ice Beam does threaten a knockout after bubble damage.
And right now, this is almost best case scenario, given the devastating lead for ChemCoup, that some energy was expended with the Feraligatr before going into Lapras, because ChemCoup, 1 Incinerate off a charge attack later on with his Talonflame, maybe that could become a factor. But Pranav is going to position his Lapras here against the Azumarill and try to maintain the alignment that he wants.
He absolutely needed that chip damage in order for the Lapras to win against this Azumarill, given that it only has access to Sparkling Aria and the Ice Beam. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go into the Shadow Drapion, but maybe making a call about the final Pokemon in the back. But no, ChemCoup pivoting it out into his own Lapras, saying, hey, I know you don't have Skull Bash. I'm going to soak this energy elsewhere.
I think ChemCoup is recognizing that with the tough alignment, he really needs to start dancing around with energy and pull off some tricky plays to try and find a way to win this game. And he's going with a Skull Bash here. If this lands, this could be game-changing. Here we go, ChemCoup. Oh, and Pranav pulls up the Protect Shield.
I'm a little bit surprised by the Skull Bash instead of just going for the Sparkling Aria, given that it does a good amount of neutral damage anyways, but maybe ChemCoup recognizing, hey, if I get shield advantage, maybe my Talonflame with its flying type moves could pick up a knockout against that Feraligatr in the endgame.
Crunch going to connect, and Pranav going for another Crunch. I think this is the right call, especially with the buff Lapras, and Aqua Tail would not be enough. Even from this small health range, Crunch does pick up the knockout, but ChemCoup is up energy, and remember, he's running the Flame Charge variant as well, but going for the Fly here, because I don't think a Flame Charge might be quite enough to knock out the Drapion.
The one issue with not going for the flame charges now, the fly into the Feraligatr is probably not going to be enough damage to pick up a knockout, even with these additional Incinerates. Hydro Cannon coming through, have to see a shield from ChemCoup. This Talonflame is going to be absolutely pivotal in this endgame to secure him victory. Switching out now, Play Rough onto the Feraligatr. This is great for him because now it's going to lower the Feraligatr with a no shield significantly and well within probably even flame charge range.
This is going to be a battle of who can maintain energy the best. Pranav has a Hydro Cannon banked on the Feraligatr. He's going for the Sparkling Aria. There is energy as well on the Talonflame of ChemCoup, and now certainly both Pokemon are within fly range, so is he going to have enough energy to pull this off? Goes for the Flame Charge instead, maybe hoping Incinerates could end up being the key here.
He's going to need to come out with a charge attack here in order to have a shot, but 2 Sparkling Arias are likely going to be possible for Pranav, and I think it's going to be well within range to pick up a knockout. Can Pranav reach a second Sparkling Aria?
I don't think the next Incinerate is going to be enough to take out bulky Lapras. Sparkling Aria is enough to knock out the Talonflame here, and we see a yell of excitement from Pranav pulling this one out in 2-1 fashion.
Making it into day 2 on the winner's side, or making it into top cut on the winner's side. That is a big win for Pranav. You can just hear how excited he was to be able to pick up that big win against ChemCoup, a formidable trainer of his own.
Pranav wears his emotions on his sleeve and has had some memorable celebrations in the past, and just a phenomenal trainer. What an epic clash between these two. I think this was worthy of a winner's finals of day 2, never mind day 1, theoretically, in Group D.
And we really got to see just how impactful the normal Feraligatr can be, especially when it gets great alignment against the Talonflame. I think you're right. I think ChemCoup definitely needed to pivot a lot in that game in order to kind of pull back some momentum from Pranav, but it didn't end up working out. I feel like maybe trying to save Talonflame for the very end game with both shields might have might have put him in a slightly better position, especially if he's able to get an Incinerate down after a Flame Charge, but unable to utilize those shields, unable to keep that Talonflame safe in the very end game, meaning that the Lapras is able to pick up the knockout with that Sparkling Aria. And you have to remember, there was still a full Hydro Cannon on that Talonflame, so it was a really tough position for ChemCoup.
He certainly made it uncomfortable for Pranav, right? After leading Talonflame into Feraligatr, built up a little bit of energy, and then started to dance around. But in the end, Pranav just a little bit more efficient, perhaps, with that energy management, was able to bank so much with the Feraligatr, so much with the Lapras, and the double water types were too much for Talonflame to overcome.
So we've just wrapped up all of our battles going into Top Cut. Let's take a look at the bracket to see just who we'll be seeing in the future. So it's going to be ItsAxn versus Ashen Ash and Stud Muffin versus Pranav. Which of those 2 matchups are you more excited for, Rise?
I have to say ItsAxn versus Ashen Ash. You have a storyline of a trainer that has done so much in the past, has accomplished as much as anybody, and maybe hasn't had as much success this season as he would have liked. Ashen Ash is almost the opposite. He's been so consistent. He's been near the top time and time again, but yet to reach that mountaintop of winning a championship. So that is going to be an epic clash between those 2.
You know, Rise, you and I have been disagreeing all day about which water type's better, whether you want Shadow Feraligatr or not. I'm going to have to absolutely agree with you here. I am so excited to see ItsAxn versus Ashen Ash, but we have more battles on the loser's side of the bracket that we need to finish in order to really figure out who did make Top Cut here in Portland.
And it's going to start with a trainer that I think a lot of you are going to be familiar with. He goes by the name of Out of Pocket, and he's going to be going up against Kobe Coupland here. Kobe had a really nice run last Portland Regional and is looking to do the same here. Out of Pocket coming right off of a Milwaukee Regional win and is trying to go back-to-back. And I would say, oh, you know, it's tough. He's coming from the loser side. But he did the same thing in Milwaukee. He came from the loser side of the bracket, so why not do it again here in Portland?
Yeah, our co-caster Stephanie loves a good losers bracket run. We'll have to see if he's able to do it 2 times in a row to make it all the way to the losers finals and then make it into the grand finals. We did hear from him at Milwaukee that it was the first time that he had come in from the losers side of the bracket and made it just to top 8, right? Like, most tournaments, if we have 16 in our top cut, you only need to win twice, I think, technically, right, in order to make it into top 8. So having gone from that to all the way to winning a championship from the loser side of the bracket was a great step forward for the mental state of Pocket and his ability to carry that mental forward maybe into a tournament like today.
It's been of a storyline in the North American region this season is trainers coming from the losers side of the bracket. Pocket did it in Milwaukee. Before that, Elam did it in Atlanta. I think Vancouver, the same thing happened. And also in San Antonio, I know Elite lost something like winners round 3 of day 1 and then went all the way to win the championship. So it's been a bit of a storyline this season. Trainers coming from the losers side of the bracket and then taking it all.
And Kobe Coupland, looking at these teams, actually has 2 ground types. I don't think we've seen too many teams here in Portland, but I think in past regionals, we've had a number of teams run the double ground type. Ground is such a great offensive typing. Unfortunately, on the other side of the table, Pocket has 2 water types. He has a grass type, so he's got pretty good coverage. But, you know, thinking about Pokemon like Clodsire, that's not actually a matchup you want to see as the grass type user of, and I call it a grass type user. It's not a grass type user. It's the grass type of the Jumpluff. It doesn't use grass type damage most of the time. It has access to Bullet Seed. It has access to a grass type charge attack, but it rarely runs that.
Rarely running the energy ball on Jumpluff. The double flying moveset has become standard. And I'm looking at these 2 team compositions. I feel like the Lapras looks really solid for out of pocket. Has a lot of play here. Really only wants to avoid the Malamar from Kobe. And we are off and away. Game number 1 between Out of Pocket and Kobe. It's going to be Diggersby into Clodsire. Nice lead for Out of Pocket.
Ooh, that is not where you want to have your Clodsire. An immediate switch out into the Lapras, and the one thing that's going for Kobe in this matchup is that he is running Skull Bash into the originator of the Skull Bash Lapras, Out of Pocket, but it's not on his team of 3, instead answered by the Jumpluff. This is actually where you want Ice Beam, so he's got to be missing that charge attack right now.
Acrobatics, such a powerful attack, does get Protect shielded. Now Kobe going for the Skull Bash. Pocket knows this will do a lot of damage, does respect it, and correctly puts up the Protect shield in this matchup.
Defense has raised, so now Acrobatics will be doing just a little bit less damage. It's not going to threaten a knockout. It would not have before, but will Kobe be able to get to another Skull Bash before a Aerial Ace is reached? No, Aerial Ace is not even going to be remotely close to being able to pick up a knockout at this point.
Another Skull Bash, and even without the Ice Beam coverage, Lapras proving it can put up a good fight in this matchup. Skull Bash, not quite enough. Pocket's gonna bank the energy, go directly into the Drapion.
Forcing a switch out 2 times, a defense raise, switching into the Clodsire to catch the crunch. This is actually a great catch from Kobe Coupland because he's not taking super effective damage from an Aquatail, but he does get the defense drop. I was going to say, that's the one thing he doesn't want to see here.
I think what's nice for Kobe with that catch is preserving the energy on the Lapras, can likely reach a Sparkling Aria later on. Out of Pocket throws on Chart Attack Priority here on the Earthquake with Kobe. Is there any way Out of Pocket lets this go through? He's still got lots of energy. He's got lots of health in the Drapion. No, he instantly puts up that Protect shield.
This is the greatest part of this matchup for the Shadow Drapion because you outpace so severely to the hard-hitting, super effective damage. You're able to... I'm surprised he went at that point. I think he could have done another Poison Sting or 2 to get a little bit more energy, but maybe not wanting to take a resistant Sludge Bomb.
Drapion does get the knockout. No shields remaining for Out of Pocket. And Lapras, oh, I think it's a Chart Attack Priority on the Crunch and the Sparkling Aria. Kobe needs to get rid of this Drapion somehow, but he's going to let Lapras go.
crunch coming through, picking up the knockout. In comes the Golisopod. It's going to pace evenly to these crunches as the Shadow Drapion, and it's going to win the charge attack tie. No shields remaining for Out of Pocket, so he's able to remove the Shadow Drapion from the field of play for just a little bit of its health.
Hope might not be completely lost for Kobe here. I think this is a lot for Golisopod to overcome, but if he can somehow knock out this Diggersby without using his Protect Shield, that would be the win condition. But, you know, I think Out of Pocket already reaching another Fire Punch, and you have to shield something at this point if you're Kobe, but there's energy banked on the jump bluff, so you also can't really shield here.
You have to really be sure of where you're going to be using your shields, where you're going to be using the energy. Golisopod with a little bit of a flame on its shoulders still, throwing the Aqua Jet, not going to be doing enough damage. I think even a second one might not pick up a knockout at this point. It might be just shy, and Shadow Claw's not doing any damage to the Diggersby, whereas Quick Attacks on the other side going to, picking up barely enough for the knockout, but Fairy Wind down, securing game one.
Yeah, just not enough health remaining on the Golisopod, and a couple of small but significant things for Out of Pocket in that match. The first was, in that endgame, he didn't come in with the jump bluff first to throw the aerial. I think a lot of trainers might have done that to peel off that Protect Shield. Instead, he came with the Diggersby, because if you come with the jump bluff first, maybe you give an extra Shadow Claw to then allow the Golisopod to pace faster and maybe knock out the Diggersby. So I think that was really smart recognition from Out of Pocket. And then, of course, a simple but solid play in the end was committing to that Fairy Wind down rather than throwing the charge attack when there was still a shield in play for Kobe.
Absolutely, recognition of your win conditions, whether or not your opponent still has shields, whether or not you're going to be able to get a fast attack down is key for these trainers that are playing at the highest level. Acrobatics loaded, but if you have a shield, why would you want to, or if your opponent has a shield, why would you want to throw it?
Out of Pocket showcasing why he's one of the top players, not just in North America, but the world. Has put on a clinic this season, has competed a lot, has gotten a lot of reps, and he is a trainer that he talks about it himself. He puts in a lot of practice reps, always scrimming against top trainers. And here we go, game number 2. It's going to be Drapion into Diggersby. Not a great matchup for Drapion, but it certainly can fight back a little bit.
Diggersby fairly comfortable, able to take 2 Aqua Tails on the chin and deal very hard-hitting, super effective, same type attack bonus damage with those Scorching Sands. First Aqua Tail coming through. I'm not surprised to see a no shield from Kobe Couplet, because an immediate switch out is followed for the Shadow Drapion into the jump bluff. Fire Punch being thrown. Wants a little bit of chip damage going into this matchup. What do you think he's going to switch into, the Lapras or the Shadow Jump Bluff of his own?
It looks like it's going to be his own jump bluff here. And I like the way Out of Pocket dictated that lead. He knew he could safely get off some Aqua Tail chip damage before the threat of a Scorching Sands, and then elects to go into the jump bluff safe swap. And here we go. Aerial Ace does get Protect Shielded by Kobe, so Pocket putting up a nice bait, preserving some energy, and he's going to match with a Protect Shield of his own.
Baits flying back and forth from these grass and flying types. Aerial Ace after Aerial Ace, but this time it's an Acrobatics, and Acrobatics is a very hard-hitting move, and it is no shielded by Kobe. This is going to do so much damage, but not pick up the knockout quite yet.
Massive damage. Does get a parting Acrobatics before going down, and it's caught onto the Azumarill from Out of Pocket. Although this is a nice catch, it's still going to be significant damage onto Azumarill, and he's going to be able to position the Lapras with Skull Bash, nevertheless, against Azumarill.
Really key for Kobe there was that he was able to pivot out that jump bluff, so that jump bluff is in the back for him as it is for Out of Pocket. But Out of Pocket, because he didn't take the Acrobatics on the jump bluff, has significantly more health left.
And the Skull Bash is being queued up here. Kobe could potentially go for a slight undercharge, but he's not going to risk it. And Pocket actually shields anyway, so puts up the final Protect Shield. And Lapras with buff defense now, certainly not going to feint to a play rough, but it is going to put it quite low.
I'm a little bit surprised to see that Out of Pocket decided to shield in that situation, given that there is a Diggersby in the back and he does have a Shadow Drapion. However, really great pivoting here from Out of Pocket, going into the jump bluff, going to no shield the Aerial Ace. It does not pick up the knockout, and an immediate pivot into the Diggersby. That is very crucial, because the Sparkling Aria will do neutral damage against the Shadow Drapion, but it would have done meaningless chip damage against the Shadow Jumplift.
What a great reaction from Kobe, understanding that that Sparkling Aria is going to be much less valuable against this Jumpluff as opposed to the remaining Pokemon from out of pocket. So he saves it for later. Charge attack coming through. It's just an Aerial Ace. Kobe knows Diggersby can take it, and he still has a Protect Shield to hide behind, but not a whole lot of health to hide behind.
Bubble doing a lot of super effective damage into this Diggersby. We do not see it brought in right away. Out of pocket actually going for the Shadow Drapion, instead going to take the super effective Scorching Sand. It's going to just barely not pick up the knockout.
And we see the Azumarill swap in, but Diggersby, I think, is going to reach the Scorching Sands first. And after this quick attack damage, this should be enough to take down the Azumarill. And Kobe, what a well-played game. It looks like he is going to take game number 2 here and send this to a game 3.
And I think really importantly there, catch, I don't think would have mattered in the end game had Pocket caught the Scorching Sands onto the Azumarill because of the shield remaining from Kobe's side. I think he would have been able to protect shield away an Aqua Tail that would have gone into the Diggersby. I don't think that Pocket could have garnered enough energy to get to 2 Aqua Tails before another Scorching Sand was reached, and he did need the Scorching Sands in order to knock out the Azumarill.
Kobe stayed patient in that game, and you know, Pocket made things difficult as he is used to doing, but being able to position the Diggersby and keep the alignment you wanted, laying that Scorching Sands in the end against Drapion proved to be key. Pocket, as we saw earlier with that catch onto Azumarill, but what you also do is allow Kobe to align the Skull Bash Lapras there, and I think Kobe's shielding decisions ended up being really, really valuable for him in the end.
And on the other side of the table, I think Pocket's final shield just wasn't quite in the right spot. Shielding up the Skull Bash onto the Azumarill. Azumarill unable to make it to an Ice Beam in the endgame. It was not actually the key piece for him. However, we're going into game number 3 here. It's a good lead for Pocket. It is a Fairy Wind user in that Jumpluff going up against a Malamar from Kobe Couplet.
Malamar making its first appearance in this match for Kobe, but it's not where it wants to be against the Shadow Jumpluff. Although Malamar can put up a fight here with its neutral damage output, it is still not the ideal scenario for Kobe.
Charge attack tie here. I think this was the Acrobatics that was launched from out of pocket. Oh no, it's just the Aerial Ace, and it's a great call from Kobe. No shielding.
Kobe calls the Aerial Ace, and it's another charge attack priority. A little bit surprised out of pocket didn't throw a little bit earlier, but maybe he is doing this on purpose, throwing on the charge attack priority, and Aerial Ace coming through. If it's not enough to knock out from here, I think maybe the next Fairy Wind will be enough. Aerial Ace connects, and we're going to see a quick pivot on both sides. Clodsire into Drapion.
This is actually ideal for Kobe because his Clodsire is running Sludge Bomb and not Stone Edge, so it does not want to get matched up against that Lapras whatsoever. Aqua Tail coming through, going to do meaningful chip damage with that super effective water typing, but Earthquake coming through on the other side. No, I'm sorry, that's a Sludge Bomb bait, and it pulls the shield from out of pocket.
Big bait for Kobe, and Phoebe, I agree with you. You want to avoid the Lapras at all costs if you're the Clodsire, but when all shields are in play, this matchup isn't that fun either for the Clodsire. This Drapion is so spammy with these Aqua Tails, only 4 Poison Sting to each, and Kobe is going to try and pull these shields, but not before Pocket already reaches another Aqua Tail.
I'm a little bit surprised to see Kobe not actually click on it. Maybe he recognized it would have been a charge attack tie. Now, Lapras comes in, Earthquake being launched. I'm not so sure about this. I think he wants this energy on that Shadow Drapion. However, he's got an easy pivot into his own Lapras after this chip damage. And I have to imagine we're going to see both of these trainers opt for immediate Skull Bashes to start raising their defense. However, Kobe Coupland's Lapras is out of Skull Bash range, where Out of Pockets is getting pretty close to it, if not in it already.
Skull Bash in this scenario coming in clutch for Out of Pocket. He lets it connect, and that's going to do a lot of damage. And now I don't know if Kobe is going to have the ability to farm up enough to close out this game. He's going for a Skull Bash of his own. Out of Pocket says, I'm going to save my final Protect Shield for my Drapion.
Sparkling Aria is going to be reached before the next Aqua Tail. However, I don't know if there's a way for Kobe to make it work here. These Psy Waves are going to be single resisted, super effective against the poison typing, but double resisted by the dark subtyping, and these poison stings are starting to add up to the point where Aqua Tail might just be enough damage to pick up a knockout.
Out of Pocket has the double Aqua Tail, but the switch timer is up. Kobe has to pull off the catch of his life, and he gets it onto the Clodsire. Out of Pocket, he's got to try to remember how much health is there. He's undercharging. He doesn't want to knock out the Clodsire. He wants more farm, but the Aqua Tail knocks out anyway.
Ooh, just enough damage to pick up a knockout. Now Sparkling Aria thrown, no catch from Out of Pocket. This might just be game number 3 going to Kobe. There's not a lot of health left on Out of Pocket's Shadow Jump Left.
Lapras knocks out the Drapion. Jump Love trying to reach for that area as it doesn't get there. And Kobe pulls off the upset against one of the best in Out of Pocket.
Big sigh of relief coming from Kobe Coupland, recognizing just how close, just how impactful that catch was on his Clodsire. Had that not happened, that Shadow Drapion would have swept that end game. Really great attempt from Pocket there, trying to undercharge a super effective Aqua Tail into the Clodsire so that you could get a double resisted Poison Sting down. It's tough, right? Because if he does undercharge it too much, then the Clodsire reaches a Sludge Bomb, which, you know, it's resisted damage going into that Shadow Drapion, but the Shadow Drapion was so low it would have been more than enough to pick up a knockout.
I just want to commend Kobe's gameplay in that set, going up against a trainer of that caliber, and especially after dropping game 1, sometimes that can get in your head and you can think, oh man, this is so tough. But he stayed composed, and not only did he find a way to win, he found the way to win with the catch and finding win conditions when it looked like he was in a tough position. Really well played by Kobe, never gave up, persevered, and found a way to go through.
I've got a question for you, Rise. In a situation where you have 2 Pokemon in the back, you have a Malamar as well as the Clodsire, which one do you try to catch on in that scenario?
You know, I think the Clodsire was the right choice in that particular scenario because with the Malamar, it had such low health remaining. If you are unsuccessful, you might just get farmed down versus the Clodsire probably couldn't farm it down in that scenario, would have had to commit to a charge attack at some point. So Clodsire might have been the less risky choice.
And once again, I'll have to absolutely agree with you there. Malamar, if you mistime that switch, maybe it takes the Poison Sting damage upon entry and just immediately faints. And then you're saying, I've got a 40, 50 second switch clock timer now. I can't switch again. I have no more catches available to me, and you just lose the game on the spot.
Phoebe, I thought ground types were supposed to be poison types. I have a question for you. If you're playing, would you prefer to be the Drapion or the Clodsire in that matchup?
Personally, Clodsire. I like having the ability to very comfortably no shield charged attacks. In the 2-shield scenario, I think Drapion has a little more play. You have a little more honest on dictating the pace of the match, who's going to win that matchup. But I'm a big fan of no shielding charged attacks. It's an issue I have. And being able to throw nukes is also something I really like. So throwing Earthquake, super effective damage, going to pick up knockouts into Drapion. I like being Clodsire in that matchup.
Well, to get more thoughts on that particular matchup, we're going to send you to an interview over with House Stark and Kobe.
All right, thank you so much, Rise and Phoebe. Here we have Kobe, who just beat Out of Pocket. Quite an upset, but honestly, Kobe has been here before. He got top 4 in 2024 in Portland. How do you feel about those games, and are there a couple Pokemon that really stood out for you?
You know, I'm still just kind of like jittery from all the nerves, but yeah, no, I think my ground types really came into play. Diggersby game 2, Clodsire game 3, just the bulk, the neutral pressure, you know, it gave me so much flexibility throughout that whole match.
So, you know, talking about your ground types, you said, I think you mentioned Clodsire as like your dark horse. What makes it so unique, and why do you love it so much?
One of the matchups I really liked, almost everyone has Jump Bluff, and it locks down Jump Bluff. It's a super comfortable matchup. You can leave with a lot of energy. It just gives you a lot of space to make plays and kind of like pave your path to victory.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kobe, and good luck the rest of the way. I believe we're going to head over to a break, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Good luck, man. GG's.
GG's.
Oh man, GG's. GG's.
Hey Pokemon fans, I'm here with Will Speediest Chief to talk about what's going to be happening in Pokemon Go in just a couple of weeks. I know we've got some exciting in-person events coming up.
You know, summertime is GoFest season, right? GoFest is an incredible event. We have them every year. We've expanded to multiple in-person locations. This year, we've got Osaka, Paris, New Jersey, and also global GoFest, Rose. It's going to be so awesome, and we've got a special setup for New Jersey.
I did hear something about that. A little birdie told me that you and Gabby, our very own VG caster, are going to be covering the Go Fest for the first time ever. So tell us a little bit about what's going to be happening there.
I'm so excited to work with Gabby. We're basically going to be helping trainers to maximize their GoFest experience, to know what spawns to look for, what mega evolutions are the best. We're also going to talk about certain features in the game that trainers might not be familiar with yet, like routes or party play, or even using Roar of Time on their origin form Dialga, ways that you can really maximize your entire Pokemon Go experience and get the absolute most out of GoFest season.
Well, I know I definitely need some tips on those routes so I can get my Zygarde cells, power up my Zygarde. So I think I'm already interested in tuning into the stream. But what else you got for us cooking over there?
We've got some debuts. Some awesome Pokemon are coming to Pokemon Go. I gotta mention the Crown forms, Rose. We've got Crown Sword, Zacian, and Crown Shield form of Zamazenta. Am I saying that right? I don't know.
I think so.
Okay.
We just call them the hero of many battles, I think is the... Well, actually, that's much more difficult form to say. So I think you nailed it.
Right, perfect. Those and also a volcano-themed Pokemon that I can't even pronounce. I need your help on this one.
Well, that has got to be Volcanion, and I'm so excited as well that's going to be making a global debut for everybody because I cannot wait to get my hands on one when Global Go Fest comes around.
I'll tell you what, Rose. So at the in-person events, we've got different habitats with different spawns, as well as at Global Go Fest. But there's certain Pokemon that you really need to pick up. If you're going to attend one of the in-person events, Hawlucha is going to be spawning at Osaka, Paris, and New Jersey. Normally it's in Mexico City. It's actually going all the way out to these events. And then the global events, Skidoo and Klefki. I don't know if you have those yet.
Ooh, I definitely have a Klefki now because I've taken a trip over to France, but don't have Skidoo. That one's a little bit harder to get your hands on, so I'm definitely excited to see that one enter into the game as well. But there's also some incredible shinies that are coming to Global Go Fest, so tell us a little bit about what our trainers can get our hands on during that event.
We're going to see the debut of Shiny Carbink and Shiny Frigivax. I'm so excited for Shiny Frigivax because I play a lot of Artifacts in the Go Battle League, and Baxcalibur is one of my favorite designs. It's like a teal color Shiny, so you need to be really careful when you look at your screen. Make sure you don't miss one when you're trying to catch it. I think you're a Carbink fan though, Rose. What do you think?
I'm definitely a Carbink fan. You know, the gray and the pink, it's pretty, but the blue, Chef's Kiss, such a good shiny palette. But I think that about covers it, Will. I think we're going to be able to see our trainers at the Global Go Fest June 28th to 29th, so make sure that you take a look in game and also play along with us. But thanks so much for your time, Will, and we'll see you on the Pokemon Go streams.
Absolutely, everybody. Make sure to tune in to the live stream Sunday of the New Jersey Go Fest. We'll see you out there.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Stephanie Christine here to take you through the 2025 San Antonio Regional Championships. The Dual Destiny meta lived up to its name by showcasing some of the biggest rivalries in Pokemon Go PvP. The 8th career meeting between Rise to Occasion and Dune Bug 97 was dubbed the Tangle in Texas. While the two trainers Shadow Drapion fired Aquatails back and forth, the difference maker was Rise's Mandibuzz. Another rivalry came to a head when Elite was able to sneak a game-winning Ice Beam through 2 of Out of Pocket's Protect Shields to secure a spot in the losers finals. The winners finals was a showdown between Rise to Occasion and Stud Muffins. The momentum of the series was a tug of war, with both trainers white-knuckling their win conditions and digging in their heels. Rise took the winners finals 3-1 on the wings of his Mandibuzz, proving that it is the superior dark-type flyer in the current meta. After a grueling 4-game series against Stud Muffins and his Galarian Moltres, Elite skyrocketed into the grand finals, proving that there is good, then there is great, and then there is Elite. The Grand Finals and the Grand Finals reset was the Shadow Marowak show. Despite Rise taking advantage of even the smallest of Elite's mistakes, it wasn't enough to conquer the oppressive power of Shadow Marowak. Elite claimed his 3rd regional championship to etch his name in the history books alongside friend and rival Wild Jeffs III.
And he is going to be your 2025 San Antonio Regional Champion.
We are waiting for you to join in on the action. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Welcome back, trainers, to our live coverage of Championship Sunday at the Portland Regional Championships. This is called the Rose City, but only one trainer will leave with a bouquet of flowers and that gold trophy. I am Speediest Chief 2 here with the House Stark 93. Stark, how are you feeling?
I mean, how could you not feel incredible? All 3 of those matches that we just saw were so good. We saw Ashen Ash claim his victory with Corviknight. We saw the upset against Out of Pocket. And then we also saw, what was the 3rd one? I can't remember.
You can't remember?
All these matches were so good. It's like every single time we see a match, there's something new that we discover.
It's all right. The chat will roast you. Don't worry.
Sure.
That's why I don't even mention it, because I don't remember either. But my MVP pick, Ashen Ash, and his Corviknight was super, super impressive, weathering some really tough storms against that Talonflame from Athy. And then, as we just pointed out, Kobe taking down Out of Pocket. I mean, this was not a matchup that I really circled as looking like a tough one for Pocket. But Kobe surprised all of us, showed us that he was the master of the ground types. You alluded to that a few times backstage. Clodsire and Diggersby. I don't know if there's anyone in this venue that's better at playing those two.
Yeah, I agree. And I think now we're actually going to transition to our next matchup, which is Dune Bug 97 versus Dilap Chung. And I think this is going to be a matchup of elite battlers going back and forth. We see Dune Bug on the left, all smiles from Dilap as well.
Yeah.
Both of these trainers are really happy to be here.
I'm happy to watch these games as well. We've talked about Shadow Dusclops being kind of like a wild card pick. Don't really know, sorry, Dune Bug. We don't really know how much of an impact it's going to have, but when you have Ice Punch and Shadow Punch and you're going to pace extremely quickly with the newly buffed Hex, there might be some play for the Ghost type.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we see double grass on the side of Dilap Chung, and because of that, those Ice-type charge attacks are going to be super effective against half of what Dilap has on his team.
You're right.
We'll see if the Dusclops actually shows up or not, but either way, I believe Dilap is known for that Shadow Blast. I believe that is his signature Pokemon that he has brought not only to this tournament, but previous tournaments as well.
Signature Pokemon indeed, but the Alolan Sandslash is also something I've seen him lean on time and time again. And look at these accolades as well. What impressive trainers we have on stage. But let's get right into these battles. We talked about no Shadow Blastoise in the lead, but we're going to get that right here in game number 1.
Yeah, right away we see the Shadow Blastoise, and something to note about Shadow Blastoise versus the non-Shadow is you don't need any extra damage or chip damage from any other Pokemon. 2 Hydro Cannons will be enough to knock out this Diggersby from full HP.
Diggersby realizing that Dune Bug fires off the Scorching Sands into the opposing Blastoise, trying to lower that attack, slow it down, but it doesn't get stuck in the mud. We're going to see a Hydro Cannon get fired off here before Dilap decides what to do next.
And I'm interested to see, does Dilap throw another Hydro Cannon at this Malamar to force a shield, or does he switch out? And he does right away into that Claydol. I believe he's just going to go for the Mud Slap down and potentially shield this super effective foul play.
Well, if you're playing the Claydol here, you realize that about 3 Mud Slaps is 9 turns, and that foul play comes every 10 turns. So if you can farm this Pokemon down before the next foul play, you might give yourself a chance, and Dilap, calculated, is able to do it.
Just barely in time. Getting that farm down is huge, and now both players still have 2 shields in play.
And that Claydol has just enough HP to be a problem, revealing his 3rd Pokemon early on in the matchup and unable to get his 2nd Hex through. Dune Bug 97 is going to have to take this Rock Tomb.
Yeah, and I think Dilap's play here is to try to put this Dusclops into a tomb of its own, as it is going to be able to debuff every single time, guaranteed. Actually going for an extra Mud Slap there.
You know why? Because he was worried that Dune Bug would try to catch the Rock Tomb on the Diggersby, and he wanted to be locked and loaded with the Ice Beam just in case. Gonna land that 2nd Rock Tomb, and it looks like it's gonna be Diggersby versus the world, because Dune Bug is down to just that Pokemon and a very weak Dusclops.
What makes this matchup specifically very entertaining and interesting is that we have a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash instead of the Powder Snow, which would have been super effective, and instead it's double double resisted.
Now, in this situation, there's still 2 Protect Shields in play for each trainer. You're going to deal super effective either way with either the Fire Punch or the Scorching Sand, so Dune Bug opting for the former. Dilap doesn't shield.
Yeah, and we know that Fire Punch is not enough to knock out, despite it being double super effective. Diggersby does not hit very hard, and it is not stab as well.
Gonna throw up that first shield of the game. Dune Bug 97 realizing Diggersby is his last hope. Quick attacks resisted by that steel typing, are not adding up very quick, but neither are the Shadow Claws, right?
Yeah, exactly. And now I think Diggersby is going to be able to get to 2 Fire Punches before the Ice Punch. Actually, the Ice Punch comes through first, and this is actually going to be enough to knock out, but that's why Dune Bug is putting up the shield.
Knowing in this moment how much energy is on the Blastoise, how much energy is on the Clay Doll, super important. Dune Bug going for the Fire Punch here. Does Dilap call it? Does he know it's going to be a resistant charge attack?
And I think he's gonna shield. It's actually a really nice bait from Dune Bug there, but the Hydro Cannon still comes through, and it's gonna be more than enough to knock out.
It's all on the shoulders of Dusclops now, because the Diggersby feints to the Hydro Cannon and the Ghost-type Pokemon comes out, but it's got so much energy, Stark, and there are no shields for Dilap.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be enough because of the Shadow from both Pokemon. It does 20% more, and they take 20% more damage. This is gonna be really close. I believe Dilap has to play this perfectly and know exactly what Dune Bug is thinking here.
He might need to peekaboo, but I don't know if his switch timer is there. Sandslash comes out, can't reach for the Clay Doll, and Dusclops is able to land the Shadow Punch into the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, beautifully executed by Dune Bug, understanding exactly what needed to happen there, and gets the Dusclops through.
Dusclops not only got through that game, but it also KO'd all 3 Pokemon from Dilap Strong. Those hands look like they need to hold a broom to sweep away that team, because that was super impressive. Going to this game number 2, though, Stark, what do you think? Are we going to see some more Shadow Dusclops?
I think we definitely could, because of how good it looked into a lot of those Pokemon that Dilap brought. We might end up seeing the Shadow drop again. I believe that's the only Pokemon that's going to be able to hard counter that Shadow Dusclops. I mean, it's a very difficult Pokemon to wall off if you don't have a normal type, which Dilap does not have any normal types here.
Exactly right. So he's kind of limited in his answers. He's got to find a creative response. I really like the early game from Dilap, particularly that Clay Doll maneuver where he's able to mud slap down. That was very crafty. He really demonstrated his knowledge of the damage calculations here. But in the end, even his Shadow Blastoise MVP was not enough to get that Shadow Dusclops off the field.
Yeah, and I think Dune made a really nice play to utilize the Diggersby to get those shields out of the way so that Dusclops could come in and showcase how good it is with that newly buffed Shadow Punch.
Switch timer not being up, and Dune Bug realized that. He was able to close out that matchup and prevent prevent Dilap from doing any kind of peekaboo shenanigans. But let's get right into game number 2, Stark. We're going to see that Alolan Sandslash returning to the field this time versus the Malamar.
Yeah, this Malamar just has insane coverage into Dilap's team. There are no fairy types, so it is incredibly safe as a lead. It's able to put out intense pressure against a ton of Pokemon on Dilap's team.
No Shadow Dusclops in game number 2 for Dune Bug 97. Instead, opting for the Tinkaton, which is an interesting choice considering he just saw Clay Doll and Blastoise and Sandslash in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Tinkaton does not have a very good matchup here, but actually we see a non-superpower. This is a foul play getting thrown. Does Dilap decide to shield? He does at the last second.
You saw him tap on the shield and then release it and then come back to it, and now he throws the Clay Doll onto the field trying to catch a superpower.
But Dune Bug is one step ahead, consistently throwing the foul plays, thinking, okay, what's Dilap going to do? What am I going to do? And let me get these foul plays out.
Let's get things lined up here. Clay Doll aiming for the Ice Beam is going to throw this into the Diggersby. Still 2 Protect Shields for Dune Bug 97, but we are early on in the matchup, and he's not going to use either of them here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Dune Bug is in a very comfortable position, does not have to shield anything. Is just building up a ton of energy here. This is going to be enough. The Scorching Sands should be enough to knock out the Clay Doll and still have almost another Scorching Sands ready for whatever's in the back.
Undercharge. Oh, it actually doesn't matter that much because the charge attack KOs regardless. But Alolan Sandslash in the back as well as that Shadow Blastoise. But the shield deficit here for Dilap has to be on his mind. He's got to be very careful about how he deploys his final Protect Shield of the game.
And one of the hardest things in this matchup is that Dune still has 2 shields, and there's no fast attack pressure into this Diggersby. It can just shield twice and knock out a lot of different Pokemon, but actually we see a switch into the Malamar right away.
To the Malamar, and into the foul play comes Dune Bug. He's going to pull away that final Protect Shield from Dilap Strong. He's got a ton of energy, though, so Dilap needs to start fighting back, and he needs to start doing that immediately.
Yeah, and I think here Dilap understands he needs the energy to be able to threaten that Diggersby, because otherwise Diggersby can just shield twice and knock out whatever's left in the back. Here I'm probably going to see the Tinkaton come in, if I had to guess, just to absorb that energy to save the safe Diggersby in the back.
But you're exactly right, Stark. I think what we might see as well is Dilap Chung actually overcharging a bit here on the rollouts. Actually, excuse me, swaps right into the Alolan Sandslash. I don't think he was thinking what I was thinking.
That's okay, because that's why these players are in the battlefield here. Dune Bug is actually going to shield the Ice Punch. A really nice call here from Dilap.
Gonna go ahead and throw the bulldoze here. This will be super effective, but as we've seen time and time again this weekend, it's not a very impressive charge attack. Alolan Sandslash hangs on, no debuff as well, which is actually really important here.
Yeah, and I think here, actually, getting to the double Ice Punch right here, he's going to have to throw before the Diggersby gets to the Fire Punch. I don't know if that was a charge attack priority or a one-turn switch.
I think there was a one-turn discrepancy between the two, but Dune Bug lets it go, and he realizes there are 2 Ice Punches loaded. Going to go for the drill run here. You and I talked about Shadow Blastoise, but Alolan Sandslash is stealing the show.
Absolutely. Stealing indeed, because it is an Ice and Steel type, but we see actually a switch right away on the charge attack priority.
Wow.
This Hydro Cannon should be enough to knock out the Tinkaton because it's a Shadow.
Wow, absolutely tying up this match with a bow. Shadow Hydro Cannon flushes that Tinkaton off the field, and now we've got a tied series. Dune Bug 97 might have met his match.
Yeah, and then one beautiful thing, I mean, you mentioned the Alolan Sandslash taking control, understanding that it has perfect coverage into the Diggersby and the Tinkaton, and obviously Blastoise having 2 cannons on his back, able to throw them. One left and one right.
Look at the team as well and how it matches up into Dune Bug. You've got the Alolan Sandslash there for Dilap Chung, but Dune Bug, he's got the Shadow Dusclops, the Diggersby, the Azumarill, Malamar, Tinkaton, and Shadow Drapion. Stark, where is the fighting type pressure? Where's the fire type pressure? How can you even hurt this Alolan Sandslash from Dilap, especially when he couples it around Pokemon like Shadow Blastoise and Claydol?
Yeah, I think that's why Dune Bug is consistently bringing that Diggersby. I think it is the Pokemon that's going to be able to ignite his chances at moving on in this tournament. It is one of the Pokemon that can resist the Shadow Claw, the Rollout, things like that, and also the Malamar having the super effective superpower.
Exactly right, but I feel like the superpower is so situational, and we saw Dilap trying to read into the superpower in that game number 2, but Dune Bug was just staying steady on course with the foul plays time and time again, and it really looked like he put Dilap a step behind, but Dilap was able to find a way back into it.
Yeah, and that I think is the resilience of someone like Dilap. He's able to overcome bad leads, bad shield calls, things like that, and still win the game.
Let's talk about positioning. If we know that Diggersby is probably the best Pokemon to answer the Alolan Sandslash, is there a situation where Dune Bug leads it? Because then if he doesn't get the lead he wants, he can just swap it out and try to maneuver it around. If you lead Diggersby as your last Pokemon, you might kind of box yourself in to a tough situation in the end game.
That's true. I think there's a possibility that he could lead it. But at the end of the day, I think the Malamar is something that has to show up for Dune Bug because it is incredibly safe into the entirety of Dilap's team and has that super effective coverage into the Sandslash.
So you're thinking Malamar and Diggersby for Dune Bug. I'm looking at Alolan Sandslash and Shadow Blastoise for Dilap. Everyone who's watching at home, go ahead and type in the stream chat what Pokemon you think will be the third to complete these trios. Decisive Game 3, losers finals, tournament run on the line. Only one trainer will advance.
Here we go, decisive Game 3. We see the leads, the Malamar for Dune Bug, the Alolan Sandslash from Dilap, the Pokemon that are signature to what we've seen so far.
Exactly right. Team composition is nothing too surprising, but that Shadow Dusclops is making another appearance. Dune Bug thought it was very useful in his Game 1 victory. He's going to try to bring it back here when he needs it the most.
Absolutely, and taking out the Tinkaton because of the threat of those drill runs.
Exactly right. We're going to see some Shadow Claws getting fired off, and this Malamar closing in on the foul play. Does Dilap shield it again, or does he call it? He says, no, you can't fool me twice.
What a call. Dilap just makes the incredible call, his tournament life on the line, and actually switching in on another foul play. Dune Bug keeps throwing this foul play.
Yeah, exactly. I think Dune Bug is not shaken at all by the call from Dilap Chung. And now we see the Dusclops come in to meet this Claydol.
Yeah, this is the exact read that I think Dune Bug was going for. Understanding that Dusclops can beat this Claydol, but maybe not understanding who's going to win the charge attack priority because Claydol has a higher attack.
The charge attack intervals are so much wider for the Claydol than they are for the Dusclops. Hex is such a great energy generating fast attack, and the undercharge might be the icing on the cake here because if Dune Bug can hex down, he's going to load himself up for the next matchup.
Yeah, this is, I think, a perfect undercharge. He's going to be able to get 4 hexes
No
here
way!
to get the exact amount of farm that he needed to not be threatened by anything. But actually, Dilap coming back in, understanding, okay, you have all this energy, let me get a shield.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the best that Dilap can ask for because that Shadow Punch was already triggered. I will say, though, that the Claydol did land the Rock Tomb, so this is a 1-stage lowered Shadow Punch. Sandslash might hang on.
Oh, it definitely will. And we see a switch out right away. Both players actually switching out right into the Diggersby and Blastoise. This is going to be an endgame for the ages.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 Protect Shields here for Dilap Trong. Fire Punch bait would be very spicy here, but going straight for the Scorching Sands. Does he call it? Dilap tries to.
Doesn't make the right call, and now this Blastoise is going to be threatened by just fast attack damage, I believe.
Triple Hydro Cannons, that is the recipe for success here. You need to connect 2 and break that shield with the 3rd. Also avoiding a switch, of which Dune Bug has 2 as soon as he gets back to his switch timer.
And here we're going to see, actually just like we talked about before, just the fast attack damage coming through. I think Dune Bug is content with just letting this go.
Wow, actually just lets the Diggersby feint to the Hydro Cannon. Now we're going to see the Malamar come in. Do we see a swap? The timer's not there. Dilap throws the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and I think if the writing is on the wall, he understands they're talking to each other in this tournament. Dilap just understands that there's nothing left that he can do. I think Dune Bug, with just the fast attack pressure, is going to be able to take this game.
Wow. No shields, no problem. Dune Bug 97 with his Shadow Dusclops and Malamar core is able to send that Shadow Blastoise and Dilap packing.
Yeah, I mean, that was just beautiful. We talked about how there was no answer on Dilap's team for that Malamar. The only thing that maybe could have done something was something like the Jump Love, because it has that very fast attack pressure. But I don't think it made sense against the rest of Dune Bug's team to bring it.
According to the Pokemon Fire Red Pokedex, Dusclop's body is entirely hollow. When it opens its mouth, it sucks everything in as if it were a black hole. And I feel like it really just sucked the wind out of Dilap's sails there. Blastoise is such an impressive Pokemon. He was using it so well all weekend long. But like you said, with the Malamar pressure, the Psy Waves, the Dusclops charge attack pressure, the combination was there. And Dune Bug is continuing a very resilient losers bracket run here in Portland.
Yeah, and as we talked about, he has done this before. One of my favorite parts of that battle was that undercharge from that Shadow Dusclops, being able to get extra energy and threaten damage into both the Sandslash and the Blastoise in the endgame. I think that was beautifully done, and he was able to meet that safe switch from Claydol. I think that was the key point in the game.
Yeah, I think you're right. You see a little celebration there on stage and then friends hugging it out. Dilap, I know, has high standards, high expectations for himself. He's a former regional champion, and he's also one of the trainers that's largely in the hunt for that Worlds qualification, and this is actually a really solid finish for him. If he doesn't have the points already to be within that top 75 of the North America region, he's got to be pretty close. So I'd be really happy to see Dilap continuing to compete at a cup or a challenge, maybe even NAIC, because that's basically your last shot if you're outside of the cutoff range.
Absolutely, and I think now we're actually going to bring it down to our friend Rise for this interview to get a little insight from Dune Bug 97.
Thanks, Alex. I'm here with Dune Bug 97 after a win against Dilap. Dune, that was an incredibly close finish there. Take me through what's going through your mind right now and your thoughts.
I'm at a loss for words right now. I knew it was going to be a tough matchup after playing him day one, and somehow I was just able to find a way to get past him.
That's right, a rematch against a really solid trainer in Dilap. Talk to me about the Shadow Dusclops pick. You have a lot of strong picks on your team. That is the one that stands out, and it seemed to do really well in that matchup right there. Tell me about the Dusclops.
Yeah, the Dusclops has been such a good pick this whole tournament. It's a lot of teams only really have one hard check to it, either the Shadow Drapion, and day one there were a lot of Furrets. But other than that, Shadow Dusclops is very neutral into the rest of the meta, and it's put in so much work this whole tournament.
I remember in Monterey, you were saying you made the Malamar read, how great it was in that meta. Do you think Dusclops could potentially be your MVP here?
Yeah, I think Shadow Dusclops is going to punch its way through this loser's bracket, so we'll see how it goes.
And I have to ask, I don't believe there's a Shadow Sharpedo in Top Cut, so are you feeling more confident that there's no Shadow Sharpedo remaining in the tournament?
Yes, that win really helped my confidence after a very tough matchup against Stud Muffin, a really good battler.
All right, best of luck, Dune. Before I let you go, any last shout-outs or people you'd like to thank here?
Shout out to my good friend and the world champion, ItsAxn, for helping me prepare for some of these matchups. He's been such a great help and a great friend.
Dune Bug 97, folks. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Rise and Dune Bug. It's so poetic to see those two trainers, because I know they're friends, but they're also career rivals. And I actually had a chance to catch up with some very, very smart trainers who dive into the statistics and the numbers quite a bit in the championship series. Stark, believe it or not, what you just saw on screen were the only two trainers in championship series history with over 300 game victories. And they were just on camera together.
Let me write that down real quick. Actually, that's a really good note to take.
I don't want to take credit for that. That was mainly Twastel, Dijon Najin, and Adib Khan. They are the brains behind all of that. But what an incredible statistic when you see those two players and you think, man, there is a lot of history there.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like fire and ice. They're always constantly fighting, and they're always so consistent. Like they've done it and won so many different tournaments together.
Almost like a song, Fire and Ice, that we just keep singing. I'll tell you what, let's check in with social media and see what you all have been saying at home. We've got a really great post here. I see Triple J in the middle, Jeremy Jallin making a little guest appearance there, but Terrence Miller says, got to see the local legend Jeremy Jallin at the coloring corner. There's a coloring corner?
I guess so.
All right, Stark, I'm sorry. I'm going to leave you. I'm going to go find it. I'm going to go do some coloring.
Go do your thing. I understand.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
All right. Bye, everyone.
All right. Bye, Speedy. Oh, so I guess I'll just take over from here. We have Brian Walamai saying Juniors Division cooked. And obviously, we can see that they are, in fact, cooking in this picture. Speedy, are you back? Okay, he's still not back. All right. Next, we have KJ, the man. Day 2 Portland Regionals, excited to take in the battles and see who comes out on top. Let's go. One of my favorite things here is that we see not just adults having fun, but kids having fun. And I think that's the beauty of what we want here in these tournaments. Speedy, oh, hello.
I'm back.
Thank you so much for coming back.
I just grabbed a bunch of the sheets. I came over here. When the camera's off of us, I'm just going to be coloring in. I will say that last post, I did catch that. There's a young man there, Cody. I had a chance to interview, not Cody, Caleb. I had a chance to interview Caleb yesterday. Very, very talented trainer, not young enough to compete, or not old enough, excuse me, to compete in the championship series yet, but I'm really excited to see what he can do. He says he really looks up to ItsAxn and Caleb Peng, so it's going to be very, very exciting to see his career develop. I'll tell you what though, Stark, I got back here. Let's go right down to the stage, right?
Yeah.
I think our players are ready to go.
I'm ready to go too. We have Athy on the left, who we've seen already battle today, and Adib Khan on the right, who we saw battle Bird Power. One of my favorite matchups that we had, and I think now we're going to have an incredible showcase of both of these trainers.
I bumped into Adib when I was waiting in line for coffee this morning, and I told him good luck today. He says, you know, I honestly felt like I started to play better the longer the day went on. And that's kind of the opposite of what a lot of trainers experience. Maybe you have a game plan going in, you're feeling really confident, and then you kind of get tired or you get winded later on in the day. But Adib just kept on improving. So I'm really excited to see what he can do against Athy, a trainer who was toppled by Ashen Ash and his Corviknight just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and I think that showcases his resilience, Adib's resilience to get better throughout the day. I think that's the goal for a lot of different players, because you want to save your best showcase for the end. And I think we begin with the end in mind so that you can reach the grand finals and play your best there. Here we see Athy now has the Superior. I think that's probably one of the most unique Pokemon we've seen in Day 2.
And I think it's going to be a problem here for Adib, because he does have that Cradily as well as the Azumarill and the Diggersby, so we might see some Typhlosion, Tickaton, and Malamar action. Speaking of Malamar and Superior, here we go. Game number 1, Athy's Grass type takes the lead.
Yeah, and here we are going to see the Malamar is going to be able to reach the foul play before the Superior gets to that hard-hitting Frenzy Plant, but obviously this foul play is not going to be enough to knock out.
Foul play going to connect here, but this is kind of like the early rounds of a boxing match. Both these Pokemon will kind of trade jabs back and forth, but no knockouts yet. We're going to see a Frenzy Plant come through here. If this does connect, it is going to hurt, and Adib allows it through.
Yeah, but this is an extra, extra large Malamar. I can tell from how big it is. And we're going to see the foul play come through here. Is this enough to knock out Speedy? It's incredibly close.
No, I don't think so. I think Superior will hang on, but the Psy Waves are going to be a threat after it connects. I think that a Charge Attack needs to come through here. Oh, going for the Aerial Ace after just one more Vine Whip. The dual purpose here is first to get the Charge Attack, and second to leave very little HP for any opposing Pokemon to farm down.
Yeah, at this point, I think the best play is
oh
to come in
my
with
goodness!
Incinerating Typhlosion. It is going to be enough to knock out with just one Incinerate, and now what's going to be met is going to be met with the Blastoise, and we have the Credilli in the back, but now the Tinkaton comes in. This is a dangerous matchup here for Deep Con.
This is a game of leverage now, because you did have the Shadow Typhlosion come out. It gathered 20 energy really quickly with the Incinerate. Now it's going to come down to Credilli chipping down the Tinkaton, and then that Typhlosion trying to farm it down as well to get additional leverage versus that Blastoise in the end game. That's just what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think Adib's best play is to try to get shields down as soon as possible, because if you can get shields down, you can start landing those super effective Thunder Punches against that Blastoise, which otherwise is going to be able to do super effective fast and charge attack damage into that Typhlosion.
Adib not happy with the Fairy Winds coming through, but he's trying to slow this Tinkaton to the best of his abilities. And meanwhile, you see Athy overcharging a bit. I think that he's anticipating that Typhlosion coming back and wants to at least fire off the Bulldoze against it.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the best play for Athy. Athy is very comfortable in this position, not really too worried about anything in particular. Comes in with the Blastoise to meet this Typhlosion, and obviously Typhlosion doing a ton of damage with these Incinerates. Now the Thunder Punch comes through.
Well, the Thunder Punch came through, and I also saw the rollout come through just uncontested, and it's so difficult with 5 versus 3 turn fast attacks, but now that Adib has thrown his charge attack, we are lined up again and on track. Hydro Cannon will get shielded up.
Yeah, and I think you have to shield everything that comes through against this Typhlosion, because it is a frail Pokemon, and obviously is going to take super effective damage from those Hydro Cannons. Another Thunder Punch comes through. I believe a shield is going to come up from Athy. Is this enough to knock out?
I think it's going to be close, but not quite enough. Thunder Punch actually doesn't quite do it, and Blastoise gets off one more Hydro Cannon. Don't forget, there's a Bulldoze on the Tinkaton.
But I think that Incinerate may have allowed Typhlosion to get to one more Thunder Punch. It has one more Thunder Punch. The Bulldoze comes through, but it's against the Credilli and an undercharge.
Yeah, heads up. Massive heads up play by Adib to send out that Credilli as fast as he possibly can to absorb the charge attack. The undercharge, though, is still going to get to the Rock Tomb here. This is going to chip down the Tinkaton. What do you think, Stark? What's the win condition?
The win condition for Adib is to get, one more Rock Tomb to put it in range of one more Incinerate potentially, or even a Thunder Punch.
And he does have the charge attack. He's going to go for the same type attack bonus. Grass Knot this time, because I think this might do just a little bit more damage.
Speedy, I think this puts it in range of one Thunder Punch, and the Typhlosion already has the Thunder Punch ready.
But the Tinkaton has the Bulldoze. Let's see. Oh, he doesn't overtap. Perfect control there on the Thunder Punch from Adib Khan. Shadow Typhlosion will get the knockout here, and Tinkaton gets toppled.
How did Adib pull this win out from the jaws of defeat? He came out and put it all on the back of that Shadow Typhlosion. That Shadow Typhlosion just did the most work you've ever seen.
We were giving so many compliments to Athy for getting his superior very, very low before he knocked out that Malamar, but it doesn't matter if you've got 1 HP or 50 HP, the Incinerate comes through all the same, and that extra 20 energy. Without that, Adib doesn't have that Thunder Punch in the end.
Right.
Doesn't win the battle.
Yeah, and that's what it really came down to. We see back in the lead, that Aerial Ace is enough to knock out, obviously, but you talked about getting that extra energy was not for nothing. It was exactly what he needed at the end.
Exactly what he needed, right? The 20 energy from the Incinerate. The Blastoise hanging on was a little bit of a scare, but he also got another Incinerate right there. So, I don't know. I agree with you, Stark. I think things just kind of lined up for Adib and that Shadow Typhlosion. He brought the ruler and the, you know what I'm thinking about.
I know exactly.
Yeah, for geometry class.
Yeah, like the compass.
Yeah, sure. We'll call it that.
Okay.
All right. Going into game number 2, one of our trainers is already locked in. This is an elimination match here. If Adib wins game 2, Athy's Portland run is over.
Yeah, and I think Athy needs to maybe respect the Typhlosion a little bit more. I believe he shielded up the Tinkaton against the Credilli, and instead of doing that, maybe shielding against the Typhlosion probably would have been a little bit of a better call, because the Typhlosion is able to put out so much more damage. Whether it is a Thunder Punch or the Blast Burn, those Rock Tombs and Grass Knots are going to be resisted from the Tinkaton, so maybe in this game, relying more on shielding against the Typhlosion specifically.
Exactly. I think that you can't let that Pokemon get out of control. I think he's also going to be pretty nervous about allowing farm down opportunities. We might see more switches from Athy in this game number 2, but where that becomes a problem is that his team is based around these elemental typings, as we like to say, grass, fire, water. These Pokemon have really solid matchups, and they have really negative ones too. So it's tough for Athy to be flexible here and avoid those farm downs when he might back himself into a corner trying to get out of another one.
Right, and actually, we have both players locked in. We see 2 grass types in this lead. I believe the superior has the slight edge here, though.
I mean, look at the back line here from Adib. He has that hard answer in the Shadow Typhlosion and then the Diggersby, so there's really no escape from the superior lead here. I mean, I guess you just stay in?
Yeah, I mean, there's no real other choice. At this point, you're actually going to shield the Credilli, which means one less shield for that Shadow Typhlosion later in the game.
Exactly right. Shadow Typhlosion has proven its skill and, I guess, potency, but it needs protection. We're going to see a Rock Tomb get fired off in the immediate, though. Here comes Credilli trying to debuff and slow down that superior.
Yeah, the 2 Rock Tombs look like they're not quite enough to knock out this superior. And another Frenzy Plant is going to be at -1 attack, so it's not going to do as much as normal, but it is still going to do more than enough to threaten a knockout with another one.
Neutral damage coming through against the Grass and Rock type. We're going to see one more Bullet Seed and then the Rock Tomb. You can kind of gauge by how much damage the first one did that this Rock Tomb won't be enough to KO, but maybe Adib is looking at that superior and saying, man, I want to incinerate that thing down again.
Oh, but actually making a catch here on the Frenzy Plant into the Diggersby. This is going to be a really tough thing for Diggersby to handle.
However, it is 2 stages dropped, right? Due to the double Rock Tombs. Now we've got a Diggersby maybe within Hydro Cannon range.
I think the best part about this is the Hydro Cannon's not going to be enough. I believe we've seen it does just under half, but the best thing that happened for Adib in this situation is that he was able to bait out the Blastoise and save that Typhlosion for a Steel type and a Grass type in the back.
Oh my goodness, you're right. You're right, there's no Gastron, there's no Clodsire, there's not even a neutral Talonflame matchup, just super effective damage. So once that Typhlosion finally returns to the field, it is going to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, the Hydro Cannon gets fired off here from the Blastoise. You can't roll out down. You and I talked about this. It feels bad to spend so much energy on a Diggersby, but what are your alternatives?
Yeah, and I think now what's going to happen is this Credilli is going to throw the Rock Tomb just before that Blastoise reaches its final Hydro Cannon. Credilli is going to be able to grab this shield. Athy, I think, is trying to preserve the Blastoise, maybe kind of making a read that there's a Typhlosion in the back.
Catch.
Oh, what a catch!
Yeah,
you called it.
Yeah, well, you see Adib building to the back-to-back on the Credilli, and you got to assume that Athy, like you said, wants to maintain his Blastoise in this battle as well, so it makes a lot of sense. However, now Athy has switch-locked himself, and he can't get away from whatever Adib decides to do next.
Adib's best play is to switch immediately like he's doing here and has to leave this matchup with exactly 2 Thunder Punches to be able to match the charge attack priority from those 2 Hydro Cannons of the Blastoise.
Keep in mind, though, it's going to be 5 Fairy Winds to the Bulldoze, and I think that this Tinkaton might get to a second one before Vic gets incinerated down. It's really close, and it forces Adib to throw.
Yeah, and I think this is the only play you have to throw here. Otherwise, the Blastoise is just going to be able to throw a Hydro Cannon unshielded.
Can Blastoise roll out down through this Typhlosion? I don't know if it's possible. We're going to see the Hydro Cannon get fired off here, and Adib has a critical decision to make.
Actually goes with the shield. I'm a little surprised, but here we are. The Hydro Cannon's not going to get thrown. It's actually going to be, oh my gosh, the rollout goes through, and actually with 1 HP is able to get to this Skull Bash.
No way! No way! If Adib was able to throw the Thunder Punch there, it might have even KO'd through the shield, but he's not able to execute on that win condition, and the Skull Bash takes down the Credilli to keep Athy in this tournament.
What a game. I mean, what a game. That was incredible. Both players, I think, had some plays. They were making things back and forth, trying to draw up a game plan to win. And just at the end, that Blastoise left 1 HP in a dream.
Athy snatching victory from the fiery jaws of defeat. He masters that Shadow Typhlosion in game number 2, but you know what? It's not over yet. This is the losers finals of Group C. Athy needs to create some magic one more time if he wants to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, and I do credit Adib for coming back from such a tough lead. We saw the Credilli in the lead scenario. We saw the Diggersby coming to catch the Frenzy Plant.
Yeah.
It was a tough lead, and Adib almost came back and won that game, but I think Athy just was 1 step ahead.
I agree with you. In spite of the undercharges, in spite of the catches, in spite of, doubly debuffing that superior catching Frenzy Plant on the Diggersby, trying to line up the Typhlosion, despite his best efforts, Athy was really unable to get things done in the end. As you see there, 5-turn Incinerate, rollout is 3 turns. Damage applies at the end of the fast attack, so that on that 6th turn, when that Thunder Punch button was pressed, the second rollout damage registered and knocked it out.
Yeah, I mean, those are the small margins between victory and defeat. It's literally 1 turn That's all it takes sometimes, and that's why I think both these players are really considering, what do I bring here? What's my game plan? How do I come back from a tough lead if Athy leads the Blastoise or if Adib leads the Credilli? What is the game plan around it? How do you come back from that? And I think that's why both these players are here in this moment. This is going to be the decisive Game 3, Speedy. How do you feel?
I feel good, and I feel a little sad because one of these trainers will not advance. But let's find out who's got what it takes. Game number 3, Athy taking on Adib. We're going to see the Clodsire flop onto the field. It's going to face off against a Credilli.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the most interesting matchups because you want to Rock Tomb everything that you see if you're Credilli first, but this is a Pokemon that you don't really want to Rock Tomb because it's resisted. So what do?
Yeah, I think you slow it down a little bit, right? You don't want it to damage your Credilli in case you look for a switch out opportunity later in the matchup. And look at the scene from Adib. He's got Typhlosion and Tinkaton in the back. He does not want the Clodsire to get past his Rock and Grass type.
Yeah, and I think this is why he has brought in the Credilli and gone for that Rock Tomb first to make sure that he can shore up this matchup before anything crazy happens. I think Athy is kind of recognizing that there's probably going to be Typhlosion in the back, so knows that he has to try to win switch advantage here.
I think Athy really had two choices, right? If he's predicting the Typhlosion, he can either bring the Blastoise or the Gastrodon. I think the Blastoise has been very safe for him. The rollout pressure is immense. He chose to go with that in game number 3 when he needed it the most. Earthquake connects because of that Rock Tomb debuff, though. Credilli hangs on.
And now we're going to see the Grass Knot get fired here. This is going to be incredibly close to see if it's going to be enough to knock out. I think it's just shy, but we'll see.
A shield there would have been devastating because that would have meant that Adib would have had a lot of trouble trying to farm down the Clodsire, but instead, Athy whittles it down to just 1 or 2 HP before throwing the Stone Edge.
Yeah, really, really nice play from Athy to minimize the amount of health remaining and the farm coming in with a Tinkaton here from Adib. Getting 3 Fairy Winds, that's incredibly helpful.
That was brilliant. He lost control of switch advantage and did not show the ace up his sleeve. He sent in the Tinkaton instead.
And this is a huge call from Athy coming in with the Superior. This is exactly what he needed to do in order to avoid that Typhlosion. And now you see the Blastoise come in. Yeah. This is exactly where you want it.
Wow, Adib made an absolute galaxy brain call, and Athy just flipped the universe on its head by sending in that Superior. He knows that Fire type was lurking in the back.
Yeah, it's been so good for Adib, and Athy makes the read. The Thunder Punch is blocked here from that Blastoise. We see the Hydro Cannon getting doubled up. Now there are 2 Hydro Cannons, 1 for the shield and 1 potentially for another.
2 shield matchup between 2 primary partner Pokemon. Gonna go ahead and throw another Incinerate, but the Hydro Cannons are not gonna stop anytime soon. Athy fires another.
I think Typhlosion's gonna be able to get to 2 Thunder Punches here because of those shields. And yeah, we see the Thunder Punch getting fired off here. It is going to be shielded up by the Blastoise, but at the end of the day, I think there's another one, and it's going to be enough to knock out.
Well, we're going to see. Typhlosion's got it. Oh, actually swaps into the Tinkaton. Adib Khan not jumping the gun. He's actually being so patient.
Yeah, Adib has masterfully allowed the switch timer to go down, gets the knockout on the Blastoise. That's a huge knockout for the rest of this game.
Wow, it absolutely is. That Typhlosion still has a Thunder Punch, as you pointed out, and now the Superior has to kind of whip its way through a Steel and a Fire type.
I don't know if Superior can do it. It's going to be an uphill climb. Athy has to make sure he builds this foundation on the ground to understand how do you get through this matchup? How do you get through this matchup and the next one?
Play rough coming through, no Protect Shields in play. It connects. Superior loses a ton of HP. I think it needs 2 Frenzy Plants to KO this Tinkaton, and if it does that, it's got no gas in the tank for the Typhlosion.
Exactly. This Frenzy Plant is going to get fired off. It's not going to be enough to knock out. If it can maybe get in range of an Aerial Ace, maybe it gives you a chance.
Oh, throws the play rough on charge attack priority, but I gotta tell you, Stark, I see the writing on the wall. I don't know if there's any way Athy can come out of this matchup the victor.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see an Incinerate come through. It is enough. Wow, look how much damage that Incinerate does.
Wow, absolutely mental. These 2 trainers, I'm telling you, I'm so impressed with the maneuvers, the calls, the team reading. Just when you thought one was getting an advantage, the other one said, I realize exactly what you're trying to do, and I'm going to undo this trap that you're laying for me.
Yeah, I mean, both players were definitely playing chess. I think that was 4D chess in that one. We saw all these players, all these plays. I mean, the switch in of Superior into the Tinkaton, I think was brilliant, recognizing that Typhlosion was in the back, but at the same time, Adib swapping in the Typhlosion, getting the energy advantage so that it can threaten with the super effective Thunder Punches.
Special teams, special plays, special players. I just can't get over that Game 3 when it's such an obvious Typhlosion farm down. But Adib knew that the Blastoise was in the back, and Athy knew the Typhlosion was in the back. So you have this kind of like cat and mouse going back and forth, this Persian Eradicate chase that we were watching up on stage. And it's just so impressive to watch. Not only Adib make these kinds of calls, but then Athy respond and just keep pace, neck and neck. You know, it's like you're running a race and you look over your shoulder and your opponent is right there next to you.
Exactly. And one thing I will call out is something that you mentioned. I just want to piggyback off of that. Getting those 3 extra Fairy Winds against that Clodsire helps force that Superior to throw a Frenzy Plant and not have any energy for that Typhlosion at the end.
Yeah, you're right. And those are the margins that we're talking about here. We're talking about, you know, 1 Incinerate or 2 Incinerates in game number 2. And we're talking about 3 Fairy Winds in a decisive game number 3. And it just doesn't get any closer than that. Incinerate burns down the stage here, and Adib Khan advances from the Group D Losers Finals. I gotta tell you, Adib is earning a lot of championship points, and they are hard fought here in Portland.
Yeah, I've definitely enjoyed watching Adib's battles. I think he has definitely demonstrated, like you talked about before, his ability to improve and calculate decisions, and he's just gotten better and better and better at doing this. He's just consistently getting better at battling, and I think that's going to be incredible to watch.
Pokemon is such a rich ecosystem. We've got the anime, we've got the esports side, we've got so many things going on all the time. And if you want more Pokemon action, you need to tune in to the main channel on Twitch. Look at Tuesday, the 27th, Pokemon the Series Sun and Moon. We're going to have the TCG NAIC rerun from 2024. And then stay tuned because Shadow Malamar makes its debut in Bologna next weekend. That's the last EU regional of the season, Alex.
I'm incredibly excited for that. I think we haven't seen Shadow Malamar in these Play Pokemon tournaments, and I'm excited to see exactly how it plays compared to the regular.
That is going to be a tournament that spans 2 months, starting on May 31st and ending on June 1st. And it's such a great way to kind of lead into the final stretch of the season. Remember, we've got this tournament here this weekend, we've got Bologna next weekend, and then we've got NAIC followed by the tournament of the season at Worlds. And in the middle of it, Alex, we're getting a season update from Pokemon Go. So there's no telling what's going to happen.
Understood. I wrote all that down because I think there's a lot to go over and a lot to understand and a lot to, you know, internalize. So making sure that you're writing the stuff down so that you know back at home where you're going next.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see everyone stand up, walk over to their calendar, rip off all the sheets from the months that you ignored, and look at May and June and start writing down these dates, everybody. And August as well, right? We're going to see 2 trainers take the stage here shortly. We've got KemCoup versus Caleb Pang. You used one word to describe KemCoup backstage, and I think it was very prescient. You said underrated.
Yeah, I think KemCoup is one of the more underrated people, battlers that we've seen here because I don't know how many tournaments he's done. Obviously, Caleb has done a multitude of tournaments at this point. He's ended up in the finals multiple times. KemCoup, I believe this may be his best run to date.
Yeah, I think you're right, and it just feels right. We watch so many of these championship series events. KemCoup is a name that we recognize. We see them on the bracket. We know immediately who he is. But this kind of impact, this deep of a run at a regional championship, especially such an important one on the last leg of the season, this is impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And I actually got some insight that he is running the team that Maxi brought in Utrecht as well. So this is definitely not a team to be trifled with. This has had results, and I think could continue having results. But he has to understand how to battle Caleb's team, which is a very unique pick.
I believe there's some excellent truffles in the Netherlands as well. Is this a team that's not to be truffled with?
I see. I should have gone with that one, huh?
Hey, it was right there. KemCoup gonna take on Caleb Ping here shortly. The Talonflame is one of those targets that Caleb Ping had in mind when he selected Carbink for his team. Personally, I don't know of any other reason why you'd pick a Carbink, but he's got one reason, and that's all he needs. We're going to see KemCoup taking on his team, and the matchup looks interesting. Are you seeing anything that really just jumps out? Any like must-bring Pokemon?
I think for Caleb, you have to bring the Corviknight because there is obviously the Carbink on your side. I think the Carbink is going to be able to dissuade the Talonflame from showing up at all, which makes the Corviknight incredibly safe. And I think that's been the game plan for Caleb all tournament long. He's done that, and he has used the Corviknight and utilized the Corviknight for a lot of success.
Exactly right. We're going to take a look here at the accolades for these trainers. 2024 LA top 16 and 2023 in Arlington top 8. So I agree with you. I think KemCoup is having one of his best runs of his entire career. The third year in the competitive circuit, may have played in 2022 and just not placed, but still very, very impressive. Caleb Pang, was it 3-time finalist?
3-time finalist. I said 2, but actually it's been 3.
Exactly. Can't forget those silver medals. He's got a different rock type, as I mentioned a couple times before. He's known for the Bastiodon, right? That's what we associate Caleb with, but he's got the Carbink. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1, though. KemCoup trying to take down a trainer that has already written quite a story for themselves in the championship series.
And we see a really tough lead for this Malamar. KemCoup may have to either build up energy. Yeah, I think he's going to build up some energy with these Psy Waves and then eventually switch out. I mean, that would be my guess. Would you agree?
I think throwing the foul play and then making a swap makes a lot of sense here. We've seen, nice timing there by KemCoup to reach for the Azumarill there, but we've seen a lot of trainers kind of chip and then swap, but the amount of Psy-Wave damage looks like about equal to a play rough already.
Yeah, I would have to agree, and at this point, the Corviknight's going to be able to come in. It doesn't resist any of these faster charge attacks, but it is an incredibly bulky Pokemon that's not going to really worry about these Ice Beams and Bubbles from the Azumarill.
This is also clever by Caleb because the way I'm reading into this is that he realizes there's a Talonflame on KemCoup's side, and now that he switch-locked himself into Azumarill, this is a safe place for Corviknight to go, and not like, a risky one down the stretch.
I have to agree. And I think that's what makes Corviknight so unique, is it has really good offensive and defensive coverage, right? So it has the defensive typing to be able to neutralize a lot of these common fast and charge attack typings, while at the same time having ground type fast attack coverage and steel and flying type charge attacks. It's a very unique Pokemon.
Yeah, you were telling me yesterday that Sand Attack is like super strong and you really, really think it's awesome. We're going to see the Malamar swap in though, and coming back with the Azumarill. Oh man, KemCoup trying to surprise Caleb a bit there, but he didn't fall for it.
And I think actually Malamar may have the advantage here. If you shield the Malamar twice, it will be able to come out of this matchup without any issues.
Very subtle, but I really appreciate KemCoup throwing 2 Psy Waves before the foul play because that 3-turn bubble allows for just a little bit of an overcharge. Gonna get to another foul play here, but he's gonna be forced to shield.
Yeah, and I think KemCoup has realized this. Shielding is not gonna be an issue because I think the Psy Wave damage is going to be adding up over and over. This is definitely one of those situations where, can you farm down? I don't know, but you can at least threaten a knockout here with this foul play.
Well, he builds up to 2, right? So he's sending the message to Caleb that even if you shield, I'm going to hit you with another one. Caleb, in kind, is saying, I'm going to double shield because I need to KO this Malamar.
Yeah, getting this second shield is actually incredibly helpful for KemCoup because now that Shadow Dropion is going to have a shield advantage into the Credilli and the Corviknight in the back for Caleb.
Fires the Ice Beam. Important decision for KemCoup. He does have that Shadow Drapion, his final Pokemon, in the back. He's going to put it all on the shoulders of this other Dark-type pick. And now, Caleb allows 1 Poison Sting through, and a Credilli's in the back.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly the position that KemCoup wanted from the start of the battle, understanding that, okay, Malamar into Azumarill is a bad matchup, but if you switch around and you kind of maneuver the energy, you can end up in a shield advantage scenario towards the end of the game.
Exactly right. Rock Tomb getting fired off here by Caleb. No shield from KemCoup. He's going to try to sweep with his Shadow Drapion. He realizes there's still a bit of health on that Corviknight, and that Azumarill is not useful for much more than a sacrificial swap.
Yeah, and here we see the build-up to a lot of energy. I believe 8 Poison Stings worth of energy on this Drapion, throwing in the crunch, and is now 1 away from, I believe, another Aqua Tail.
I think so as well. Azumarill, I can't even see its HP bar. It's so weak. And now we've got the Corviknight. Caleb is really running out of options.
I think the only play here is to try to farm down with just fast attack pressure and try to catch the energy on the Azumarill. He doesn't catch the energy. KemCoup with the incredible patience.
Yeah, and it's just such a safe position to be in because you realize the Azumarill's not going to get to a charge attack anytime soon. Neither is the Corviknight. So KemCoup's lose condition, if there was one, was to throw his energy to misfire and to open a window there for Caleb. But yeah, very nicely done.
Yeah, and I think that was incredibly done from KemCoup because, like we talked about, he lost the lead. he had ended up catching the energy, and I think that was a critical moment in the battle. Being able to catch the energy on his own Azumarill, and then switch back into the Malamar, which had charge attacks loaded already. It had almost 100 energy, and was able to threaten the Azumarill for 2 shields.
I'm sensing the same issue from Caleb's team that we kind of pinpointed yesterday. This lack of charge attack pressure, this lack of offensive potency. When you look at the team here from KemCoup, he's got the Talonflame, which has Incinerate and Fly, very, very consistent, and the Flame Charge to ramp it up. You've got the Malamar getting to a charge attack every 10 turns. You've got the Drapion getting to a charge attack every 10 or 8 turns. And there's just so much charge attack pressure. And I don't feel like Caleb is able to kind of like keep pace with what KemCoup is doing.
I have to agree. The only Pokemon that on his side of his team of 6 is that Drapion. That's the only one that's going to get quickly, be able to fire off all these charge attacks. And now that allows KemCoup to kind of maneuver around and give himself the flexibility to move in and out of matchups at his own accord.
Exactly, the maneuverability, right? And meanwhile, Caleb is stuck like overcharging energy, trying to find an opening, you know, trying to build to double Iron Heads on Corviknight. It's just so tricky and so kind of unwieldy, right? It's almost like swinging a large hammer. If you just get your form a little bit wrong, it can take your momentum with it. It can be really difficult to kind of come back when you put yourself behind. But let's see what happens in game number 2. Caleb Ping already locked in. KemCoup making a few final touches, but I think we are ready to go.
Okay, well, let's see how this plays out. We saw the Malamar and Azumarill matchup in the lead in game 1. This time, we actually see Carbink into Claydol. This is not a good matchup for Carbink.
I would think not. It looks like Caleb is going to pivot now into the Azumarill versus the Claydol. You saw a little bit of a smirk there from KemCoup. I mean, if you think this is the last battle of your tournament, you might as well play your signature pick. I think that's what Caleb has on his mind.
Yeah, and I love that KemCoup was able to build up to the Rock Tomb because of that one-turn swap. Yep. He was able to always safely get to the Rock Tomb before the Azumarill was able to get to the Ice Beam.
Yeah, you were coaching me a little bit in Go Battle League yesterday and pointed that out. That one-turn displacement off of the switch can be super important, and it's really vital to kind of maximize your opportunities. Play rough, Pokedex.
Yeah, and because it's a play rough that's debuffed, the Drapion is not even threatened to shield. Normally, the play rough plus the bubble damage is enough to knock out after, you know, a few shields here and there, but that's why Rock Tomb is such a powerful move.
Forced to throw after only 2 bubbles because he doesn't want to risk getting hit with an Aqua Tail or Crunch. Caleb Ping throws the play rough into the Shadow Drapion. I think this is enough. Oh, excuse me, it is not. And I think KemCoup knew that as well.
Yeah, that's the power of Rock Tomb in the lead. Getting the Azumarill low while at the same time being able to take 2 play roughs is unheard of without that.
That can't feel good looking at how little HP that Drapion has, but KemCoup is all smiles here. We're going to see the Malamar come in to face off against the Claydol, and it feels like all the pieces are falling into place for the trainer on the left.
Yeah, I have to agree. KemCoup is definitely a little bit threatened by this Rock Tomb, but at the end of the day, I believe the Malamar is in a good position and the Claydol is in a fantastic position on KemCoup's side.
Foul play, gonna come through here. This is the hardest hitting charge attack that I believe we will see because it is same type attack bonus on the Malamar. The Ice Beam is available on KemCoup's Claydol, but it is gonna take a while to build up. We're gonna see some more Mud Slaps going through here, overcharging on both sides.
Yeah, and this foul play is obviously at this point debuffed, so it's gonna do about half of what Claydol has remaining. It is going to be super effective damage, but it's not enough to knock out, and you're going to need another one to get the shield and 1 to get the knockout.
I wonder if this Rock Tomb doesn't KO, if Caleb switches to that Carbink to soak a foul play. We're going to see what he decides to do. Claydol still on the field, 1 more Mud Slap, 2 more Mud Slaps, and the foul play is ready.
Yeah, this foul play, I believe, has to get shielded up. Yeah, you have to shield if you're Caleb here because you need this Claydol to not only threaten this this Malamar a little bit, but also to be able to get into, but the foul play comes through, and I think this is going to be enough to knock out.
Yeah, I think if Caleb was just maybe, you know, if the Malamar was 1 turn behind, Caleb would have been able to get that double Mud Slap through. But now we see the Carbink taking on the Claydol, and the super effective Mud Slaps are just chipping away.
Yeah, and this is actually probably the best case scenario for Rock Tomb. When there's 1 Pokemon left, and you can debuff it, I mean, you can't switch out to reset it.
Yeah, exactly. There's really no escape for the Carbink. Trying to throw in good timing here after 4 rock throws. We see the Moonblast.
And if you get a debuff with the Moonblast, maybe you have a chance, but I think the Claydol has this game pretty much wrapped up because of all the super effective Mud Slap damage. It is incredibly strong.
The charge attack pacing is also really tricky for the Carbink because it needs so many rock throws. Meanwhile, this Ice Beam will come through against Caleb Ping's Carbink. It doesn't knock out, but the Mud Slap will do the rest.
Yeah, and I think this is why Claydol is so phenomenal. It's able to have good matchups into so many different types of Pokemon, and we see them actually hug at the end, so really nice to see.
Again, if you feel like this is your last tournament matchup, if you feel like your opponent just has your number, play your signature pick, have a little bit of fun. I'm sure Caleb is very proud of the progress he made, the success he had this weekend. But KemCoup, hashtag underrated.
Hashtag underrated.
Is actually continuing his way through the bracket.
Yeah, and obviously you want to give Caleb his flowers because he had such an impressive run, but I think you have to give even more flowers to KemCoup because of his ability to maneuver in and out of these matchups, understand the matchups very, very well. Like we talked about the Malamar versus Azumarill matchup, getting 2 shields from that in game 1 I think was incredibly done.
Huge. Absolutely incredibly done and very, very precise with a lot of these damage calculations. The Drapion hanging on. These 1 HP survivals can be so tough. And they kind of be deflating if you're the player on the opposing side. You're like, man, I was just so close to the knockout, but instead I'm forced to shield, to take a charge attack, to be in a position I don't really want to be in.
Yeah, and I think that separates the good from the great and obviously the elite.
Wow. Very well said, Stark. I think we have to give you credit for that one. Let's take a look back at some of the most impressive plays from these previous sets, and then Alpha Phoebe and Rise to Occasion will be at the helm.
GG's, man. That was such an amazing series. Yeah. A brilliant adaptation in Game 3 by you.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to poison and fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a fighting and poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a bug-type attack, is resisted by both fire and ghost, making it double resistant. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus bug, but resisted by Beedrill's poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both bug and poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus ghost, but super effective versus fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are finally here in the top cut of Portland, Oregon. Season is 2025. We are at the end of the championship series, minus NAIC, minus Worlds. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined on the desk by Rise to Occasion.
A little bit over 100 trainers entered Portland. We're down to the top 8. and there is no shortage of talent remaining. We've got a world champion coming up next, taking on Ashen Ash, searching for his first championship when he's come awfully close multiple times.
Before we get to that, let's take a look at the losers bracket that we just solidified. ChemCoup versus Adib Khan, and on the other side, it is going to be Dune Bug versus Kobe Coupland.
Dune Bug, just such a talented battler, and Kobe pulled off that upset earlier against Out of Pocket. That was such an incredible game to watch. So Kobe will have to face another Titan back-to-back in Dune Bug.
And let's go ahead and look at the winner side of the bracket where we are in this instant. First up is going to be ItsAxn versus Ashen Ash, followed by Stud Muffins versus Pranav. Pranav coming off a really solid win himself. We're going to have to see how this plays out to see who makes it into the winners finals. And as a reminder to you of those at home, winners finals is a best of 5, but for now, we'll still be in best of 3 matches.
And the winner of these 2 winners finals matches will get to that first best of 5. So this is a big opportunity. Give yourself a little bit more leeway, getting yourself into that top 3 guaranteed position. Winners finals, it's a lot better to stay on the winner's side if possible, of course, than trailing to the loser side of the bracket.
Let's go ahead and move over to the stage where our players are ready to face off. We have ItsAxn on the left, Ashen Ash on the right. And looking at the teams, what's really speaking to me is Malamar for ItsAxn. It looks pretty solid into Ashen Ash's team. Of course, you need to avoid that Azumarill, but we've seen Malamar with energy, with shields, is sometimes able to take advantage of Azumarill if the shields have already been stripped away, if there is plenty of energy on that Malamar. And Psywave is one of the moves, if any, to generate energy.
Sometimes you almost don't like leading Azumarill into Malamar because they just build up a ton of energy and then they leave. But we are about to start and arrive to game number 1, and it's going to be Diggersby into Drapion. Positive lead for ItsAxn.
Yeah, this is a matchup where it's a lot more comfortable to be the Diggersby. Fire Punch bait potentially happening here. It's a charge attack tie though, so first comes the Aqua Tail from the Shadow Drapion. This is going to do a good amount of chip damage. However, Diggersby is going to be able to quite comfortably hang on to 2.
And ever since Fire Punch got that slight damage increase, this bait is a little bit more safe because I think Diggersby can actually win this matchup going straight Fire Punch. Ashen Ash not pleased with that bait, saving Axen some energy. He's gonna go for another Aqua Tail here.
I wouldn't be too surprised though at some point for Ashen Ash to pivot out of this matchup because he's got some Pokemon in the back that are pretty safe into this Pokemon. However, in comes Malamar, one of the better answers on his team for this Cradily. Ashen Ash would have much preferred this to land on his Azumarill.
Going to be able to debuff the Malamar before it fires off a charge attack. The superpower will do a little bit less and becomes a little bit awkward for ItsAxn because you're already debuffed one stage attack-wise. You throw another superpower, you're going to be debuffing yourself even more.
First superpower coming through, going to do a lot of super effective damage to the rock subtyping of this Cradily. A second one going to be fired off immediately in order to win that charge attack tie. I expect a no shield from Ashen Ash because this could provide him a good opportunity to get a fast attack down. If he comes in immediately, switch clock not quite up for ItsAxn.
Sometimes trainers fall in love with waiting out that switch timer. Ashen Ash recognizes, I want to come in right away while this Malamar is extremely debuffed. And now this superpower is going to just tickle this Azumarill.
I would have actually preferred a foul play because now that final bubble is going to do a little bit more damage. No, actually, the damage had already applied. My mistake. I thought it might have provided a knockout and a bit less damage with those Psy Waves. In comes the Shadow Jumpluff. And, you know, we talk a lot about Shadow Jumpluff. It's a good if it's a good Pokemon, if it's not. One of the downsides is that Ice Beam double super effective from an Azumarill. A water type does threaten, and there's a lot of energy on Ashen Ash's side.
Ice Beam, very threatening, does an incredible amount of damage to this Jumpluff, so I would assume ItsAxn puts up the final Protect Shield, and he has a lot of energy. The Drapion comes back, and he's going to fire off the Acrobatics, but not before an Aqua Tail for some chip damage. Ashen Ash selling for the Aqua Tail, but this does put this Jumpluff potentially within Ice Beam range.
Absolutely. I think this was an Acrobatics loaded in, and it was a great charge attack tie call from Ashen Ash. Acrobatics coming through, undercharge, not enough, still picks up the knockout, and now Azumarill with the shield has an opportunity to land a double super effective Ice Beam onto this jump left, over farming now, gets almost to catch onto the Diggersby, but Scorching Sands coming through, not going to threaten a knockout with a shield remaining on Ashen Ash's side. I think he's secured victory here.
Axen's only hope is a potential attack fell, and he does get it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough or if the Ice Beam is still going to be enough to knock out. This is going to be close.
I think Ashen Ash is a bit afraid of that attack debuff if it was enough. Shield coming up, Ice Beam coming through. He's really close to a second, so it might be a race in the end game to see if he can reach a second Ice Beam.
Oh! The attack drop is going to lift Axen to victory. Scorching Sands debuff for the win. Double a super effective damage. Jump left doesn't care and is going to knock out the Azumarill.
It's Axen taking the Azumarill out of a hat, finding a Magician's win condition there in the end game. The attack drop from the Diggersby, only possible win condition, and he managed to find it. Nothing less you'd expect of a former world champion.
I don't think there's any doubt about Jump Bluff anymore. If anyone was questioning whether it's a good Pokemon, it's won so many championships at this point this season, and they're taking the double super effective Ice Beam. That was almost disrespectful. I know that Diggersby got the debuff, but that is crazy, doing maybe less than 60% damage on that Shadow Jump Bluff.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the energy advantage garnered from this massive farm down of the massively debuffed Malamar did not mean anything. A nice attempt at an undercharge from ItsAxn, but the key thing to victory here in the endgame was the Ice Beam not knocking out. I don't know if either trainer really knew if it wouldn't knock out or not, because how often do you see a attack stage debuffed Ice Beam double super effective into a Shadow Jump Lift? There's so many different modifiers on that. It's starting to sound like the video game. Like you have 1, 2, 3, 4 different things happening to a base damage calculation. Kind of wild.
Right, get the calculators out. ItsAxn able to just barely withstand the Ice Beam. You could just tell by the facial expressions of both trainers. I don't think either of them were sure, like you said. And they are going to be thinking things over, trying to lock in for game number 2. We haven't seen that signature Blastoise brought just yet in this matchup for ItsAxn. And we haven't seen the Corviknight either from Ashen Ash, a couple of our caster predictions. But here we go, game number 2, and this is a strong lead for Ashen Ash. Credilli into Diggersby.
Looking at the backline for ItsAxn, it's not an amazing counter swap at either location. He could bring in his best answer of the Malamar, but I'd be a bit surprised to see him do that, because that would afford Ashen Ash the ability to answer that hard swap with something else. Scorching Sands coming through, doing meaningful chip damage. It is neutral because of the rock subtyping of that Credilli.
And resisting those quick attacks with that rock typing makes this matchup so comfortable for Credilli. It's going to unleash a Grass Knot, doing a lot of damage, and then we're going to see the Malamar save swap, and a little bit of hesitation from Ashen Ash. Wants to debuff this first before potentially swapping into his Drapion.
I like this a lot because Superpower does threaten Drapion with good neutral damage, and the Psy Waves are not going to add up too much. Plus, it puts this Malamar into a location where maybe one charge attack does threaten. Axen, knowing this doesn't knock out quite yet, no shielding, and no, not quite a knockout.
And this is going to allow ItsAxn to get off double superpower against the Drapion. And even debuffed, I wonder if there's any way double superpower is enough to knock out. It's going to be really close here.
Attack does drop, defense also falls, superpower coming through. I don't think it's going to be a knockout, but Ashen Ash unwilling to take that chance, throws up a shield. In comes Diggersby, Aqua Tail is loaded, and looking at the backline, I think Axen really wants to remove this Shadow Drapion from the field of play. Aqua Tail coming through, not picking up a knockout.
Not quite enough. We're going to see ItsAxn switch into the Jump Bluff. A Crunch is unleashed, and he's going to be in for a rude awakening when he sees what Ashen Ash has lurking in the back.
Signature Pokemon Corviknight going to be taking the field in not too long, but first Ashen Ash staying in, gets the defense drop. He's got to be happy about that. However, Rise, you're really good about knowledge of fast attack damage. Does Sand Attack triple resisted get any benefit of that that defense drop?
I don't think so. I think it's still doing 1 damage. And we've talked about the power of Jump Love, how sometimes it can actually overcome this Corviknight matchup, believe it or not, in the 2-shield, but you've already taken some chip damage where you're in Sky attack range, and with the 1-shield scenario, I think Corviknight is looking really strong here.
Additionally, Ashen Ash has a fairly healthy Credilli in the back, and its Axen's Diggersby is got energy, but it is also on its last legs.
He needs to somehow use that Diggersby as a catch attempt, and even that, I don't know if it will be enough to overcome the Corviknight here. We're seeing a aerial ice bait, and Ashen Ash calls it, not shielding, and that is going to be less efficient for ItsAxn. He tries to go for the catch. We're going to see a counter swap, and I think Ashen Ash is in a good position here.
Yeah, I love this play from Ashen Ash, not being willing to throw that charge attack, instead just waiting for the switch, knowing it has to come, and when it does, don't worry about throwing your move. Don't worry about farming down. Just switch into your own Cradilly. Lock in that win condition for yourself, that guaranteed win condition of having a shield and a charge attack loaded.
Ashen Ash fights back and ties up this series. One thing we often don't talk enough about, I think, is the handling of safe swaps. And Ashen Ash he was faced with a decision. He saw the Malamar swap, and he could have gone directly into the Drapion, but no, he's elected, I'm going to stay in momentarily, I'm going to debuff this with Rock Tomb, and I feel like that's my better course of action here. It was a decision that I think helped him maybe preserve some health on that Drapion that ended up being critical in the endgame.
And a really great team compositional call from Ashen Ash at the very beginning, bringing in that Corviknight, recognizing how much its Axen benefited from having the Shadow Jump Left on his team in game number 1, likely to bring it again into game number 2, but it's such a positive matchup for that Corviknight that it really left no openings for its Axen to try to make his way back into this game number 2.
Right, good call. I mean, if you look at those 3 in that order, that would potentially be the perfect 3 from Ashen Ash to line up against those 3 Pokemon from ItsAxn. So a really nice line call, and Ashen Ash is going to try and make a similar prediction in game number 3. Sometimes trainers are trying to predict what their opponents are going to bring. Sometimes they're thinking about, you know, maybe I devise a strategy, maybe I try to lure something out and go with that point of view. So both trainers thinking things over here.
And I really like the Cradilly bring from Ashen Ash. I'll ask you a question. What is Axen's best answer to the Corviknight?
The best answer to the Corviknight, honestly, would have to be either the Blastoise or the Diggersby. And we're seeing the Diggersby lined up where it wants to be against the Corviknight.
And that's exactly why I love that Ashen Ash is bringing Cradilly every single time. This is a deceptive matchup. Fire Punch is super effective, and it is the only thing that is super effective in this matchup, and it is why Diggersby is able to handily take this matchup, even though you might be thinking, hey, a flying type versus a ground type. How's the ground type win? It's Fire Punch.
And 3 Fire Punches will knock out. 3 Sky Attacks may also knock out, but you get to those Fire Punches quicker than the Corviknight. That's what allows Diggersby to take this matchup, and the bulk, it is just so astounding from Diggersby, and it paces so fast, these Fire Punches, but then we see the Cradilly swap and met by the Malamar from ItsAxn.
A bit of a slow swap here from Axen, though, allowing this Cradilly to get to the Rock Tomb much earlier than the charge attack from ItsAxn. I'm curious now, the second Rock Tomb, will it come before the back-to-back is available because of that slightly slow swap?
I think Ashen Ash might be able to get to the Rock Tomb, yes, before the double superpower. So assuming Ashen Ash throws here immediately, he will be able to potentially force a Protect Shield off ItsAxn or force him to surrender the Malamar.
And really great team compositional call from Ashen Ash. You did call out the great answers to the Corviknight, but Ashen Ash has a really great answer to the Jumpluff, as well as with energy, it has a really good matchup into that Diggersby. He's got Drapion in the back, and depending on exactly where it lands, especially with a Corviknight in the back for Ashen, the Jumpluff has nowhere to go.
Malamar able to knock out the crit. I'm a little bit surprised Axen went for the superpower there instead of the foul play because he was going to switch out anyway. But here we go. Fire Punch now. We see a quick counter swap on both sides, preserving some energy on Malamar, and now Diggersby connecting on the Fire Punch.
And I think that might have been an attempted Scorching Sands catch by Ashen Ash. However, Axen recognizing, hey, I think Fire Punch is going to be the way that I win this game against the Drapion as well as the Corviknight. I only want to throw that charged attack.
Going to double up on the Fire Punch. Now Ashen Ash can no longer use a Protect Shield, as there would just be another Fire Punch coming his way. Knocks out the Corviknight. This is all up to Drapion, and you know, Drapion has a lot of play here with 2 Protect Shields, but it's got to go through 3 Pokemon feet.
Oh, last second shield coming up to block that Scorching Sands. Really crucial here. Aquatail could have farmed up a little bit more, but maybe trying to preserve a little bit of health. How much energy is on the Malamar? That's going to be crucial. That's going to be key here in this endgame.
I think it has a superpower, but he comes in with Jump Bluff instead. Interesting decision. Maybe feels like if he can just get off this acrobatics and then land a superpower, he's in a good position. But Ashen Ash has a lot of energy. Axen knows he can withstand the first crunch.
Although he is building up a ton of energy to help mitigate a swap into that Malamar, I would have preferred him to throw that crunch even earlier. If he's able to get the defense drop, maybe the Poison Stings add up to a point where a Aquatail is going to be enough later. He needs to be very careful now. He needs to make sure that that Malamar cannot get a move through. He can't get the superpower off. Charge attack tie, and unfortunately there's still a shield available for Axen, so he needed to throw one Poison Sting earlier to prevent this charge attack from coming through.
And Axen just played this extremely safe. He knows if Ashen Ash throws energy, he just has a superpower banked on the Malamar anyway, but he got the charge attack priority so he can use the Protect Shield, knocks out with the acrobatics, and ItsAxn is going to your winners finals.
A impossible situation for Ashen Ash in that endgame, with the shields remaining on an Axen side, with the charge attack loaded for the Malamar. There was just no feasible way, no catches available from Ashen Ash to mitigate that energy on the Malamar, so it was a dead end. There were no more places to go.
There was a glimmer of hope with that Drapion behind two shields, because on paper you have a positive matchup against the Jump Bluff, a positive matchup against the Malamar that was sitting there in the back, but you see the flexibility of those Pokemon, and Jump Bluff so powerful with that acrobatics, able to command Protect Shields, and then you had no shields remaining in the end.
And I think it really comes down to the only, like, if I'm peeking through the eyeglass here and trying to find a win condition for Ashen Ash, I think it has to be throwing that first crunch as soon as possible. If you're able to get the Poison Stings to the point where you get a quick attack down by the time that final acrobatics is loaded, you have the shield for the Malamar superpower, and you're able to double Aquatail it to pick up the KO. And that is the only feasible win condition for Ashen Ash there in that game. And look at how little health the Jump Bluff had. I think the extra damage from the Poison Stings with the defense drop is exactly that, if not maybe a little bit more.
Absolutely, and Shadow Jump Bluff proving again and again why it is so strong. You know, a lot of people think that Drapion is almost a hard punish to Jump Bluff. I beg to differ. I have seen Jump Bluff win this matchup in multiple shield scenarios. If they don't get a crunch debuff, sometimes you can go straight acrobatics in the one shield scenario and command that matchup. So unless all shields are still in play, Jump Bluff might actually be a Drapion counter.
And it's really tough, right? You don't want to ever drop Aquatail or Crunch in this current meta. You cannot pick up Sludge Bomb. Sure, it'll give you a better matchup against the Fairies. It'll give you a much more clean win against Azumarill or the grass types like Jump Bluff or Superior, but you really like having the same type attack bonus damage of Crunch with the potential defense drop, as well as the quick pacing and baiting potential of Aquatail. And nobody in the entire championship series really has ever opted to switch for Sludge Bomb in recent memory, and it's because those two moves are just so powerful in combination.
100% agree. Sludge Bomb could be valuable in certain scenarios. However, that pacing of Aquatail is so valuable. And how many times is the Sludge Bomb potentially going to be valuable for you compared to the times when a Pokemon just has a little bit of health left and you want to go for that cheap energy Aquatail? Some of these games come down to just a couple of fast attacks, and if you have to expend more energy than required, that can be really costly. So I think having the cheap, energy efficient Aquatail is just more valuable than we can express.
And I think Dark typing is also really good offensive typing, right? There aren't too many things that resist it. Dark and Fairy, and I'm not sure, I think Steel typing back in Gen 2 it used to, but that's not how the game works anymore. Anyways, we've got a little bit of a graphic for you all to look at for local tournaments that you have in your area. Make sure you're scanning this QR to find a location near you where you can attend some smaller tournaments in your area and maybe try to earn some championship points yourself.
Come play at your local Pokemon leagues. I know at these regionals as well, these big time championships, some trainers that weren't able to make top cut are also competing in a cup today. So sometimes there's smaller tournaments on the side that can be great practice and also earning championship points towards potential Worlds qualification. Here's some highlighted Pokemon leagues in the Portland area.
And all of these championship points do add up, although maybe 50 championship points isn't enough to get you a Worlds qualification. Added together with the number of local tournaments you can attend over a season is a great way to bolster your entire championship point pool to make it into the top 75 or 50 or 10, depending on what region you are in, for your region.
Absolutely, those local tournaments can really add up over time, and there is a best finish limit, but a couple of solid performances at regionals combined with grinding out those local tournaments in your local community can help you accomplish that Worlds qualification.
And your local tournaments might even have things what we call as double headers. You know, that's a little bit of a terminology we've stolen from the sports scene a little bit, and you could have a back-to-back cup and challenge and have it in a fairly short amount of time. I know I have one coming up next weekend in the Boston area that I will be looking to attend myself.
Coming up next, Stud Muffins versus Pranav. This is your other winners semifinals matchup. We just saw ItsAxn move on against Ashen Ash. He will face off against the winner of this matchup right here. And the winner of this matchup will guarantee themselves a medal and a place in the top 3.
Always love having a medal, even if it's just the 4th place medal. Some might even say that those are the most coveted medals at these regional tournaments.
And Pranav has achieved some great success in the past. And here we go. We have a lock-in already. It's going to be game 1, Stud Muffins versus Pranav Feraligatr into Drapion. We saw this matchup play out earlier, Phoebe.
Yeah, it is the normal Feraligatr, not the Shadow Feraligatr. A little more bulky, a little more comfortable, no shielding a crunch. And it looks like Stud Muffin's not going for the charge attack tie, recognizing, hey, if I let this Hydro Cannon go, it's not going to be too threatening, but still shielding it anyways. Going now for a bit more energy before throwing his crunch.
Crunch is going to do a great deal of damage to Feraligatr, and Pranav is going to put up the Protect Shield, wants to keep some health around here, and because of the flexibility of Feraligatr, maybe will opt to preserve it, but this Hydro Cannon is going to connect. Not going to be enough to knock out the Drapion, but will probably put it into the red.
I'm not quite sure why we did not see a charge attack tie there, and now he's opened himself up to this catch. Crunch going into a Shadow Drapion is not the move of choice. However, he does have, unfortunately, 2 Fairy types in the back, but building up energy for another Crunch before switching into the Fairy and Steel type of Tinkaton. This is a good matchup for the Fairy type Pokemon, even though it's going up against a Poison type.
Saving that charge attack for the Feraligatr could be really nice for Stud Muffins later on, swapping into this Tinkaton that can withstand not just the Poison Sting damage, but these Aqua Tails as well. They don't do too much to Tinkaton. Going to have to throw a Bulldoze here, though, soon.
Bulldoze probably not quite enough to pick up a knockout at this point. Even though it's super effective, it is a very weak move. No shield from Pranav. It comes through and actually does just pick up the knockout. In comes Feraligatr, able to get a bit more energy, and it looks like a charge attack tie between the Hydro Cannon and the Play Rough from the Tinkaton.
The awareness of Pranav throwing on the charge attack priority of the Play Rough. This is going to command a Protect Shield from Stud Muffins. He wants to get off this Play Rough, which would be enough to knock out the Feraligatr from this range. Pranav thinking it over, and he's going to let it go.
I think that is the call to make, because if he does shield there, then he would just get knocked out by the crunch that was loaded on that Shadow Drapion. In comes Malamar, countered by the Azumarill. This is a really tough spot for Pranav.
He was faced with a difficult position, and he's going to have to hope that maybe 3 charge attacks plus the Psy Waves is enough to get rid of the Azumarill, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. You go for foul play on these first 2 because it doesn't debuff yourself. The superpower does slightly more raw damage, but the problem Pranav has here is he knows there's a crunch banked as well. Azumarill's going to get to 2 attacks, so you might be wondering why the no Protect Shield from Pranav. I think he's just playing to the win con that there's an unnecessary Ice Beam bait, so he's just going to take this game 1 loss, and Stud Muffins gets the win.
tough win condition there for him in the end. It completely depended on his opponent making a mistake, but Stud Muffins knows how to play, knows the game well, knows that, hey, if my opponent shields up this play rough, I have a crunch ready. It is good neutral damage into a dark and psychic type for that Malamar, and it is a shadow Pokemon with a high attack stat, so it'll do a lot of damage even when compared to play rough coming in at super effective damage.
Pranav just had to play to the potential win con there, and also had to make a few calls. Even if he protect shields the Feraligatr Phoebe, I don't know if that really changes anything, because then you would have no shields remaining with that fully healthy Azumarill still waiting for the Malamar and back.
Right. Bulldoze coming through just enough damage to pick up the knockout. I was a little bit surprised by that, but maybe you weren't. I feel like you know Tinkaton a little bit more than I do. I actually just built my first Tinkaton this weekend, so I've yet to actually play it.
Yeah, usually the Bulldoze, I would say, does a little bit less than half damage on the Drapion, because usually the Fairy Winds plus 2 Bulldozes is enough to knock out in that matchup.
All right, players are loading into game number 2, thinking about what kind of changes they can make to their teams of 3. I think what really worked out there for Stud Muffins was the ABB Fairy line. Of course, there was a dark type in the back for Pranav that Malamar really just did not have many places to go. It's okay into the Drapion, but not if the Drapion has energy. And a key moment at the very beginning of that first match was that farm back up after the catch of the crunch onto Pranav's own Shadow Drapion. He built up to another one, switched out, and preserving that energy, I think, was absolutely key for securing Stud Muffins a solid win condition in the end.
If you're Pranav, you have to be expecting the Drapion. It looks incredibly safe against his team, as it always is against most teams, right? But especially with no Mud Slap user, no Tinkaton, it has play against everything on the side of Pranav, and we are locked in for game number 2. And it's going to be, once again, the Shadow Drapion, this time into the Lapras.
This is a bit of a more comfortable matchup for the Shadow Drapion, resisting the Psy Waves. However, Sparkling Area, a really energy efficient, really good move for the Lapras. Crunch coming through, not going to threaten a knockout, but might be able to pick up a defense drop.
The defense drop is pretty critical in this matchup, because if you get it, the next charge attack will KO. Without the defense drop, Lapras can sometimes hang on to the second crunch and get off a second Sparkling Aria. Stud Muffin's actually electing to let this first Sparkling Aria go through.
I like the over farm a little bit there from Stud Muffins, meaning that Poison Sting damage does apply before the Sparkling Area is reached. Crunch coming through does not pick up the knockout, 1 HP, and because it is a 2-turn Poison Sting, the damage does not apply and the charge attack is reached.
Stud Muffin's actually investing a Protect Shield to retain the switch advantage, and I don't know, this is going to allow him to get off an Aqua Tail worth of chip against Drapion, but he's also giving quite a bit of a Poison Sting farm down to Pranav.
Unfortunately for Pranav, he does have his Feraligatr in the back, and there are 2 water types for Stud Muffins, and because it is the normal Feraligatr, it will struggle a little bit. Crunch going into the Azumarill here, and a defense drop could mean so much for Pranav in this matchup.
Crunch is going to connect, and it is not going to get the defense drop. Stud Muffin's throwing immediately. Maybe didn't want to give an obvious catch opportunity, so elected to throw on alignment there. And Pranav's putting this all in the back of Feraligatr with 2 shields, but I don't know if Feraligatr has enough to get the job done here.
I think Stud Muffins just needs to go straight Ice Beam here. I don't even think you need to throw Play Rough, because if Pranav lets an Ice Beam go, I think a Psy Wave down is pretty feasible here.
I wonder if Pranav goes for the back-to-back here, knowing that, oh, but it might not be enough to knock out anyway. So he's actually going to allow Azumarill to throw the play rough, puts up the Protect Shield, and he's hoping it's pretty much anything but the Lapras in the back that can resist all the charge attacks, but there it is. And you see a little bit of a grimace from Pranav, not knowing if these Hydro Cannons are going to be enough.
I would have preferred Stud Muffins to stay in with the Azumarill and force Pranav to throw a move. However, the energy is there still on the Azumarill, and by switching out, he might make it a little bit more difficult for Pranav in the end game to maintain energy advantage. I I think Pranav just said something. I'm not sure if it was a good games call from him. I might be already recognizing that this is a bit tough with a shield remaining and a lot of energy on that Shadow Lapras.
That's what it looked like indeed, exchanging good games, understanding that this Feraligatr just doesn't have enough firepower like its Shadow counterpart in this particular scenario. Shadow Lapras, on the other hand, going to reach another Sparkling Aria. This is the last Pokemon remaining on the side of Pranav, and Stud Muffins is going to be moving on to your winners finals.
As a really solid team compositional read by Stud Muffins, and I think if Pranav looks back at this match, the one criticism I have is that he's trying to utilize that Feraligatr as a endgame sweeper, but it's not as good of an endgame sweeper as that Shadow Feraligatr, and I think if you want to utilize it, you should try to utilize it in a different way because it lacks that endgame closing potential.
It is a very safe Pokemon and very versatile, and unfortunately just couldn't get it where it needs to be. Also credit to Stud Muffins. He brought Pokemon that were not as threatened by the Feraligatr. So even though Pranav was doing a great job of storing up so much energy, sometimes 2 Hydro Cannons banked with the Feraligatr, they were all going to be resisted against the Azumarill and the Lapras.
It's so interesting at the beginning of, I think it was game number 1, where both trainers shielded the first charged attack, and shielding the first crunch is typically not the way you want to go, and we saw that be a little bit to his detriment because the defense drop did come through, which means the second crunch is much more threatening.
Right. It's not advised in that sense to shield the first crunch because of the potential debuff, like you said, but it's a little bit of a safer shield in another aspect, because if you do take that first crunch, then they might be more likely to bait you with Aqua Tail or even just go straight Aqua Tail at that point. So I could see merit to either decision there. Stud Muffins, in the end, a really solid victory over Pranav, and this is going to put him in the winners finals, just like he did in San Antonio earlier this season. I think 3rd place is his best finish thus far, and he is going to try and improve even on that in the winners finals against ItsAxn.
It's a hard battle, a hard person to go through in order to try to make it into the grand finals to secure yourself top 2, but we'll have to see if he's able to do it.
And I think he's up to the challenge. I mean, he knocked down Dune Bug to the loser side of the bracket earlier on, and he's going to try and take on another legend of our game in ItsAxn. So Stud Muffins, I know he's one of those players similar to Out of Pocket that I mentioned that spends a lot of time doing scrims, doing practice tournaments. So he really gets a lot of reps in, and certainly practice makes perfect. Those reps are helping him out here in Portland.
And he was one of the people, one of the best performers from the North American region in LAIC, one of the hardest tournaments of the season. We'll have to see exactly how that goes, but that's going to be later. After this break, we're going to see Speedy and Stark back on the stream. You won't want to miss that.
My name's Sean Plowski. I'm from Wildwood, Missouri. Well, I started playing Pokemon GO from basically the very beginning. Took a little bit of a break and came back to it, and that's when PvP came out. I was using stuff like Lucario and Metagross and Ultra League, which is typically not what you would see. Those are a couple of my favorite Pokemon. I feel like I've been honing my skills as the years go on, and now I'm here. My first tournament was in Peoria last year. I was just happy to be there. My last tournament in Louisville, it didn't go exactly how I wanted it to. So for me this time, there was a little bit more of an expectation that I wanted to do well. I really just wanted to do it for me. I think I do it because it's still fun for me. I don't know if I'd still be competing if I didn't make all the relationships that I've had. You know, they have a lot of experience playing the game, so just bouncing ideas off of people like them, it's really helpful. A C team that I might like, I changed like 1 or 2 things about it. I know how to use the stuff I'm gonna bring, and I'm not just like going in with a big question mark before the tourney. I've always been a person that's tried to use more flexible Pokemon. I don't really try to go for like RPS per se. Being able to adapt to any situation, it's how you gotta go. You're gonna lose eventually. Like, there's a lot of good players out there, and there's gonna be some tough matchups. I'm a very competitive person, so I think the biggest thing for me is just trying to not get too down after like one loss. Game 2 of winners finals, I wasn't sure if my aerial ace on jump bluff would knock out of pockets Azumarill. I think I said out loud, I don't think this KOs. And it did. I was just shocked, and I feel like that gave me such a rush to go on and compete for the rest of the tournament. I felt very comfortable after that. I know out of pocket pretty well. Played him in like 3 different regionals now. So we're pretty familiar with each other, and I know he's a really good player. The winners finals and the grand finals, I think he won game 3 in both of those. So I don't want to leave any window of opportunity where he can come back from that.
Absolute fireworks on stage.
SJ is your Sacramento 2025 regional champion.
I mean, this was really the goal. I just wanted to qualify for Worlds, and winning Sacramento did that for me. Feel good to win a regional. I don't think the feeling will ever not feel good. By the end of it, I'm a little mentally spent, but I'm just really happy I was able to get it done. Last time for Worlds, I didn't really like my team, so for this go around, I would like to, spend a little bit more time on it and find a team that fits my playstyle again. With Dash, I don't think I've gotten the opportunity to play him head on in a while, maybe ever. He took a break, came back, and won the first regional of the season, so I would like to play him. I would love to win the World Championship, but there's a lot that can happen in this game, so you just kind of have to take things one step at a time. It would mean a lot. I don't even know what that could possibly feel like. My name kind of speaks for itself in terms of like factions and grassroots formats. I feel pretty solidified at this point, and now it's just a matter of going and doing it at Worlds.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US.
There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and ItsAxn is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon GO World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. It's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Stephanie Christine here to take you through the 2025 San Antonio Regional Championships. The Dual Destiny meta lived up to its name by showcasing some of the biggest rivalries in Pokemon GO PvP. The 8th career meeting between Rise to Occasion and Dune Bug 97 was dubbed the Tangle in Texas. While the two trainers Shadow Drapion fired Aquatails back and forth, the difference maker was Rise's Mandibuzz. Another rivalry came to a head when Elite was able to sneak a game-winning Ice Beam through 2 of Out of Pocket's Protect Shields to secure a spot in the losers finals. The winners finals was a showdown between Rise to Occasion and Stud Muffins. The momentum of the series was a tug of war, with both trainers white-knuckling their win conditions and digging in their heels. Rise took the winners finals 3-1 on the wings of his Mandibuzz, proving that it is the superior Dark-type flyer in the current meta. After a grueling 4-game series against Stud Muffins and his Galarian Moltres, Elite skyrocketed into the grand finals, proving that there is good, then there is great, and then there is Elite. The grand finals and the grand finals reset was the Shadow Marowak show. Despite Rise taking advantage of even the smallest of Elite's mistakes, it wasn't enough to conquer the oppressive power of Shadow Marowak. Elite claimed his 3rd regional championship to etch his name in the history books alongside friend and rival Wild Jeffs III.
And he is going to be your 2025 San Antonio Regional Champion.
We are waiting for you to join in on the action. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
All right, welcome back in trainers to Portland, the land, the beautiful, beautiful place that we have this regional championship today. I'm very excited to welcome you all back. Thank you, Speedy, for being here. And
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel really excited. I feel energized. I think you were aiming for the land of ports. I think
Yes,
that's what you're going to say.
that's exactly it.
I can just read your mind at this point. Our first cast together, it's going so well. Speaking of things that are going well, this tournament is also moving along. Stud Muffins taking a very impressive win just now on screen. And then it was very poetic to see him again spotlighted in that video against Rise. I mean, this is a trainer that has gotten pretty far in a tournament bracket in the past, but hasn't quite won yet. But we're going to be seeing some really talented players taking the stage right now, those being KemCoup and Adib.
Yeah, and I think both of these players have done very, very well so far in these tournaments. KemCoup, I believe, is first time able to win on a day 2, and Adib, like we talked about before in our previous cast, but he has improved every single step of the way so far.
Improved every single step of the way, and also taking advantage of every single moment that he possibly can to kind of separate himself from the competition. KemCoup had a very nice win over Caleb Ping recently on stream, and Adib won a nail biter against Athy. So let's see when these two trainers meet.
And I think these trainers are actually locked in, so let's jump right into these battles. We see a classic here, a Shadow Drapion for KemCoup into the Azumarill for Adib.
You know, Stark, sometimes I miss the days of the Umbreon mirror matches and the Lickitung mirror matches. Just kidding, I'd much rather prefer this. Shadow Drapion, Poison Stings are adding up. Azumarill gathering energy, but that Drapion striking first, looking for that defense drop.
Yeah, this is one of those matchups where if you get the defense drop on the first crunch, it really tends to favor the Drapion for the rest of the battle. But here we actually see no defense drop and an Ice Beam getting fired instead of a Play Rough. Does KemCoup decide to shield?
I think at this point, if you realize you need 2 charge attacks regardless, it makes sense to rely a bit more on that bubble damage, throw the Ice Beam, and try to maintain a flexible position in case your opponent decides to switch. Crunch coming through here, number 2.
Yeah, and I tend to agree. The Crunch is going to be obviously resisted here, but it does add up because of the Shadow bonus from that Shadow Drapion. And here we see a beautiful catch into the Azumarill, catching the Ice Beam. Wonderfully done by KemCoup.
This feels familiar because KemCoup has made this kind of swap before, catching charge attacks. Sometimes it's a Play Rough, but when it really goes the way he wants it to, it's a Ice Beam, and that's exactly what we got there. Bubbles adding up. Looks like the Play Rough is getting loaded as well, but the Tinkaton switching in. A little bit of ABA Fairy types here from Adib.
Yeah, but they're completely different in their playstyles. Obviously, Tinkaton has more resistances. It's able to resist that Fairy type charge attack as well as the Ice Beam. And here we're going to see both Pokemon just building up energy. Both of these Pokemon are incredibly bulky.
Exactly right. It looks like a Fairy type Play Rough that's going to get fired off here. Tinkaton probably going to shrug this off, but what I want everyone to realize is that those switch timers are displaced, and now KemCoup can reach for a different Pokemon. Actually, not before Adib gets to a charge attack of his own. What awareness by the trainer on the right.
I would say this is pretty rough for KemCoup. This Play Rough does land, and now he's able to switch out into that Claydol and get a lot of Mud Slap fast attack damage. This Tinkaton is going to be able to survive that last Mud Slap and throw a parting gift, another Play Rough.
Exactly right. Play Rough connecting into the Claydol. This swap now by Adib. He's got 2 Fairy-type Pokemon in the back, and both of them are incredibly weak. Looks like the Cradilly is going to have to wait for a moment while this Claydol fires the Ice Beam.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised going for the Ice Beam, knowing that there's 2 shields, but maybe trying to sneak those beams through the shields. We see a Rock Tomb getting fired off from the Cradilly. It is able to pace a little bit faster than the Claydol to these charge attacks.
Exactly. Charge attack, Rock Tomb getting shielded by the Claydol. Mud Slaps adding up a little bit, but again, the switch timers are heavily displaced. Adib is going to have to fire that Grass Knot soon if he wants to prevent a swap and a catch.
Yeah, and I believe KemCoup just realized that, okay, I'm going to get a charge attack priority. Why don't I just continuously build up more energy and then fire off this Ice Beam, because I'm going to shield anyway.
Exactly right. Ice Beam, Protect Shield coming up from Adib, just like you called out, Stark. Ice Beam would have done the most damage, I think, relative in this matchup, but now the Drapion comes in, one Poison Sting away. In the midst of the bullets, he gets the energy it needs for a crunch.
Yeah, and that's exactly why KemCoup switched out to catch that Ice Beam earlier in the battle, but exactly why Adib Khan built up to another Ice Beam himself before switching out. Both of these players using that early game advantage that they had to now start getting some more advantage in the end game.
What I'm worried about is this Azumarill is so weak for Adib. It's basically just fodder for this Claydol to mud slap down, and now it's got at least close to a charge attack. In comes a Cradily, and because of that energy, the Rock Tomb is reached.
This is a massive, massive play here from KemCoup, understanding that you need the energy on this Claydol. It was able to fire off 2 Ice Beams, and obviously both were shielded by Adib Khan, but at the end of the day, those Ice Beams were able to get the crunch through, and then at the end of the battle there, able to mud slap down and get a Rock Tomb at the end.
Yeah, exactly. I really feel like KemCoup did a good job of kind of like boxing Adib in, right? Eliminating options, reducing his chances to kind of pull off a win condition, and just making things difficult. Chipping down his 2 Fairy-type Pokemon early on in the matchup in the Azumarill and the Ticketon was really helpful, because once a Pokemon is that weak, they're not even like a flex pick that you can switch in and get to a charge attack with. They're kind of like a liability unless you can use them to catch a charge attack in the moment.
Right, exactly. And I think that's why Adib Khan has to really rethink some of these Pokemon. Maybe you come in with a different game plan than the Double Fairy. The Double Fairy did have some utility, but I think KemCoup was able to kind of maneuver around those types of Pokemon.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. We see the undercharge here on the Ice Beam, just trying to kind of scratch together some extra energy, but ended up just feeding this Claydol 3 Mud Slaps, and then it was just 2 away from a game-winning charge attack. But like you pointed out, Stark, I think Adib is going to kind of reflect on this. He seems to improve every single time he's on stage, so with this extra opportunity, he's going to try to make the most of it.
But here we actually see an adjustment from KemCoup, leading the Talonflame into the Tinkaton, a phenomenal lead for that Talonflame, but we see an immediate switch out into that the Cradily, which is going to be able to throw a Rock Tomb, but not before the crunch comes through.
Yeah, a little bit kind of wonky there on the charge attack timing. I think both trainers wanted to time things correctly, but the crunch getting shielded is important. No defense drop, which is actually very vital as well.
Yeah, that's huge to note here. That is going to change a little bit of the dynamic of how this game is going to be played out. But I believe the Drapion is going to be 7 Poison Stings away from good timing crunch, and which allows Adib Khan to be able to throw on interesting timing to get a shield potentially out of this Shadow Drapion.
Rock Tomb does pull the shield, in fact, and the crunch is loaded after 1 Poison Sting. Good timing by KemCoup, only ceding 1 extra turn of free energy to his opponent. Adib believes he can tank it, and I agree.
Yeah, but what's interesting to note is now you're exactly 4 Poison Stings away from another crunch, and you're able to throw just before that Rock Tomb is reached, and it makes for an incredible timing as well as damage calculation here. Is this going to be enough?
No, I don't think so. Because of the Rock Tomb debuff, another Rock Tomb is going to try to spear this Shadow Drapion and take it out of the game. KemCoup, with an interesting decision, decides to let it go.
Yeah, and I think you have to, because now it allows Talonflame to get 1 more Incinerate and start threatening even one of its counters, which is the Azumarill coming in right now.
Azumarill versus Talonflame, Flame Charge and Fly. There is no hard-hitting Brave Bird in the toolkit for this Fire and Flying type Pokemon, so it's got to be careful about how it maneuvers through this matchup.
Yeah, this Talonflame isn't as brave as your average Talonflame. Maybe it's a little bit more shy, more timid, but it is going to be able to still hit hard with those charge attacks. Fly is a very strong move. We're going to see an Ice Beam actually get fired off here. This isn't going to be enough to knock out, but KemCoup realizes it might be put in range of a farm down from the bubbles.
Exactly right. Oh, and the swap to catch a Fly? What is going on here, Stark?
I think Adib is making a read of what KemCoup has in the back, but this is exactly what KemCoup wanted. He's now 1 fast attack away from the Flame Charge, doesn't throw the Flame Charge right away, but is able to get there anyway, and maybe have a little bit extra energy for the Azumarill in the end.
1 step forward, but 2 steps back. This Talonflame is now ramped up with the Flame Charge. You can feel the heat from here, Stark. Azumarill coming in now. Oh, and the Fly is reached as well. This is going to be a boosted Fly.
Yeah, and this puts Adib's Azumarill in a really tough spot. You can see KemCoup nodding to the camera, realizing that he's in a phenomenal position to be able to close this game out with his Azumarill.
Wow, KemCoup underrated, but you might need to learn his name because he is making one for himself here in Portland. Play Rough connects. Azumarill from KemCoup shrugs it off, and he is one Play Rough and some bubbles away from advancing.
Yeah, phenomenally well done from KemCoup. I think understanding the lead matchup, I think, was the most key component here in this battle. We see another, like you said, Play Rough comes through here. It's not enough, but like you exactly mentioned, the bubbles afterwards are going to be too much for Azumarill to handle.
A few more bubbles is all it takes. KemCoup advances out of losers round 1 in our official top cut here in Portland. So again, championship points on the line, prize money on the line, pride on the line. These trainers want to end this season with an exclamation point, and KemCoup is well on his way. But shout out to Adib. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, seriously.
How impressive, how inventive was he in this tournament, and how creative. And I mean, I can't think of any more synonyms. Do you have a thesaurus over here behind the desk?
I don't have a thesaurus, but I might have an Aurorus. That's the only dinosaur I could find in the moment. But beautifully said, Speedy. I think Adib had proven his worth all tournament long. He could have won this set, obviously, but KemCoup, like we talked about, one of the more underrated trainers. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think both were capable of winning, right? It felt like an even matchup talent-wise, skill-wise. When the margins are that thin, it really comes down to just team composition, you know, reading things in the moment, and maybe a stroke of luck here and there to just get things exactly the way that you want them. But yeah, Adib, very impressive tournament run. I'm sure himself and his friends are very proud. But KemCoup's story is not over yet. And when we kind of talk about competitive Pokemon, we talk about, you know, the champions that we see time and time again, the Dune Bugs, the Axens. But then you've got up-and-comers, Stud Muffins, KemCoup. There is a lot still to unpack here in this Championship Series event.
Yeah, I think KemCoup's underrated play was that Shadow Dropion, being able to kind of maneuver in and out of matchups and neutralize the Credilli from Adib Khan so that his Talonflame could shine. Once the Credilli went out of the picture, there wasn't really anything in terms of charge attack pressure on Adib Khan's side that he was really utilizing to be able to threaten that Talonflame, and I think that's why he made that adjustment from Game 1 to Game 2.
You know, a lot of trainers are probably looking at the team and saying, you know, Adib's Shadow-type Flosion, he keeps bringing it. It's so good for him. It's such a powerful Pokemon. But when you look at the team compositions, KemCoup did have the Lapras, the Azumarill, the Claydol, and the Drapion with Aqua Tail. So many obstacles to that Fire-type Pokemon really popping off, and when you can effectively bench your opponent's MVP due to your sheer team composition, it already puts you a step ahead.
Yeah, and I think that made it really tough, and that's probably the small advantage that he needed to be able to win that match. And actually, we're gonna transition over to the floor, yeah, where Rise is talking with KemCoup.
Thank you, Stark. I'm feeling really tall as rise to occasion. Thank you for squatting down so I can be a little bit taller than you. KemCoup, you do not have Tinkaton on your team, but you're up against a Shadow Typhlosion. How do you play around a Pokemon as potent as Shadow Typhlosion?
Honestly, I just put as many water types and water type coverage as I could on my team, and a lot of fast-pacing Pokemon, just try and outpace it or keep an energy lead somewhere and stop it.
And Tinkaton, not on your team. Talk to me a little bit about why you didn't want to bring it here to this regional.
After seeing the performances in Utrecht, I was really worried about fire types coming, and I saw a lot of mud slappers in practice, and I was just like, well, I don't want to risk getting RPS'd and losing by bringing Tinkaton into a fire, so find a way around it.
Absolutely. Avoiding RPS, I feel like, is one of the ways that players can really excel at making sure that they can make it far in these tournament runs. If you're playing RPS, you know, you have a 50% chance to win, you have a 50% chance to tie, you have a 50% chance to lose. So that's how that math works, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
This is your tied now for your best performance ever at a regional. Thinking forward about how you want to do, what are you going to do in the next period of time between now and your next matchup?
Honestly, I don't think I have a whole lot of time before the next matchup, but I'm just going to try and catch my breath, maybe get some water, and just see what I can come up with for lines.
Maybe recenter yourself. Yes. Look at the team that your opponent's going to run. Thank you for the insight into your Pokemon choices, the dealing with Shadow Typhlosion. Any people you'd like to shout out before we send it back to the casters?
So I took this team from my good friend Maximilian P, who got second in Utrecht. So I just want to thank him for all the pointers on it, Inadequates, everybody who's hosted practice tournaments, all my friends in Legends United, and everybody I've just met playing this game.
Some really great friends you have there. Thank you again for the interview. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Let's send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Rise. I mean, wait, sorry. Must have
Yeah.
not been wearing my glasses.
That was totally understandable.
That was Phoebe, right?
Yeah, that was Phoebe.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Sometimes they look,
it happens.
you know, similar.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. That was a great interview with KemCoup. Very exciting as well to kind of confirm what you and I had suspected. That team from Maxi, 10 million P, who finished second overall in Utrecht just last weekend, kind of making its way across the Atlantic here to Portland. And it's been doing really well, obviously, because KemCoup is closing in on a round 2 loser side bracket top cut, which is nothing to snuff at.
Yeah, I think they mentioned there one of his best finishes of all time, and we're actually going to take a look here at the losers bracket. We see Pranav versus KemCoup. That's going to come up very, very shortly, and in front of us is going to be Dune Bug versus Kobe Coupland, and the winner of that is going to be able to face Ashen Ash.
We recently saw Ashen Ash be defeated by our 2023 world champion ItsAxn, just overpowered and outplayed, but he's looking to continue his way through that loser side bracket. And speaking of the champ, we've got ItsAxn taking on Stud Muffins.
Yeah, what I love about this is both of these trainers in the winners finals have already been guaranteed a medal and are now fighting for a position to win Portland in the grand finals. I think this is going to be one of the most entertaining finishes to a regional yet. What do you think, Speedy?
I think if you want championship points, you need to finish as high as you possibly can. If you want an auto qualification for Worlds, you got to win it all. And one of those two trainers is doing their best to get into that grand finals. But right now, on the floor, we are in an elimination matchup. This is Dune Bug 97 versus Kobe Coupland, a trainer who we started off this tournament practically watching from the beginning, and he's been more and more impressive, and I think it's due to those ground types on his team.
I agree, and I believe this is also the closest regionals to his home base. I believe he said he was 2.5 hours away or so in terms of distance in the car, and maybe as this is his home base, he's more grounded here.
Ooh, actually, very nicely said. Meanwhile, Dune Bug 97 looking to break up that ground with the ice punches on a Shadow Dusclops. Let's see if he gets his wish. Going right into game number 1, Dune Bug is going to go ahead and lead his Shadow Drapion into the Diggersby. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see, especially with the Shadow Dusclops in the back, but I believe it does double resist these quick attacks as well, which is very, very helpful.
Well, I think a lot of double resistances, and speaking of resistances, Ice Punch onto the Lapras is an insane swap out for Dune Bug to run into. Kobe is on his toes.
Yeah, pulling a, I guess, Kobe Bryant there, being able to catch that like that. But we see a Shadow Punch getting fired off. This is going to do some nice neutral damage into the Lapras.
Absolutely. Shadow Punch is going to connect into the Lapras, dealing some meaningful chip damage. And meanwhile, that Sparkling Aria is locked and loaded. Going to fire this off. Two very bulky Pokemon in a very neutral matchup, just kind of trading blows.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe this is going to be enough damage from that Sparkling Aria to put it in Psywave range just from the fast attack damage. But this Dusclops gets to move so quickly, Speedy.
It really does. Hex is such an incredible energy-generating move, but taking advantage of the switch timer sends in the Malamar. You're kind of nodding. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Kobe Coupland is in fantastic position because he has that jump luff in the back to be able to start racking up this fast attack damage that is super effective into the Malamar.
And we can't forget the lead matchup was the Shadow Drapion into the Diggersby, so these trainers know exactly what is lurking in the back. Malamar trying to make the most of a really tough matchup because it is absolutely hemorrhaging HP due to these super effective Fairy Winds.
And absolutely lovely timing there from that jump luff to be able to throw the airlays just before the Malamar is able to reach that foul play. It is enough to knock out, and now Dune Bug is in a tough position.
Very, very tough. Shadow Drapion's got a ton of work to do. Gonna send it out here into the field against that jump love. I think this is a pretty obvious bait scenario, right? 2 Protect Shields still, but you need to budget your HP, and that's exactly what Dune Bug is trying to do.
Yeah, and just in case it is that acrobatics, you do not want to go down 2 shields, or still have 2 shields up in play and have no health left. So you kind of have to shield that play. Understanding that situation, Kobe Coupland is going to let the jump left go because now you have the Diggersby to kind of handle this Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion staring down the Diggersby and trying to make a heads-up play.
Oh my gosh, again he catches the Ice Punch on the Lapras. That's the second time this game.
Are you kidding me? Twice in one battle? What is happening here? Kobe is playing out of his mind. and this is an insane finish. I mean, yeah, Dune Bug gets the Hex down, but to what end?
Yeah, and at the same time, you still have this Fire Punch loaded. This Diggersby has been fully loaded from the beginning of this battle, and now is able to knock out the Shadow Dustclops. And now, what is the Shadow Dropping going to do? The Diggersby still has 2 shields.
I'm telling you, Kobe is not only breaking the hearts of Dune Bug fans, but he's breaking Dune Bug's ankles up there on stage, making these pivots and switches, heavy damage coming through, and Kobe just basically ice skates to a game 1 win there.
Speaking of ice skating, his Lapras really just levitating on the ice.
Yeah.
Those 2 punches did absolutely no damage. That was insane. I've never seen someone catch 2 double resisted charge attacks in the same game.
But not only that, but catching 2 double resisted charge attacks against the Dune Bug 97?
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me, right?
Just very, very impressive stuff.
Like, my goodness.
I think Kobe Coupland is coming for KemCoup's title of most underrated battler.
I think so as well. We see him thinking over game number 2. It can be really tough, managing your emotions, getting a really monumental game 1 victory. You can't let that momentum carry you into a mistake, so you need to stay grounded. No pun intended, Stark, as you usually do, but we're going to see no Clodsire in game number 1. Diggersby did enough. Do you think we see double ground in game number 2?
I don't think you can because of something like the Malamar. It is going to be threatening both the Diggersby and the Clodsire in this matchup, so it's going to be very difficult to bring both Diggersby and Clodsire, but I would definitely expect one or the other.
Yeah, I think so as well. Dune Bug 97 facing elimination here in Portland. Yes, he had that victory in Monterey, but after the 2024 season, 3 regionals and a 2nd place finish at an IC, he wants more. His standards are so high. The bar is sky high, and he is reaching for it, but he's got to get past Kobe first.
Yeah, and I think because his standards are so high, if he was to lose here, I feel like he would think that this is not his best performance. But obviously, no matter how he plays, he's always going to put up a very good show. So here we go. Into game 2, we see the leads here. It is a Shadow Jump Bluff on the side of Kobe Couplet into the Malamar of Dune Bug. Another good lead for Kobe.
Azumarill and Shadow Dustclops complete the composition here for Dune Bug. Meanwhile, Clodsire and Lapras for Kobe. So opting for the ground poison instead of the ground normal. But this is a tough lead scenario, right? Because the Malamar can dish damage, but it can't really take these Fairy Wings.
Yeah, exactly. And now we see an immediate switch out into the Azumarill after the charge attack was fired. The Lapras has met by the Azumarill. I mean, the Lapras has a really good position here again, Speedy.
I wonder, okay, I was actually going to ask you if we see a shield here on the first play rough pre-Skull Bash, but Kobe decides not to. I think he's confident that especially after that Skull Bash, he can survive and endure the second play rough.
Yeah, and I really respect the timing here, understanding exactly to throw 2 extra Psy Waves before that extra bubble comes through.
Yeah.
Being able to throw in perfect timing there is phenomenal so that your opponent doesn't get any extra energy.
I think if you are Kobe, you probably absorb the second play rough, probably look for more of those Psy Waves to come through and try to build up to the double Sparkling Aria. Play rough kind of bounces off, and I think Dune Bug realizes he's probably going to get farmed down, but I don't know, he might be able to get there. We'll see.
I don't think so. We see another Skull Bash come through. This is going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill. Dune Bug understands the situation, is going to let it go and save the shields for the Dustclops. Malamar in the back. We see the Malamar come in right away to start building up a ton of energy. Obviously, it's going to have to take a Sparkling Aria or shield it up for its trouble here.
Well, if you're triple resisting the Sparkling Arias from the Lapras, this is prime farm down country. We're going to see the swap now into the Dustclops to soak the Aerial Ace, recognizing the combo play was on the way and knowing this would not be acrobatics. Dune Bug makes an incredible read.
I know we talk about 3D chess a lot, but he also got a Hex through there and was able to get some energy from that catch at the same time. That's an excellent play.
Yeah, absolutely insane levels of gameplay here. Looks like another Aerial Ace gets fired off here. 2 shields. Dune Bug has a decision to make. He needs HP. He's running out of options, but he's not going to use his shields yet.
Really, really nice call there from Dune Bug. Understanding the situation, you almost always are going to Aerial Ace there because you'd expect your opponent to shield, and knowing that Dune Bug doesn't shield, another Aerial Ace, though, is going to grab a shield.
Yeah, I think right now, recognizing how much energy the Jump Bluff has, how many hexes you can do is important, and he is exactly right. He could only get away with 1 because he would likely get hit with another Aerial Ace.
But we see another shield come up from Kobe Couplet. Swap. This is going to be really difficult. Another catch here from Kobe on his Lapras. That's the 3rd time in 2 games.
And instead of farming farming down with Sidewaves. Dune Bug pulls the trigger too early and gives up all of that foul play energy. He is in a hole, and I don't know if there's any way to crawl out of it.
The only way through is forward. I think you have to be able to get as much damage as possible and as much value as possible out of this Malamar.
Yeah, I agree. I think if maybe he can clinch up 2 foul plays. If the Clodsire tries to farm down, maybe he can get to a move on the Dusclops. I mean, it's going to be really close. He's closing in on the second foul play. Does get there. Hold on. Hold the phone.
I'm holding.
All right, what do you think? What do you think?
I think the Dusclops is able to resist the poison type damage, and it's not going to be hugely threatened by anything. Dune Bug still has a shield. He just has to get to 1 more charge attack here.
Ooh.
The Sludge Bomb comes through. Obviously, it is a Shadow Dusclops, so I think it's actually going to be enough.
Is the switch by Kobe, is the catch, is the lose con? Does he need to stay and throw the charge attack? And he does! Not falling for any kind of shenanigans. This Sludge Bomb is resisted, but honestly, Stark, I think it's enough.
Yeah, I agree. Kobe Cumplet, another upset.
Whoa!
It's actually not enough. We both were wrong. But it doesn't matter. The jump
matter.
bluff takes the win.
My goodness. What is Kobe cooking here in Portland? Taking down Dune Bug 97, eliminating him from the competition with Clodsire Game 2, Diggersby Game 1, 2 Ice Punch catches in Game 1, and then another catch in Game 2. My gosh.
Incredible. And isn't this the trainer that also took out of pocket as well?
Yes. Wow. Whoa, all right. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, really big upsets there for Kobe Coupland, really showcasing that Portland is not for the weak-hearted.
It's not, right? And I think Clodsire is also a massive surprise. When we were making our MVP picks, we talked about Shadow Blastoise, we talked about Corviknight, we talked about all these other Pokemon. I think all of us, all 4 of us, failed to see the shining star that is that Clodsire. You know, being a little low on the ground, maybe it's a little bit hard to see, but let's reflect a little bit here. It looks like Ashen Ash and the Corviknight are still in the tournament. Dilap with Shadow Blastoise, Axen with regular Blastoise, and Feraligatr.
Yeah, and I think ItsAxn is still in that tournament, so I feel pretty good about that prediction.
Yeah, pretty confident. All right, we'll see, we'll see. Also, a fresh picture there for you as well. I think that was just taken yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you know, you got all dressed up. Let's see what happens, though. We have our 2 trainers that were eliminated already grayed out from the graphics. So Pranav from Rise and Axen with the Blastoise from you. Those are our 2 last standing picks.
Yeah, I'm very excited. They're both water types. Obviously, Portland is known for that river that cuts through, and obviously that Pacific Ocean, that northwest feel. It's very lively here. So
it is. It's very refreshing.
It is.
Yeah, I think that's probably the main word I would use. Absolutely adore the city of Portland. I'm really, really honored and happy to be here, and especially casting with you, man. This has been fun.
Oh. Thanks, Speedy. It's been an honor as well.
Just being honest. You know, sometimes when Alex is talking, I get a little bored, so I've been doing a little bit of coloring. Thanks to our friend Michelangelo for getting me this coloring sheet. I wasn't able to get one earlier when I left the desk. I wasn't gone long enough, but this is awesome. I mean, this is so much fun.
And actually, I've been taking notes myself,
okay.
And one of the notes was Blastoise is a menace.
Wow.
So, I mean, this Blastoise theme, it would be very, very poetic if it was able to take the tournament by storm.
Wow, we'll see. I mean, there's one Blastoise horse in the race, so to speak, and that is with ItsAxn. But we're going to get 2 new trainers here. KemCoup was right. There was not a lot of downtime between his matchup that he just had and the one he has lined up, because he's going to take on Pranav. And also, Stark, I'm kind of falling out of the frame. Can you scoot over?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, move to the left. Not too far.
Oh, okay.
You know, we got to pretend like we like each other.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got Pranav on the left side and KemCoup on the right. Pranav has been really impressive, but I feel like the line reads, the execution earlier was just not quite there, and he did fall to that loser side bracket. So KemCoup has a very tough opponent here in a trainer that, as we talked about yesterday, kind of like shows up a few times a season, but every time he does, he absolutely pops off.
Right, exactly. And I think that's the way that Pranav wants to play. He doesn't want to show all of his cards all the time. And here, I think he's running more of like a meta team, right? We see like the Dropion and the Double Water. I think those are like the Pokemon that he enjoys battling with the most because he's comfortable with them.
Do you know how Pranav got here? Did he park his yacht out in the port?
Yeah.
I think he did.
He said he landed his yacht in the port because he was like making a play off of Portland.
His yacht flies?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it would dock, right? But
yeah.
Either way, he's here. KemCoup on the right side of your screen has been so impressive with a team that he was inspired by Maxi 10 million P over in Utrecht. He's got that Talonflame, Shadow Drapion, as well as the Claydol, and the double water with the Azumarill and Lapras. Meanwhile, Pranav, I don't know. This team looks really balanced. I like the Diggersby. I like the Malamar. I think there's a lot of play here. Is there any must bring? If you had to like really zoom in and say there's one MVP Pokemon for each of them in the series, what would you say?
I think the one unique Pokemon on KemCoup's side has been the Talonflame. If he can avoid the water types or get a shield advantage somewhere in the battle, I think the Talonflame could put in a lot of work for KemCoup. And in terms of Pranav, I think his main focus is going to be that Drapion, because if it can avoid the Claydol, it has positive matchups into everything else, or incredibly neutral matchups like the Mirror Match and the Azumarill that we know, and the Aquatail into that Talonflame.
I don't know if you can see that, everyone watching at home, but there is a little Feraligatr right next to the desk by Pranav, and that is an awesome figure. Anyways, let's go into this battle. We're going to see Pranav versus KemCoup, losers round 2. A lot on the line here, and this is a really tough lead for KemCoup.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to see the Diggersby come out this early in the battle, but you do have two options here, right? You have the Aquatail that's going to hit with super effective damage, and then you also can switch out if you want because you have two answers in the back.
Exactly right. So much flexibility here. Aquatail connects into the Diggersby. Scorching Sands is loaded, but we've seen a lot of Pokemon either wait or bait, and KemCoup does neither. He swaps in the Malamar to soak whatever this Diggersby is throwing.
Well, one of our trainers did bait, and that was a beautiful call there from KemCoup to be able to switch out and catch that move. And now we see this Shadow Drapion that we talked about earlier. It is going to be incredibly safe in this matchup, but the Superpower is still going to hurt quite a bit as good neutral damage here.
I think so as well, but I mean, when you consider the charge attack pressure that's going to come across the board, it makes sense to shield this one up. We're going to see a little bit of an overcharge here. Good timing by Pranav to not allow Malamar to get to another charge attack.
Yeah, Pranav does know his counts very well. He's very consistent in understanding these matchups incredibly well, and now he has energy to go into the next matchup, although he is down a shield, so that is probably the only way that KemCoup can come back in this battle.
I would agree. Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, classic core, classic duo, and they are on KemCoup's team. Azumarill doing a little bit of work with the bubbles, but these poison stings are adding up. Here comes crunch number 1.
Yeah, and you really want to hope for this debuff here. I don't think KemCoup is going to shield his Azumarill at all in this matchup, because the main reason all the charge attacks are going to be resisted, and you want to save those shields for the Drapion because it is a less bulky Pokemon.
Interesting by KemCoup to throw after 2 bubbles, giving a free poison sting away, but he wants to apply that shield pressure. Oh my goodness.
What a beautiful, beautiful catch there from Pranav. He is going to still take super effective damage here, but he really wants to avoid that Aquatail against his Drapion.
Yeah, absolutely. Wants to keep Drapion in the game. Looks like the Diggersby is going to build up some additional energy. Here's the pop quiz, though. Does this Pokemon have a Scorching Sands? KemCoup is going to shield regardless, even though the energy wasn't quite there.
Right, and I think he just wants to preserve as much health as possible on his Shadow Drapion because he needs to make sure that the Drapion is the win condition for him in this game.
Yeah, you want to be able to endure an Aquatail coming your direction, so it makes a lot of sense. KemCoup is able to win that matchup, and now Pranav springs into this game with the Shadow Drapion. It's got 2 Aquatails loaded.
Is the switch timer up? That's the question you have to ask. It is not quite up, and he's not going to be able to catch the Aquatail on the Azumarill. I think that would have been a really good way to try to come back in this game.
With just a second to spare, Pranav pulls the trigger on the double Aquatail and lands the second one, and now Drapion is in a tough position, but I think this Aquatail is going to hurt.
Yeah, it'll definitely knock out the opposing Shadow Drapion, but I believe Pranav has set the trap and has been able to spring it here in this moment to be able to farm down with his Shadow Lapras, or the Lapras into the Shadow Drapion. KemCoup's not able to get to that last second crunch, but I don't even think it would have mattered.
I don't think so either, and even though this Lapras would love to have Skull Bash right now, I think that there are multiple ways to get the job done, and Sparkling Aria works just as well.
Yeah, this is definitely a sparkling way to get through this matchup. We talked about all the water types here. We haven't really mentioned the Lapras as much. It is an incredible Pokemon, and it is still here in this battle.
Firing the Ice Beam now, a little bit a higher energy cost, a little bit more damage. I think he's trying to close the window here on KemCoup and just kind of reset things after winning game number 1.
Yeah, I think Pranav definitely had control over the game from start to finish. Obviously, KemCoup was finding different ways to try to get the advantage, but because of that Diggersby in the lead matchup against the Drapion, it was very difficult to try to come back into the battle. Pranav here, we can see his team. He's got the Diggersby, the Dropion, the Lapras, the regular non-Shadow Feraligatr, the Shadow Jump-Off, and the Malamar.
I'm so glad you mentioned the Feraligatr. Looking again at the table, I'm looking right past the graphic. I'm looking at that figure. That Feraligatr is coming out of the water, and it looks sinister. It looks so devious. It's ready to wreak havoc on ChemCoup in game number 2, and we're going to see if that comes to fruition.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Pranav is getting energy from that Feraligatr to try to come out of the depths and take control of this match.
Absolutely. We have a 1-0 lead for the trainer on the left, and this is how he did it, landing a crunch into the Malamar. 2 protection advantage for ChemCoup, but it was too little, too late, as Pranav was able to masterfully pilot his way through a tough composition. Lapras was the closer.
Yeah, and I think ChemCoup's slight miscalculation of the energy on Pranav's Shadow Dropion was the only way that he was the only way that he could come back into the game a little bit more. I think if he had gotten 1 or 2 extra Poison Stings in the mirror match or against that Diggersby, he would have been able to get to 1 more crunch against that Lapras and maybe give himself a chance.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I mean, and those are the margins we're talking about, right? A couple of fast attacks here, a swap there. That's how close these games have been. We're jumping right into game number 2, though. If ChemCoup loses, his Portland run is over. A new career high, but just a few steps short of the gold. We're going to find out what Pranav can do as well. He's got that Shadow Drapion into Lapras.
Yeah, and I think this is an incredibly neutral matchup. Despite the Psy Waves being resisted, I think people have talked about it, Rise on stream as well. They still do 2 damage per Psy Wave.
Yeah, exactly right, and that can add up over time. Crunch coming through here will connect into that Lapras, and no defense drop triggers was actually very good news for ChemCoup.
Yeah, and I think the Crunch will still be enough to knock out the Lapras, but getting the Sparkling Area through is a hugely important part of ChemCoup's game plan to try to get some more damage into this Pokemon.
Psy Waves melting through, as you called out, but the Crunch is ready, and I think this will bring this Lapras perilously weak. ChemCoup gonna let it through, trusting in his Pokemon, and it does hang on, but the defense drop forces him to swap out anyway. And now we've got a Lapras versus a Azumarill matchup, just how game number 1 ended.
Right, but at this point, it's a little bit more in favor of ChemCoup. Not only does he still have shields in play, but the Lapras does not have that Skull Bash. That's critical for this matchup.
No, you're exactly right. Play Rough is going to hit pretty hard against the Lapras and cause a lot of issues for it, especially in a situation where the shields are even and the energy is even. Sparkling Aria coming through.
Yeah, the beauty about Lapras here is that I believe it's still able to win this matchup even without the Skull Bash, but it gets dangerously close to getting farmed down by the bubbles after these 2 play roughs go through, because you're not able to buff your defense and you're not able to get as much damage from your charge attacks as you would normally.
Play Rough connects yet again into Lapras. We've seen these Laprases take a ton of punishment, but that's one of the benefits of having such a bulky Pokemon on your team. Sparkling Aria coming through. I don't think that this Lapras is in any danger of missing the second one.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Sparkling Aria, the second one, is going to come out at some point. But maybe Pranav is thinking, oh, actually going for a switch into the Jump Bluff.
Oh, no.
Maybe trying to catch a Play Rough.
Yes.
But this is going to be double super effective. You need to shield as Pranav, and he does.
Oh, no. This might be awful for Pranav because now he's giving up resources he didn't want to. Drapion comes in at full health. The Protect Shield advantage. He does have the Sparkling Aria banked on the Lapras. That's the good news. The bad news is that he is switch locked against Pokemon that could drop his defense with a Crunch.
Yeah, and you have to let this one go, because the second one, if you get the defense drop, would do more damage. Okay. But no defense drop there is huge for Pranav to be able to try to come back. We see the flying charge attack get
wow,
and ChemCoup makes the call.
Wow, eyebrows up, mine as well, ChemCoup. You are in an elimination game, and you know the potential acrobatics. What a call. Second Aerial Ace coming through, and this will pull the shield.
Yeah, you have to shield this one, obviously. But now we're going to be able to get a little bit more energy with that Shadow Dropion. Those Poison Stings definitely adding up as they are super effective. Now Pranav is shielding an Aqua Tail, though. This is not what you want to shield.
Yeah, well, Switch Timer is up for Pranav, and it is for ChemCoup as well. Swaps in, throws, and is trying to negate the energy, but Pranav is quick. He throws the Aerial Ace, but it gets caught.
You talked about Lapras taking hits. That's the 4th Lapras we've seen take a charge attack this today.
Oh, he tries to swap as well, but the Drapion is able to get the Aqua Tail. This is insane.
Yeah, I think at this point, KemCoup has this game locked up. He can just Poison Sting down. He's done such an incredible job this entire game. But oh, we see another Aqua Tail getting fired.
Another Aqua Tail. I think the bad news for Pranav here is that this Drapion from KemCoup is likely to farm down. And even if he has energy on the jump bluff, I don't think it can get to a charge stack in time.
Agreed, and that Azumarill is still hanging on in the back. We're going to see a Poison Sting down like we talked about, and KemCoup takes game 2 to force a decisive game 3.
I'm telling you, Stark, where the wheels really came off was when Pranav tried to catch the play rough on the jump bluff. That felt like such an important moment because then he was forced to give up the shield. Then he allowed KemCoup a moment to think about what he wanted to do and how he wanted to execute. And once you give your opponent that much room to breathe, it's really tough to rein them back in.
Yeah, especially a player as good as KemCoup, who has showcased his abilities at this tournament. And I think an underrated part of that switch decision, it allowed KemCoup to negate the amount of energy that Lapras had. It had almost 2 Sparkling Arias, and it was able to get KO'd from 1 Aqua Tail from that Drapion towards the end of that battle.
You're exactly right. We're going to see a really kind of like haphazard end game in our replay here because that was the swap and the Ice Beam forcing the shield. This call by KemCoup, my goodness. Eyebrows go up. He says, you know what? Called your bluff.
Yeah, that was an incredible call. And then the catch, of course, on his Lapras as well. Both trainers have been playing incredibly well. Game 1 went to Pranav, Game 2 went to KemCoup. What adjustments do you think we'll see here in Game 3, Speedy?
Oh my goodness, it's so hard to tell, right? Because we have seen the Diggersby for Pranav be very good. It didn't make an appearance in that game number 2, and maybe that was part of the problem. We're going to see, though, because KemCoup has been so impressive. He's been playing a lot of Azumarill, a lot of Shadow Drapion. He did try the Talonflame out earlier on, but I don't know. I mean, he's got options.
Yeah. He definitely has options. I think the biggest factor here isn't even the Pokemon they're going to bring, but how they're going to play. Because both of these trainers have been known to play very fluid playstyles. They're switching in and out. They've got the Lapras and the Drapion, the Pokemon that are very easy to be able to try to catch moves on later in the games. And we've seen that now on the Lapras, on the Diggersby, on the Drapion. All of these trainers have been phenomenal in knowing exactly where their opponents are at and making the plays at the moments they need to.
Yeah, if I'm going to answer your question, or my own question rather, about what the MVPs are, I think it's got to be Shadow Drapion on both sides. But let's see what happens. It's all going down here. Elimination game, losers, round 2, Shadow Drapion versus Lapras.
Yeah, and we talked about this. This was actually the lead, I believe, in Game 2 as well. And here we're going to see the Sparkling Arias and Crunches getting thrown as soon as possible.
Exactly right. Crunch coming through here. This will likely connect because the first one does the least amount of damage, especially if the first one triggers a defense fall. Crunch takes a bite out of Lapras and no defense drop occurs.
Yeah, and that's very important because we saw in Game 2 there that Lapras is able to win this matchup if you can not get the defense drop on one of the Crunches.
Yeah, exactly right. You can absorb 2 charge attacks. Second Crunch coming through here from Pranav. His best Pokemon, in my opinion, is that Shadow Drapion, and it is deep into the red. It's not going to be much use after this matchup.
But we actually see a slight adjustment here. The Crunch, not only is it going to get the defense drop, but also he grabbed a shield, and now we see the Aqua Tail getting fired off. This isn't going to be enough to knock out, but it is going to put the Lapras in a very precarious position.
Pranav able to take Protect Shield advantage, but give away control of Switch advantage, and now he's going to send in his own Lapras. Oh my goodness, does he know the Skull Bash is coming?
I mean, I think he has to. It's own team sheets, but he lets it go, and it's going to go through the shields. And now we see KemCoup adjust. He's coming in here with the Shadow Drapion, and now it's going to build up a ton of energy very quickly.
Yeah, that's a really tough hit to take early on when your Pokemon just hits the field, and it's already into the yellow. Shadow Drapion comes out at full strength, absorbs a Sparkling Aria, and the switch into the jump bluff. How do you feel about this?
I think this is definitely an interesting switch, maybe expecting the Talonflame in the back on KemCoup's side. So now coming in with the jump bluff, knowing this is more of a neutral matchup than that one would be. But now the Crunches are just adding up so quickly, Speedy.
I was going to say either the Talonflame or maybe even the Malamar, because I think that KemCoup is predicting Pranav will bring that Lapras, and he was right about that. But it's not. It's a Azumarill in the back, and the Shadow Drapion for KemCoup is whittling down. I think the Aerial Ace is going to be more than enough if he allows it through.
Oh, but he actually doesn't. He's going to be shielding up this aerial ace. I think this is a very interesting call. Maybe trying to catch a move, but no, going for the charge attack priority, understanding that the jump off was just at the move as well.
Dude, what an insane sequence of events. Aqua Tail connects, jump bluff gets weakened, and it forces the charge attack priority to boot. You could argue this energy went down the drain, although this jump bluff is not going to take any more poison stings.
Yeah, and that's, I think, one of the benefits here. Do you come in with the Lapras and try to get the Psywave down, or do you try to bubble down with the Azumarill?
I think no, I was just to say, I think your Lapras is your sacrificial swap, right? I think it's too risky to bring it in.
I agree, but it's going to be very difficult to try to maneuver through this matchup because you have a 3-turn fast attack against a 2-turn fast attack. You can almost never catch the move.
Exactly. We're going to see the acrobatics get fired off here by Pranav. Personally, I'm wondering if he's going to swap after this, because now the Azumarill is loaded. If you stay in, you might get bubbled down. He does exactly that. But this Lapras does not have Skull Bash. Does Pranav have what it takes to even close this matchup?
Yeah, and that might be detrimental to Pranav's Lapras and his chances at continuing on in this battle. We see the player come through, and it is shielded at the last second from Pranav. Huge call there.
Great shield. Can you get caught in the middle of the sideways? Play Rough is ready, going for the Sparkling Arya. Alex, does he have the double up?
He doesn't quite have the double up, but is Lapras in range of the KO from the Play Rough? I think that's going to be really close as well.
Ooh, doesn't have the Sparkling Arya. Play Rough is triggered. KemCoup thinks he has this game in the bag. Let's find out.
And the Play Rough comes through. Is it enough? It's enough to knock out, and now all that's left is the jump off, and the side waves from its Lapras are going to be enough to KO, and KemCoup takes the series.
Wow, KemCoup absolutely cooking here on stage in Portland. Pranav had a tough matchup there, and I think that the skill levels of these trainers were just about equal. KemCoup just a little bit quicker, a little bit smarter, and that is what led to his success.
Yeah, and we talked about cooking. He didn't even bring the Talonflame to cook. He said, I'm going to use other ingredients. I'm going to add some Dropion spice. I'm going to add some Lapras spice. And I'm going to add some Azumarill. And that was what made the lovely meal that we just saw.
I'm thinking KemCook. Oh, maybe that could be a new name change, perhaps. We'll see.
Possibly.
We'll see. Pranav, unfortunately, is knocked out of the Portland Regionals. Such a fun trainer to watch. Such a wholesome individual as well. I always love catching up with Pranav. And whenever I see him in a group of people, he's always laughing. He's always having fun. I never see him down, and I'm really excited to see just how much he's improved and how consistent he's been this season. Going into NAIC, which I hope he attends, I'm sure he will be a force to be reckoned with. And then I'm not even sure where he is on the championship point leaderboard, but maybe he's even qualified for Worlds due to this performance.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, getting this far in a tournament is always going to be incredibly helpful for your championship point addition, and I don't think Pranav is going to be too sad because he can always take his yacht home.
That's true. He can always sail right back to one of his many houses, and I'm sure he'll find a way to kind of unwind when this is all said and done. But for now, great times with the community, great battles up on stage. You know what, Stark? As much as I admire casting with you and as much fun as I have, we got to hand over the reins sometime. So let's go ahead and take a look back at some highlights, and then Alpha Phoebe and Rise to the Occasion will return.
GG's. GG's.
GG's, man. Nice catches. Nice catches.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang. As Pokemon GO entered its second official season in the Championship Series, trainers from around the world were looking for their opportunity to rise to the top. While some trainers were looking to expand on their performance in the first season, others were preparing to make their debut. With the former Seniors Division combined with the Masters Division, top-tier trainers like 2022 third-place Worlds finisher Wadaj asserted their dominance against all age divisions. With 6 top 8 finishes in the regular season prior to Worlds and first-place finishes at the Hartford Regional and NAIC, Wadaj's prowess transcended age divisions and was a clear favorite going into World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Joining Wadaj in the exclusive back-to-back Worlds qualified trainers was ItsAxn, the 2022 NAIC champion and highest finishing North American trainer at Worlds 2022 in 7th place. Although Axen had quite the extensive competitive resume, He was hungry for that world champion title, finishing the regular season with 4 top 8 finishes and qualifying for Yokohama, Japan with a first place finish at the Portland Regional. At Portland, Axen encountered a trainer who would change the balance of Championship Series competition, Rubik's Master. Despite being completely unknown, Rubik's Master in his first and only regular season tournament fought his way to the grand finals to face off against Axen. He lost in a grueling series, but his real victory was earning a World Championship invite. Axen mentioned in his winner's interview that of all the trainers he didn't want to face in Yokohama, Japan, Rubik's Master was at the top of his list. At the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, Wadaj and Axen sat comfortably on the winner's side of the bracket going into day 2 of competition, and Rubik's Master surprised many with his own place by their side as all 3 started the day undefeated. In the winner's semifinals, Axen and Rubik's Master got their fated rematch. Going into a decisive Game 3, Axen pulled off a game-changing Stone Edge catch on his Lantern, followed by a massive no-shield call on Rubik's Master's Mud Bomb bait attempt, solidifying his winner's finals matchup against Wadaj. The winners finals of Axen and Wadaj was highly anticipated, featuring a matchup between the 2022 NAIC champion and the 2023 NAIC champion. The best of 5 series seesawed back and forth between the trainers, culminating to a decisive Game 5.
Knockout Lantern and give Wadaj the first game win off a catch from Wadaj, taking the Thunderbolt on the Metacham with a great catch from his Axen there, sending in his Lantern to take the serve from Wadaj's own Lantern. The Altaria is so close, the Metacham just can't quite get there in time.
Game 5 saw both trainers weave in and out between catches and switches with their Pokemon before Axen finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. He came to prove to the world that he could stand up against the likes of Wadaj, and in 5 close games, Rubik's Master and his signature Deoxys defense closed out the series. Championship Sunday featured the grand finals between Axen and Rubik's Master, a rivalry that seemed unavoidable. In Rubik's Master's incredible Portland and Worlds runs, he had only lost to one person, ItsAxn. And of all the trainers Axen didn't want to face, his final opponent was that player, Rubik's Master. Relying on his signature Pokemon Deoxys defense, Rubik's Master tried to core break Axen's team, but Axen was one of the few trainers to bring Sableye, one of the hardest counters to Deoxys defense. Foiling Rubik's Master's plans, Axen headed into Game 4 on match point with the bold strategy of leading Shadow Alone Sandslash, doubly weak to Deoxys defense. Axen's gambit paid off, catching Rubik's Master's Altaria in the perfect lead scenario for Axen. Rubik's Master utilized his Umbreon as a safe swap, but Axen countered him with his Metacham. Rubik's Master responded with a resisted Ice Punch catch onto his Azumarill, but Axen kept the pressure up, and with some final Shadow Claws from Axen's Sableye, he solidified himself as the world champion of Pokémon GO. With the world champion title, ItsAxn proved that consistency and hard work are the keys to success. However, Rubik's Master's second place performance opens the door for newer trainers to enter the scene and show the world how an underdog can compete with the very best. Thank you for watching the story of a champion and the rivals he met along the way. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more about how you can join in on the action.
The air starting to get a little bit thinner, the tension a little bit higher as we dwindle down the amount of competitors remaining in search of that Portland Regional title. Alongside Alpha Phoebe, rise to occasion, joining you once again. Coming up next, Kobe going to be taking on Ashen Ash.
I hope the hair doesn't get too thin. I'm going to need to keep my breath to cast these intense, fast-paced battles. So many catches, so many fast maneuvers in this day 2 here in Portland, Oregon. You know, we are kind of up in the mountains, but whew, it is hot in here.
Kobe has been so impressive and is going to try and do it yet again in his next matchup. Before we get into that, we're going to take a look at some of the day 2 usage today here in Portland. And take a look at that, Phoebe. Malamar at 75%, taking that top spot.
Malamar
one of the Pokemon to get a recent Shadow form. We'll have to see if Shadow Malamar really takes a stage at future events. NAIC, of course, going to be a very key tournament for that Pokemon. Tinkaton dropping down to 50% usage. I think it was our last tournament that had it 75% usage as well. So maybe a bit of a back and forth between these two.
Azumarill and Drapion sitting at 62.5%. I would say they're back, but I don't know if they really ever left. They have always been a staple in the meta, and maybe usage dropped off a little bit in recent tournaments, but they seem like they're back to being top dogs yet again.
Shadow Drapion be like, I'm back, baby, and everyone around it's like, you never went anywhere. You've been here the whole time.
Exactly, and Ashen Ash, you see the focus. You see how much this means to him. A little bit of a backstory. I remember a few tournaments ago, Ashen Ash, it was Atlanta. Ashen Ash came over to ItsAxn during a cup, and he was in that top 3, and he was asking ItsAxn, a multiple-time champion, about advice. What do you have to give to me mentally? I've been here before, and here he is yet again as we lock in for game number 1, chasing that first championship, and it's going to be a tough lead for Ashen Ash. Shadow Lapras into Malamar.
Psywave user into Psywave user. Quick swap into the Shadow Drapion. No counter swap immediately from Kobe. However, Aqua Tail's now going into the Clodsire, going to be super effective damage.
Aqua Tail about to connect. We've seen this matchup play multiple times, and Kobe, one of the few trainers with Clodsire in this tournament, but he's proven to make it work, and he's going to be playing out this matchup going for a potential bait, but not before another Aqua Tail already queued from Ashen Ash.
This will be a crucial call from Ashen Ash to see if he wants to shield up this charge attack. Is it the Earthquake? Is it the Sludge Bomb? We see him grimacing. Does he make the call? No. Shield up for the bait. It's okay, though. He outpaces to the next charge attack.
Valuable energy saved with the Sludge Bomb bait, but he's already at double Aqua Tail, so this is looking pretty good for Ashen Ash. Even if Kobe puts up a Protect Shield, he can fire off the back-to-back, so Kobe, understanding he's probably better off letting this go.
No shield means that Kobe has secured shield advantage, but has lost switch advantage, no longer having that Malamar into the Shadow Lapras. Really great position now for Ashen Ash. Getting off this crunch, good neutral damage into that Lapras, and I think it might be really close to seeing a Sparkling Area knocking out and actually firing right before the crunch is loaded.
What incredible value Ashen Ash has been pulling out of this Drapion. He's going to invest another Protect Shield, has already taken out the Clodsire, and now is looking to try and get rid of this Lapras as well. Kobe, however, still does have 2 Protect Shields to hide behind. He's going to use the first one right here.
And I think this is great from Ashen Ash, although you could say, hey, maybe you don't want to use that shield, keep a shield for later to be a little more safe, but you do outpace to the next crunch, and you force in the switch-in from Kobe. This is going to be the superpower from the Malamar. A bit interesting. I think maybe Foul Play would have been enough there, but now he's dropped his attack and defense, and I think maybe the reason behind that is because he recognized maybe it's a Azumarill in the back, and I don't actually need my Malamar around for too much longer.
This looks tough for Kobe, though, because you switch lock yourself, now debuffed against this Azumarill. These foul plays are going to be doing even less to the bulky Azumarill than they otherwise would have. Going to fire off the superpower here, just trying to get as much chip damage as possible. Azumarill very comfortable right now, just building up energy.
Looking at the movesets for both of these Lapras, they both have access to Skull Bash, both taking a bit of a tip from previous champion out of pocket. Skull Bash going to be necessary in that mirror match. Ice Beam coming through, knocking out the Malamar, and Play Rough loaded before a Skull Bash is possible for Kobe Coupland. I have to imagine this takes a shield, but it's looking like dire straits here.
Gonna have to put up that last Protect Shield rather, and building up, has the Skull Bash loaded, but Lapras is so bulky. Even the Shadow variant will be able to withstand this hard-hitting Skull Bash, and I think Ashen Ash, after the Psywave damage, really just needs to get to a Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, even with that defense raise, Sparkling Aria going to do a good amount of damage. It's such an efficient move. It's such a hard-hitting move. Even resisted is going to pick up the knockout here and secure game number 1 for Ashen Ash. Maybe taking that piece of advice from former world champion ItsAxn.
And after leading a Lapras into a Malamar as well, probably one of the worst possible leads he could have seen, found a way to get it done on the back of that Drapion. And I'm just gonna keep regurgitating that Phoebe. I mean, Drapion, such an effective safe swap, really does a great job at putting your opponent on the back foot.
If you have a ground type that has fast attack damage pressure like Claydol, it's maybe not as potent, not as strong. However, both Diggersby and Clodsire have super effective damage into it, but they get outpaced severely by at least 4 turns to their charged attack, which just allows the Shadow Drapion to outpace, 2 Aqua Tails don't knock out either of those ground type Pokemon, but in the 2 shield matchups, you typically just get outpaced. In order to handle it, you need to sort of maneuver in and out of those ground type Pokemon.
Right, there's really nothing on Kobe's team that wants to see the Drapion behind energy. He has Clodsire, he has Diggersby, but when they're behind, it's not so comfortable. And here we go. Game number 2, the grass types, Cradily into Jumpluff.
I really like this lead from Ashen Ash. I was going to say, I think the best plan of action from Kobe is to lead a ground type and have a ground type in the back, really making it difficult for Ashen Ash to safe swap that Shadow Drapion if it is a ground type lead, right? And you could, if you do see it, you could switch out and then have both ground types matching up against it. Instead, it is going to be the Cradily into the Jumpluff Acrobatics coming through. It is attack drop, so not dealing quite as much damage as it might have.
We saw Ashen Ash elect to throw that first Rock Tomb immediately after 4 Bullet Seeds, wanting to get that debuff off as soon as possible. Protect Shield comes up here on the second Rock Tomb, and Kobe can afford to overfarm quite a bit, but Ashen Ash is going to put the pressure on. He wants to force him out of there and is now going to have that Drapion once again lined up against the Lapras.
And importantly, in the back, his Clodsire does have access to Sludge Bomb, so it has a positive matchup against Ashen Ash's Azumarill in the back. So it'll really come down to if Ashen Ash is able to preserve either one of his other Pokemon to be able to help Azumarill with that final matchup.
Sparkling Aria grabs the Protect Shield from Ashen Ash. Drapion going to be able to build up residual energy here, but is this Crunch going to be enough to knock out? It's going to be awfully close. Kobe not going to take the risk, going to Protect Shield knowing he can get off a Sparkling Aria in return.
Crunch shielded up, does get the defense drop that's going to potentially be key if Ashen Ash wants to preserve this Shadow Drapion. We see the shield come up. How much energy does the Lapras still have? No, an immediate counter swap by both trainers, catching this charge attack onto the Cradily. Is this the Acrobatics or is it the Aerial Ace? It is the Acrobatics, so a great preservation of that Shadow Drapion by Ashen Ash.
But now all Protect Shields are gone on both sides, and Drapion, if it is able to keep track of energy here, gonna be able to get rid of this, but goes for the Aqua Tail. Phoebe, I don't think this is enough to knock out the Jumpluff from this range.
It is Shadow into Shadow. The Jumpluff is just into the red, and no, does not pick up the knockout, so it's going to need to eat this Aerial Ace for its troubles. I don't think it's gonna knock out in return, but I don't know if it'll be able to reach a Crunch afterwards against either of the remaining 2 Pokemon.
And Drapion will be able to exit with an Aqua Tail. I wonder if one Psywave gets the priority. No Psywave comes through, actually. Aqua Tail is going to provide some chip damage to the Lapras here. Kobe still has the Clodsire lurking in the back.
In comes the Azumarill, going to be met by the Clodsire. It is Sludge Bomb, and no Hydro Pump is accessible to this Azumarill, so that is going to be a hard win of this matchup by the Clodsire. Only one Ice Beam able to come through before the second Sludge Bomb because of the quick pacing of that Sludge Bomb. If you have an incredibly bulky Azumarill, you can survive it, but it's just really, really tough, and just Ashen Ash recognizing, I don't think I have any more win conditions in this game. My Shadow Drapion's on 1 HP. This Sludge Bomb is going to be really close, if not picking up the knockout. And that's going to be game number 2, going over to Kobe.
Exactly, and even if Ashen Ash was able to reach those 2 Ice Beams, would have been probably at just a few HP and would have simply got Psywave down. So recognize that one was over. And like you said, Phoebe, although Azumarill's also dealing super effective damage to the Clodsire, you just get so significantly outpaced to those Sludge Bombs. It's quite the comfortable matchup for the Clodsire.
And it's so tough for Azumarill to ever really try to bring Hydro Pump into the meta. If you bring Ice Beam and you bring Hydro Pump, you lack the Fairy type damage to deal with other waters. If you drop Ice Beam for Hydro Pump, you lack the super effective damage into the Grass type. So I really struggle to find a way for Azumarill to really ever open itself up to bringing Hydro Pump in order to beat a Pokemon like Clodsire.
Absolutely. Kobe and Ashen Ash looking to make adjustments here for Game 3. You know, Kobe has only ever competed at Portland Regionals. It's his third ever regional, his third career Portland Regional. And last time he was able to finish in third place behind, I believe, Caleb Peng and Abhinav. And now he is trying to build upon that even further. He is a mainstay here, apparently, in the Portland area. And Kobe trying to get this done in this decisive Game 3 against Ashen Ash.
Tensions rising as these two players need to lock in their final team. This is the loser side of the bracket, so it is win and move on and lose and go home. Game number 3. Teams are set. In comes the Golisopod. Across it is the Cradilly. This is a solid lead for Ashen Ash, but there is significant counterplay for the Golisopod.
Golisopod going to be able to outpace to the X-Scissor. Going to actually throw. That's a bit risky, but throws on the charge attack priority. Made the read. In the previous games, Ashen Ash was throwing immediately to get the debuff off first. Kobe makes the prediction, and he gets that X-Scissor off on the charge attack priority.
In it comes the Rock Tomb. This does super effective damage to the bug typing of the Golisopod. Shield comes through. I don't think that the Cradilly is in threat of a fast attack down, and based on the pacing of these two Pokemon, we'll see that, actually opting for the additional bullets here, recognizing the way that Kobe played that first charge attack tie. I like this alteration from Ashen Ash.
Right, this time it's Ashen Ash making the adjustment. Oh, and Kobe makes the catch, catching a Rock Tomb onto the Clodsire. It's going to be able to tank this energy very well. Does Ashen Ash have something to punish this? Yes, he does, but he's not going to reveal it just yet. He's actually going to bank a little bit of energy and then go into the Claydol.
This is the worst matchup possible for this Clodsire. Claydol going to resist the Sludge Bomb, resist the Poison Stings, take neutral damage from the Earthquake, and I think it might be able to take almost a third Earthquake. I think the third Earthquake would knock out, but there's no way that third Earthquake's getting reached.
Well, with that Rock Tomb, you're definitely going to be able to withstand 2 Earthquakes, and now Claydol going to look to farm up energy. I don't know, however, if it can farm all the way down. It might be forced to expend energy here at some point before Clodsire reaches another attack, and Ashen Ash recognizes it, goes for the Rock Tomb. I think this might be enough.
It's going to be quite close. Clodsire is quite bulky and is a ground type. It does pick up the knockout. Another charge attack is loaded. In comes the Golisopod, and this next Rock Tomb, I imagine it's going to pull a shield, but the difficult thing for Kobe is that if Ashen Ash chooses, he could swap immediately into the Cradilly, but Rock Tomb not loaded, but after one more Bullet Seed is loaded and is going to land on the Golisopod.
Super effective. This should be enough to knock out the Golisopod. However, it opens yourself vulnerable to this Lapras farm down. And if Lapras can get double Sparkling Aria off against this Drapion, suddenly this could open up an issue for Ashen Ash.
It's going to need 3, I believe, because there is a shield remaining on Ashen Ash's side. Crunch coming through, going to do good neutral damage to the Lapras. A defense drop, I don't think will be too consequential, given that a second Crunch will knock out.
First Sparkling Aria coming through. Ashen Ash going to let it go. Maybe making the call that I don't think you're going for the Skull Bash. More energy being built up here by Kobe. He does not have a catch opportunity as well. This is his last remaining Pokemon, and I think Ashen Ash might just pull this out.
Ashen Ash launching the Crunch into the Lapras, winks at the camera and secures victory in losers round 2, making his way through this bracket. Sigh of relief, hug to his opponent. Love to see the camaraderie on stage. Both trainers kind of talking it about a little bit about how that matchup went, maybe fears that they had about Pokemon that their opponent was going to bring. Love to see it.
A little bit of style, personal flair, pointed to the camera, and Ashen Ash going to be moving on to the next round. What an incredible run, though, from Kobe, especially as a trainer that doesn't compete at these regionals very often. Top cutting in back-to-back years, and we're only playing in one regional tournament per year. That's extremely impressive to me.
They say practice makes perfect, but you don't really have too much on-point practice if you're only going to one regional. You know, the best practice for one regional is, of course, a different one. You know, you can get practice at home where you're safe and in your own apartment doing some practice battles at a grassroots tournament or a practice tournament. It's not quite the same as battling up on stage. It's not quite the same fear, not quite the same excitement, not quite the same stress.
I know talking to some top players like Dune Bug 97, like you said, sometimes the best adjustments and practice come from a previous regional. We've seen times, I remember Dune Bug saying he made just a slight adjustment from his Atlanta team to his Monterey team, and what was a not so great performance for him turned into a win at the biggest regional ever. So sometimes regionals themselves are actually your best practice for another competition.
And surely that has to be the reason why I've struggled to get really great performances at regionals, right, Rise?
Right, that makes total sense.
Yeah, definitely.
But what a win for Ashen Ash. Credit to him. He's going to be moving on and inching closer maybe to a losers finals appearance in another best of 5. And actually, no, sorry. We're already at the losers finals with Ashen Ash and KemCoup, but
I think that might be a typo. I think it's probably losers semis because we haven't seen winners finals yet.
Correct, right. So the winner of this next matchup will be heading to the losers finals between KemCoup and Ashen Ash, which means we're down to the top 4.
The math is mathing. I think that's right.
And this is getting ever so close. Ashen Ash and KemCoup here really searching for that regional title. We could potentially get a new regional champion. One storyline as well this whole entire season is it's been a lot of repeat champions in North America. Players that have won championships in previous seasons. Every single champion, that's been the case with the exception of Elam, but then he became a repeat champion himself. So it's been all repeat champions in this North American season. These two trainers here have a chance to end that streak, end that trend en route to trying to win Portland.
Yeah, co-caster Softov has called me out a couple of times when off the stream I've been like, oh yeah, this NA crew who has won all these regional champions, they've all been repeat champions, and she's like, no, Elam didn't win a previous tournament. And I was like, oh right, and it's just because Elam has such great performances, you would have expected him to have a win in past seasons, but he did only just secure it this season.
Absolutely. Elam has had one of the most impressive seasons this season, maybe the most impressive other than perhaps Marto Galde, and his confidence is sky high. I know heading into NIC, he kind of anointed himself the best player in North America after winning Atlanta. So I'm excited to see if he can go not just back-to-back, but triple threat, back-to-back-to-back. But enough about him. Let's focus on who we got in front of us. KemCoup, Ashen Ash, they have seemed so locked in, and they are going to be trying to fight for a spot in the losers finals here.
Yeah, KemCoup having one of his best tournament performances so far. Ashen Ash has been at this point before, especially at the IC level, maybe a little bit different in terms of pressure, or maybe about the same if you don't really care about which tournament you're winning, you just care about winning that one tournament.
Absolutely. You can tell just how much this means to Ashen Ash. I know he had that little celebration at the end, but he looked so focused, so locked in beforehand. And KemCoup, a trainer that was joking before this tournament, he was the king of 33rd place. He had something like 5 tournaments where he finished in 33rd place, and he has gone way, way beyond that, has surpassed that. I think his best previous finish was in Arlington a couple seasons ago where he finished in 5th place. So this is a new career best for KemCoup.
Rise, I've got a question for you. Would you rather be KemCoup or Ashen Ash in this situation? Ashen Ash just coming off a victory, maybe feeling the high, maybe having a little bit of momentum, or KemCoup maybe not feeling quite as much of the stress, having had a little bit of a break before this last battle. Do you like back-to-back sets, or do you like having a little bit of break between 2 battles?
It really depends, right? It depends, because if you're someone that likes to maybe not think so much, wants to just go with the flow and go with your gut, you might prefer to be Ashen Ash. You're fresh off a victory, you're going right there. But if you're someone that likes to be a little bit more analytical, take your time, think things through, you might prefer to be KemCoup here. You had a little bit of a break and had a chance to actually watch that last match take place and maybe get some ideas going into this matchup.
Looking at these teams, I think a pivotal thing for these two trainers will have to be their flying type Pokemon. Talonflame going to absolutely dominate the Corviknight, given it does have Flame Charge as one of its charge attacks of option. Looking at Ashen Ash, he does have a number of water types to help support that Corviknight if he so chooses, and he does have a third, in air quotes, water type in that Shadow Drapion, pacing so quickly to those Aqua Tails, and because of the Shadow bonus dealing extra damage, it acts almost as if it was same type Tackle bonus.
Absolutely. We didn't see the Corviknight too much in the last matchup for Ashen Ash, but yet again, it has a lot of neutral play and just afraid of that Talonflame. Maybe the Talonflame is enough to scare off, especially because this isn't your standard double flying Talonflame. Remember, KemCoup is running Flame Charge on the Talonflame, and that will make the matchup against Corviknight even more devastating for Ashen Ash.
Both trainers do have Claydol as their ground type of choice, so have to be a little bit wary about utilizing that Shadow Drapion as a safe swap. But the positioning of that Pokemon with energy, with health is super crucial. Here we go. Game number 1 of the loser semis between Ashen Ash and KemCoup. It's going to be Malamar versus Shadow Drapion.
You'd much prefer to be the Drapion here, in my opinion, but that does not mean there is no play for the Malamar. Superpower is still going to hit very hard for neutral damage against the Drapion. Crunch coming through immediately, no messing around. KemCoup going to let this go through.
Crunch going to do good neutral damage because of the Psychic subtyping of the Dark-type Malamar, building up to nearly 2 superpowers, throwing right before the Aqua Tail is available. Ashen Ash now has an option. Do I think this is a superpower? Yes, he throws up the shield. This would be the move that deals the most damage.
And we're going to see a catch. Nice anticipation from KemCoup, getting the Aqua Tail absorbed onto his Azumarill. Although this is often a risky strategy because Ashen Ash might just be content staying in, building up a bunch of energy. He can do at least 6 Poison Stings with the Sneak before he is threatened, and then he's going to swap into his own Azumarill.
Yeah, I would have actually preferred to see Ashen Ash be a little more patient after putting up that shield. You're not as threatened by the second superpower from the Malamar based on that attack drop. I think not throwing the first Aqua Tail would have been really nice. You could have built up to basically 100 energy before switching into your own Azumarill. Play Rough now coming through because of the health advantage that Ashen Ash has. It's pretty comfortable for him to be able to completely no-shield all of these moves.
KemCoup not too threatened currently in this situation, but what could be very tricky to deal with is that energy that the Drapion has stored later on in this match. Play Rough coming through, KemCoup content letting this connect onto his own Azumarill. Does he ever maybe try to bank an attack? Well, you don't really have something great to swap in yourself, so he's just gonna keep playing this out with his own Azumarill.
Play Rough coming through, it's going to be really close to picking up a knockout. Maybe 1 bubble, 2 bubbles, maybe 3 bubbles away. I'm gonna say 2. I think 2 is the number.
Play Rough queued up, going to connect. I wonder if you're KemCoup, if you consider aggressively swapping into Drapion. Oh no, swaps into Malamar and gets off the superpower. Quick reaction. Ashen Ash maybe wasn't expecting that, and now is faced with the decision. He's gonna let it go. He's gonna let all this energy go to waste.
That was nearly 2 Aqua Tails coming in with the Credali. Might be able to get a fast attack down, and in the back is the Shadow Drapion for KemCoup. Superpower coming through. This is super effective damage. He's letting it go. It is one stage debuffed, but it still does about 50% of his remaining health.
I'm not sure what the strategy is here for Ashen Ash. I mean, he has a lot of energy, so this could pose some issues for KemCoup. However, Drapion tends to be favored in this matchup. You're not threatened by the fast attack damage at all. It's really just going to be 2 Rock Tombs that are necessary to knock out this Drapion, but there's still 2 Protect Shields to hide behind.
First one going through. I guess it doesn't really matter which one you do end up shielding because the attack of the Cradily will never be lowered. Aqua Tail coming through. It is just neutral damage here because of the rock subtyping. I think it is enough to knock out at this point. A second Aqua Tail is not loaded, but a great catch of this rock slide. I think this seals the deal and puts Ashen Ash maybe in the tomb, and that's going to be it for game number 1.
What an incredible catch. I don't even know if the catch was necessary personally. I think an extra Bullet Seed might have snuck through there, but KemCoup recognizes he can just go straight Aqua Tail at this stage of the game and is going to be able to Poison Sting down the Azumarill. Bit of a 2-shield flex for KemCoup.
Really great positioning of that Shadow Drapion, and a bit of an unfortunate snipe of Ashen Ash's Shadow Drapion, losing about 1.5 Aqua Tails, I think was the key moment of that game number 1. Ashen Ash is going to have to think, how do I prevent that from happening again? Do I need to do a quick swap and immediate throw, or do I want to maybe shield that Shadow Drapion and preserve that energy and maybe go for a farm up before throwing an Aqua Tail?
KemCoup has been on fire. You can say the same about Ashen Ash. You see the concentration, the focus, and KemCoup just was able to maintain an advantage pretty much throughout the game. And yeah, you gotta wonder, if Ashen Ash had invested more in that Drapion that had so much energy banked, I wonder if that could have changed things around. Not sure, but in the end, it was KemCoup that was able to get the game 1 victory.
And unfortunately, because he swapped out of that Azumarill, he lost one way of playing out that endgame. I think if Ashen Ash had let the Azumarill faint, then brought in the Cradily, or brought in the... I think brought in the Cradily, won the matchup against the Malamar, and then got some Rock Tomb debuffs against the Shadow Drapion. Maybe his own Shadow Drapion could have survived an Aqua Tail in that endgame with the attack drops from the Cradily and given him slightly more play. But it's really tough to see. You never know what your Pokemon, your opponent's final Pokemon is.
Absolutely. We have a lock-in on one side, one trainer just making some last-minute decisions as we go to game number 2. Remember, it is ChemCoup up 1-0. A chance to advance to the next round. Ashen Ash trying to fight back, and it's going to be Talonflame into Claydol.
This is not the worst matchup for either trainer. However, the Talonflame needs to be very wary of the Rock Tomb, but they reach the charge attacks at the same time, which it's a bit interesting based on Ashen Ash here, going for the overfarm, letting the first charge attack come through from ChemCoup, no shielding the fly, knows it's not Brave Bird, and won't pick up a knockout.
And that's a nice call in a sense for ChemCoup. And Ashen Ash allowing him to get off 2 charge attacks first. I'm not sure that's ideal because you force yourself to go down a Protect Shield, but has a lot of energy on the Claydol. I expect him to do 1 Mud Slap and then throw the Rock Tomb, going to put the decision on ChemCoup. Because if he shields, he's probably going to have to invest both Protect Shields here.
Yeah, Ashen Ash, I imagine, does 1 more Mud Slap, then another Rock Tomb, lowering the attack of this Talonflame once more. ChemCoup now is in the position to get a full fast attack down. No more charge attacks are going to be reached by the Claydol.
Sometimes you see trainers save both Protect Shields for the end game. ChemCoup investing them both early here. He no longer has any Protect Shields remaining. That's going to make this a more comfortable situation for the Azumarill on Ashen Ash's side. But there's a lot of energy banked on the Talonflame that Ashen Ash is going to have lingering on his mind.
I think Ashen Ash needs to save a shield for that Talonflame's energy if he wants to have an opportunity in this match. However, this is a pretty comfortable spot for his Azumarill to be able to soak up this resisted damage. It's taking super effective Poison Stings, which is why it's into the yellow already. But no, actually leaving the matchup, I would have maybe liked to see a play ref go into ChemCoup's Shadow Drapion. Now his Shadow Drapion has so much to do because it's never going to be able to get a Poison Sting down.
And I think Ashen Ash isn't so sure about that play either because the Azumarill is approaching fly range, so there's a chance might only get 1 charge attack anyway now that it's in the back here. Aqua Tail going to connect. Ashen Ash might be able to just barely hang on here to get off the Aqua Tail. It's caught onto Azumarill.
I don't think Ashen Ash gave him the right positioning here. This catch onto the Azumarill is going to be, I think, the end of the game for him. I don't really see that many win conditions available for him at this point in time because of the amount of health that's left on this Azumarill. We see him actually stop tapping his phone. I think he's giving up at this point in time, and it's going to be another 3-ball flex for ChemCoup.
Just a little bit too passive maybe on the side of Ashen Ash, taking too long to overfarm, and the play rough is going to come through. ChemCoup is going on to your losers finals.
Ashen Ash unable to find his path to victory there. It was a tough fought battle between these 2 talented trainers, but ChemCoup moving his way through, going to the losers finals, and it's going to be his best performance yet, just by 1 more place from where he just now was.
Yeah, ChemCoup's got to be feeling good so far, and he'll be awaiting the loser of our winners finals matchup next. But what a performance there, what a game. And when you talk about play styles and strategies, it felt like in that series, ChemCoup was consistently the aggressor and Ashen Ash was playing on the back foot, a little bit more passive, a little bit more defensive, sometimes over-farming so much before throwing energy that you weren't able to optimize when you were throwing that energy, and ChemCoup was able to be on the attack and get the win.
Yeah, it definitely felt like he was driving the narrative in both of those games. I think Ashen Ash did have some opportunities to sort of kind of set the tone for himself, maybe throwing the player up into the Drapion, allowing himself to get maybe a Poison Sting down afterwards, but with how much health was remaining on ChemCoup's own Azumarill, it would have been pretty tough to try to find an endgame win condition.
I know ChemCoup has a lot of success in the Go Battle League, has hit #1 in the world and the global Go Battle League leaderboard, and he is showing that those skills have transitioned to the Show 6 Pick 3 format. Already clinched a spot now in the top 3, and as we see the catches that he made, the predictions, saving the energy as well, and just overall a masterclass in that series. I'm sure KemCoup will be watching back and really proud of that series in particular.
And a great team compositional read to save the Azumarill in the end, right? You have the Talonflame lead. You feel pretty comfortable with your Azumarill later on, especially having energy on that Talonflame. Something like the Cradily in the back where you have a very poor matchup as Azumarill. You have that coverage for taking out that Pokemon with that banked fly.
Absolutely. I do still think in that game 1, maybe Ashen Ash, if he was more aggressive with his play with that Drapion, could have potentially opened up some opportunities. But overall, KemCoup, just one of the best performances we've seen from him, and he should be proud of that. As we said, we're gonna catch up on the losers bracket just to give you guys a visual. And we start off with how KemCoup got there. Took down Adib, then took down another really strong opponent in Pranav, and we just saw him take down Ashen Ash as well.
On the winner's side of the bracket, we have our two trainers who've been sitting in the wings for a bit of time. ItsAxn and Stud Muffins. ItsAxn having his best tournament performance in a bit of time in the winners finals. Has 5 games to make his mark to try to push his way to Grands, but Stud Muffins is going to be no slouch either. He's going to be trying to make his way there as well.
This will be our first best of 5. Keep that in mind with this matchup. And when you get to the winners finals, you have, like you said, a little bit of time to think things over. And there are players that approach it differently. I know a player like SJ says that he likes to just not even think about his matchup until the time comes. And then he feels like whatever is in his gut, whatever he sees in the moment is usually what he's going to trust. Some players might take this time to message some friends, do some scrims, prepare for their opponent's team. We'll see what happens here. ItsAxn versus Stud Muffins.
Players often will approach games and see, hey, I think these are my best Pokemon that I want to bring, but it's also very important to kind of reverse the situation, take your opponent's shoes into your own hands and say, hey, what do I think my opponent's going to use, right? And that sort of back and forth reading that you can gain from doing some practice matches in the interim, I think can be key to getting a good understanding of your matchup, which you might not be able to see just from looking at the paper.
We've got a few angles here between ItsAxn and Stud Muffins. We've got a trainer that's a world champion, an international champion, a regional champion. He's got the triple crown. He's done it all. But it's been a little while since he's had a remarkable performance that we know he's very capable of course. It's been since Louisville that he's had a top cut, and he's back here now in the top 3, trying to assert himself, saying, I'm back, baby. Stud Muffins, on the other hand, this matches his best performance ever. Anything from here would be an improvement on his 3rd place in San Antonio, but he's been very close a few times, and a win over the legendary ItsAxn, of course, would be phenomenal for him.
Some few key differences between these teams. ItsAxn does have the Diggersby, Stud Muffin with the Claydol. Axen with 2 water types similar to Stud Muffins, but he's running the Blastoise instead of Azumarill. So they'll have to see just how these very minute, very key differences play out between these two trainers' teams.
ItsAxn, we've highlighted the Blastoise, of course, one of the unique picks on his team that has been so effective for him. Stud Muffins, a very meta team with that Shadow Lapras maybe being a key distinction as opposed to the regular Lapras that we see a little bit more often. And I mean, we take a look at some of the achievements from these players, just so many for Axen, and of course Stud Muffins. Phoebe, you mentioned that LAIC top cut was really impressive, as well as the San Antonio regional top 4.
And very interesting, both of these trainers on their Laprases do have Ice Beam, but here we go. This is winners finals, best of 5. ItsAxn versus Stud Muffins.
Solid lead for Axen, leading the Tinkaton into the Drapion, and double Bulldoze usually enough to knock out here as these Fairy Winds start to chip away at the Drapion. Going for the Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail coming through, not going to be super threatening to Tinkaton.
Well, Rise, if you're ItsAxn, why don't you throw the Bulldoze immediately?
Well, maybe, as we're seeing, he's building up, and it looks like Axen actually queued up the Play Rough. Maybe he feels like Play Rough plus Fairy Wind damage is actually all you need. Potentially knock out the Drapion. If you're Stud Muffins, yeah, you're almost never going to shield here because you're expecting the Bulldoze, and you don't want to shield such a weak charge attack.
In comes the player up, does a lot of neutral damage, but we see a quick switch out into the Claydol, matched by the switch into the Shadow Jumpluff. Shadow Jumpluff really needs to be careful of the Ice Beam. It's not quite as concerned about the Rock Tomb, and based on how many Mud Slaps went through, ItsAxn knows this has to be a Rock Tomb.
Getting the Rock Tomb off first is nice for Stud Muffins to get that debuff, but double acrobatics may still be enough to knock out. Let's see how much this does to the Claydol. Jumpluff going to have the advantage of this matchup, just heavily resisting the Mud Slap damage. Acrobatics does just about half of the remaining health.
It's going to be really close. ItsAxn instead going for optimal timing, allowing this Rock Tomb to come through, and I think it picks up a knockout. It's going to be really close.
Oh, just barely hangs on. Axen knows the stats on his Jumpluff. He knows he can hang on to that Rock Tomb. He didn't look phased at all. And Acrobatics coming through. It is double debuffed, however, so the Claydol also is going to hang on. And we see a simultaneous swap, and this is not ideal for Axen.
This is a great final matchup for Stud Muffins. Rock Tomb now coming through before a charge move is reached from ItsAxn. No shielding the first one. I guess it doesn't really matter which one you no shield. You're going to have to take at least one. The one issue becomes is now maybe you set yourself up for a full Bullet Seed down if you're Stud Muffins.
Right, I think Axen understands Rock Tomb first is going to do slightly less damage than any potential Grass Knot, so maybe that's the thought process there, but is going to keep building up another Rock Tomb. You're forced to Protect Shield now if you are Axen, and this will be interesting. After he throws his charge attack, does he hard pivot into the Tinkaton, or does he keep staying with the Lapras? I'm not sure.
Lapras has an Ice Beam loaded and ready, throwing it before the next Rock Tomb is ready. No shield from Stud Muffin saying, I think I need the shield for another Pokemon on my team.
Double debuffed, Cradilly able to withstand the Ice Beam and building up more. Gonna save the Protect Shield here and commit to a full Bullet Seed down, but I assume Acton's not gonna let that happen. He's gonna look to pivot here after this charge attack.
Actually stays in comes the Drapion, reach a bulldoze right before amazing, impeccable timing from ItsAxn to cut off that energy from the Shadow Drapion.
Cradilly's gonna be forced to throw energy here to knock out the Tinkaton. But actually, no, Claydol comes in instead, thinking maybe he can get the open. That actually opens up a farm down, so I think Cradilly has to throw has to throw immediately. It's going to put the Protect Shield that Axen still has, and I think he's going to reach a charge attack here.
Is the debuffed Bulldoze going to be enough? It is neutral damage. No, actually reaching for the Play Rough just in time to secure victory in game number 1. ItsAxn showing he's still got it. He's here to fight and force his way to Grand Finals.
Wow, what an endgame. And that was just game 1, Phoebe. Holy moly. ItsAxn takes game number 1, and I don't know how many trainers would have elected to take that Rock Tomb from Cradilly onto Lapras and then save that Protect Shield for the end game. That might have been a key to that end game victory for ItsAxn.
Another key for Axen, I think, was getting the Ice Beam through the shield. Had Stud Muffins shielded up that Ice Beam, I don't think ItsAxn could have reached another, so would have only been able to do the land the Sparkling Aria, which is just neutral damage as opposed to super effective damage, as well as it's less total damage, even on even effectiveness.
Trainers thinking it over. One game, once again, best of 5, just reminding you that's what we're going to go to from here on out in these winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. And the Tinkaton proving to be crucial for ItsAxn in that game 1 win. Not only had a positive matchup in the lead, but then had the ability to reach that play rough in the end.
No taking a nap like Fuecoco on that stage. You need to be here. You need to be attentive. This is the winners finals of our final North American Regional Championship. ItsAxn, former world champion, going up against Stud Muffins, trying to get his first regional win.
It's got to be a little bit intimidating seeing that world champion in-game avatar pose when you queue into ItsAxn, and we have a lock-in on both sides now. Here we go. Game number 2. We're going to see Lapras into Drapion.
This is a fairly neutral matchup. Sparkling Aria doing a lot of neutral damage to the Shadow Drapion, but Crunch doing really great damage in response. Crunch coming through first. It's a little bit quicker than the Sparkling Aria. Has the opportunity to lower the defense of this Lapras.
Crunch connects, no defense drop this time around. Sparkling Aria queued up, and you can play this matchup in a variety of ways, but it looks like Stud Muffins going to elect to let this first Sparkling Aria connect as he approaches another Crunch here.
Axen now has an opportunity to try to catch the Crunch, but no, instead opting to stay in and not doing anything. Crunch coming through, going to do more damage to the Lapras, not picking up a knockout.
Valuing those Protect Shields, and you see how this matchup may be stat dependent. This particular Lapras versus this particular Drapion did not reach that second Sparkling Aria despite not getting the drop. And oh, Stud Muffins reaches a Crunch as well, getting so much utility out of this Drapion.
Could have just opted for the Aqua Tail, but really sticking to his gut there, landing that harder hitting move, pulling the shield away from ItsAxn for the energy that he was able to gain from that fast attack down. The difficult thing is both of his Pokemon in the back do not want to face this energy.
Although Axen seems a bit behind, he does have a lot of energy, like you said, with the Malamar here. That goes a long way against both of these remaining Pokemon. We're going to see a foul play, draw the first Protect Shield, and going to reach a second foul play here before the Rock Tomb. Stud Muffins going to let this one connect, however.
Yeah, you don't want to go down both shields against a trainer like ItsAxn. Going immediately into the Jumpluff, throwing the Rock Tomb, and although it didn't look like Jumpluff moved, I saw a Sparkle on the other side of the field. He snuck a Fairy Wind that might be key in this next matchup against the Cradily.
Cradily counter swaps in. I like this decision from Stud Muffins to go immediately into the Cradily because I think a Rock Tomb will do a little bit more with that same type attack bonus and should threaten to knock out the Jumpluff. So able to take one Acrobatics and going to look to get off another Rock Tomb here before the second Acrobatics, and he's at double.
Rock Tomb coming through, going to threaten a potential knockout into this Shadow Jumpluff. No shield coming through. It does pick up the knockout, and that is a great spot for Stud Muffins because he's able to get his second Rock Tomb onto the Malamar.
It looks like ItsAxn recognizes this is a tough spot for him. Takes the Rock Tomb, and Malamar just not going to have enough HP to get through both of these remaining Pokemon. The double Rock Tomb users able to clean up in the back for Stud Muffins.
That is going to be a tie set between ItsAxn and Stud Muffins. This is like we are now reapproaching this matchup as if it was a best of 3. Both trainers need to win 2 more battles in order to secure victory against the other, and everything is on the line.
It was just too much work that the Drapion put in at the start for Axen to overcome. If the Drapion didn't get off that parting Crunch with just a sliver of health against that Malamar, I think Axen had a lot more play, maybe would have won that game too. But getting off that parting Crunch proved to be so crucial for Stud Muffins.
Really goes to show how much it paid off that Stud Muffins went for the Crunch instead of just the Aqua Tail. However, I think the Aqua Tail still might have been a bit impactful. It might not have pulled the shield, but the chip damage might have put that Malamar into a fast attack down range for that Claydol.
Trainers thinking it over. Are they going to switch up the strategy? Are they going to say, let's run it back? And Stud Muffins got so much utility out of the Drapion. Here we go. We've got to lock in. Game 3, all tied up at 1. Who's going to take this one? It's going to be Malamar once again into the Drapion from Stud Muffins.
And as we always see from ItsAxn, he has best buddied his Pokemon. They always sport that best buddy ribbon, something that I love from him. He always likes appreciating his Pokemon that he brings on his teams of 6.
We're going to see a foul play bait here from Axen. Stud Muffins debating whether he wants to Protect Shield, and he's not going to like seeing that. But he is going to stay composed here. Throws the Crunch. Knows this is still a fine situation. If you're the Drapion in Crunch, going to connect onto Malamar.
Crunch going through means that this next attack can be an Aqua Tail, but both trainers switch immediately. In comes the Lapras. The Claydol's going to resist the Psywaves, but takes super effective damage from the Sparkling Aria, and it's thrown right before the Rock Tomb is reached.
Simultaneous swap, not as bad of a matchup as you might suspect for the Claydol. Though you take the super effective Sparkling Aria, the Rock Tomb is also super effective. You take resisted Psywave damage, so it's not going to be possible for Axen to farm down this Claydol. He's going to have to keep expending energy to try and get rid of it.
The really nice thing I like for Claydol in this matchup is because it is a one-turn fast attack user on the other side, you never really have to worry about when you throw your Rock Tombs. You just throw them immediately. You don't have to worry about proper timing.
And Stud Muffins electing to let this go. Maybe going to try and farm down this Lapras with something. However, Lapras does have a good amount of energy stored and going to get off a Sparkling Aria here before Drapion can farm it down. Oh, and Stud Muffins going to take it.
Because the Rock Tomb has lowered the attack, I like this move, but I would have preferred to see him come in with a Cradilly. I think the farm down would have been just a little bit easier. I don't think an Ice Beam would have been possible from the Lapras. Instead, shielding up another foul play bait from the Malamar. 2 Aqua Tails, 2.5 Aqua Tails now loaded before throwing the first.
The aggressive swap from Axen is going to pull that final Protect Shield from Stud Muffins. However, this Drapion now has a lot of energy, and Jumpluff has 2 shields to hide behind. One key here for Axen might be the fact that with these 2 shields, you can afford to take the first one here, but if Drapion gets to another charge attack, that's going to be pretty devastating.
Crunch coming through. I was maybe expecting a bait from Stud Muffins, but it looks like he's going to reach another Crunch, but opting for an Aqua Tail, this is a bit strange, but pulls the shield nonetheless.
A bit of an unnecessary bait, in my opinion, as you're only going to get to 1 charge attack anyway, but does pull the Protect Shield nonetheless. And he is going to start approaching a Rock Tomb. But what's positive for ItsAxn here is he's going to land in Acrobatics before the first Rock Tomb debuff, and maybe that will allow 2 Acrobatics to knock out.
He also has a Lapras in the back, which will allow him to reset this attack drop if he's afraid that the attack drop will prevent the second Acrobatics from landing. But given how much damage the first one did, I think it's going to be more than enough to pick up a knockout here.
Going to go for the Acrobatics here. Like you said, although you are single debuffed, this is such a powerful attack from the Jumpluff. I think it is going to pick up the knockout, and the Drapion is just way too low. One more Fairy Wind is going to connect, and Axen takes a 2-1 lead over Stud Muffins.
And a really great prioritization of the Shadow Jumpluff for ItsAxn. I think the previous team that Stud Muffins run, and this team a little bit, was weak to it. And looking at his team, he doesn't have too many solid answers. Of course, the Cradilly is very neutral. The Shadow Drapion we saw did put in some work against it in landing a Crunch and pulling a shield, but we really haven't seen the Tinkaton come too much. And frankly, depending on exact energy counts, that's not the best matchup for the Tinkaton because it can't hit back for super effective damage at all.
Correct, and players thinking it over. Axen, we've seen the utility of this Jumpluff. It keeps getting matched up against these Rock Tomb users from Stud Muffins, and there's just such little fast attack pressure though. Although you can fight back as Stud Muffins with the Rock Tomb, with the potential Ice Beam from Claydol, when you are lined up as the Jumpluff, you are just so unbothered, so unthreatened by any fast attack pressure, it becomes pretty comfortable for a trainer like ItsAxn to then handle that situation.
Over farming is easy when you're not threatened by fast move pressure. Going into a potential final game 4, depending on who wins. These trainers are locking in their teams. They're worried about what their opponents are going to leave. They're trying to find their safest Pokemon. They're trying to find that path to victory.
Blastoise yet to make an appearance here for Axen. Maybe doesn't feel like it's the best matchup suited for the Blastoise. Stud Muffins has really relied heavily on the Drapion and the Rock Tomb users, but I suspect he might make some adjustments heading into game number 4 here. Axen 1 game away. Stud Muffins gonna try and send this to a game 5. Here we go. Lapras into Claydol.
I don't think either trainer is going to really mind this matchup. We saw it play out earlier, and it's very, very close in the Zero Shield. Sparkling Aria going to be thrown right before the Rock Tomb. ItsAxn wants us to do the most amount of damage possible, and key difference here, Stud Muffins, with 2 shields, opts to shield the first Sparkling Aria.
A really well-trained Lapras can sometimes win this matchup in the 1 shield scenario, but Stud Muffins going to land the Rock Tomb here. I suspect Axen might elect to throw a Sparkling Aria, and I don't know if his particular Lapras will be able to reach that next Sparkling Aria, so he's gonna put this one through. Stud Muffins thinking things over, gonna allow this one to connect.
I'm a bit surprised he didn't throw the Ice Beam. However, it looks like he's going to just barely not be able to reach that second Sparkling Aria. I thought based on his health, he was not going to have any chance, but that was much closer than I was expecting.
And with all of his energy, this poses some major issues for Axen. Gets off the Rock Tomb here. The immediate no shield maybe predicting he goes for the Rock Tomb as opposed to the Ice Beam, and Stud Muffins just going to elect to throw this immediately. I think that's a nice aggressive play. Put the pressure on Axen's jump bluff.
I really wish Stud Muffins went for the Ice Beam there. I felt like it was pretty safe busted on how much energy he had. He had basically farmed down the whole thing. In the back, it's Tinkaton, and based on the Pokemon that Stud Muffins brought, it's not looking great for Axen. The Cradilly, not the best matchup for that Cradilly. However, lowering the attack means that the mirror match is just going to be awful for ItsAxn.
Axen, though, is able to bank in acrobatics and has the Tinkaton up a Protect Shield. The problem is Stud Muffins very smartly going to throw this Bulldoze immediately because of the one-turn switch in. So his Tinkaton is going to be slightly ahead of Axen's. So I don't know if Axen can get rid of this Tinkaton with enough health to get rid of that Cradilly lurking in back as well.
Rise, get your coins ready. We're about to do a bunch of 50-50 coin flips to see if these Bulldozes get their defense drops. So far, we're perfectly even, one defense drop apiece.
Yes, both trainers getting the debuff to go their way, and if you're Axen, you have to start Protect Shielding eventually, and even though Bulldoze is such a weak move, you are forced to start putting up these Protect Shields. Here we go, building up energy, maybe suspecting a potential catch attempt, but no catch attempt is there. Stud Muffin's just going to keep on staying in with his own Tinkaton.
One shield now used by ItsAxn, no shields used from this point at by Stud Muffin. Second shield now goes up for ItsAxn. Stud Muffin's going to be feeling pretty good about this. Will he stay in, go for another Bulldoze, or will he swap out? No, he's staying in for now.
Axen building up the maximum energy, and we do eventually see the catch onto the Cradilly. Bulldoze coming through now. A debuff here might be even more impactful to make something like an Acrobatics do even more damage. And Axen going to stay in here, now going to go for the Play Rough. This is going to be somewhat threatening, and if you're Stud Muffins, you can't really Protect Shield because you know there's an Acrobatics loaded.
We see him click on it. He does use it. Acrobatics is there. I'm surprised we don't see ItsAxn go for a quick switch in an Acrobatics, but instead now Rock Tomb coming through, going to lower the attack of this Tinkaton, and ItsAxn still has that energy, still has his switch available.
I think Axen's going to look to maybe bank energy here and then go for the Acrobatics. He has to overfarm a little bit, though, because he doesn't want to get Fairy Winded down by the opposing Tinkaton. Acrobatics, remember, this Cradilly is debuffed. I think this is enough to knock out.
It is going to take the knockout. The question is, can the Fairy Wind down occur before the Aerial Ace? No, Stud Muffin's actually going for the Bulldoze, but I think ItsAxn does have plenty of energy on his own Tinkaton.
I think so, too. This might be enough to knock out the low jump bluff, but Axen already has the Bulldoze loaded. You see a fist pump, and Axen is going back to a grand finals, taking this series 3-1 over Stud Muffins.
Really tough endgame there for Stud Muffins. So much energy on ItsAxn's side. He played it so wonderfully, making sure that he was able to strip away that final shield before switching into his own jump bluff. And then not just throwing the Acrobatics immediately, but farming up extra energy so that he forces Stud Muffins to throw his Bulldoze into the jump bluff. Triple resisted. Bulldoze still picks up the knockout, but that's not enough to get him the victory, and ItsAxn takes that series.
Yeah, perhaps with the Bulldoze loaded on Axen's side, the only win condition would have been going for that Fairy Wind down and coming out with his own Bulldoze to try and win charge attack priority, but it did seem like Axen's jump love was definitely going to reach that Aerial Ace, so a tough position for Stud Muffins. So well played by Axen, handling all these debuffs, and he finds himself going back to another Grand Finals.
I'm thinking back about the Play Rough. Did he need to shield that? Was it necessary? The defense drop onto the Cradilly, very, very impactful, but were there opportunities for him to switch out, reset that? Did he have the ability to throw a charge attack earlier to try to pick up a knockout, or did he need the energy to go into that jump bluff matchup? It's tough to say. That was a really complex endgame.
I totally agree, and shout out to Stud Muffins. He's not out of it yet. He'll have a chance to get that rematch with Axen as he looks to take on KemCoup in the losers finals, and the improbable is not possible without that belief, so he's going to look to get back there. ItsAxn, though, major credit to him. I'm sure this has got to feel good being on the winner's side, and a trainer that, after all his success in competitive play, focused maybe a little bit more on streaming, and content has become really popular in the community with his streams, and now he finds himself back on top, at least for now, in the grand finals in the Portland Regional Championship.
Back in the spotlight. Well, Rise, It's been wonderful. It's been a pleasure to cast with you. That'll be it for us on the desk. We'll get to watch the rest of the battles from behind the stage, but don't go anywhere. Losers finals, grand finals coming right up after these highlights.
We came from far away to share a love of the game while the island sunset glows. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, Upper Shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequates, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon GO World Champion.
Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much, as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we got to see Luca Terravelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
世界チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo. Se siente increíble.
Welcome back, trainers. We're back in Portland, and we're so close, not only to the end of this tournament, but also so close to the World Championships coming up very soon. Speedy, are you excited?
That was beautifully said. I have chills. That was beautifully said, my friend. I am so excited. Watching back those highlights from Honolulu, Hawaii, and last year's World Championships, it gets me so amped to see what storylines are going to unfold in Anaheim. It's just around the corner. We are at the end of the road for the regional schedule, but the final destination is still marked firmly on that calendar in August. Anaheim is going to be a thrill, but let's focus in on Portland. There are only 3 trainers left, and we've talked about Stud Muffins. We've talked about KemCoup. These 2 trainers have been upsetting the apple cart and absolutely annihilating some of our favorite picks to win. What do you think we're going to get from this matchup?
I think the one thing that we're guaranteed is a best-of-5 series.
Oh, okay.
As well as incredible battles from the start to finish. I think one thing to note is that Stud Muffins Lapras does have Ice Beam, and KemCoup's Lapras has the Skull Dash, so I think that could play a little bit of a dynamic into how these trainers decide on which Pokemon to bring and what to bring in the lead.
Lots of shared picks between these 2. We see the Lapras on both sides, although one is Shadow and one is not. Azumarill is shared, as well as Claydol and Shadow Drapion. So the big differences we're looking for are the Talonflame and the Malamar for KemCoup, and the Cradily and Tinkaton for Stud Muffins. We've seen a lot of double water strategies, a lot of Drapion double water as well. And I think that these trainers might employ some of those strats as we move into our losers finals. Reminder, everyone, this is a best-of-5 matchup, and the winner of these 2 will advance to face ItsAxn in the grand finals.
Yeah, and what a finish we're going to have here. One of these trainers is going to have the opportunity to face ItsAxn. Stud Muffin has already done it. KemCoup really wants that opportunity. Both of these players are locked in trainers. Are you ready for the losers finals?
Deep breath, and here we go. Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Drapion. We talk about the Dark Poison type and the waters behind it. We do have Azumarill on both sides. We have Cradily for Stud Muffins and Malamar for KemCoup.
Yeah, and I think it's going to really come down to how these trainers want to play out this lead, and I think that's going to dictate how the rest of this battle goes because of those Pokemon in the back. So we see the Aqua Tails getting fired off back and forth, doing some nice neutral damage. Not quite enough to 2-shot, but it is going to put it incredibly low.
And when you are that low, you then run the risk of getting farmed down by your opponent. So these trainers are going to keep an eye on the HP bar and also their Pokemon in reserve. Aqua Tail gets fired off here from Stud Muffins, trying to whittle down the HP of that opposing Drapion.
Yeah, and I think Stud Muffins could make a play here, and does. Catches the energy on the Azumarill, so that's going to open up the door for KemCoup to be able to dictate which Pokemon is going to face which Pokemon.
Throwing the crunch is so curious, right? I mean, maybe expecting the swap, and now we have the Azumarill mirror match on the field. KemCoup and Stud Muffins have been doing this all tournament long, sending out that water and fairy type Pokemon to sponge damage, give themselves some breathing room, and deal some play roughs in the meantime.
Yeah, I think one thing to note is that Shadow Drapion from KemCoup or Stud Muffins still has a ton of health remaining.
Yes.
So we got to keep that in mind towards the end of the battle, but we see the play rough getting fired off here.
Health and energy, right? Because he didn't fire the charge attack before the swap. Play rough from KemCoup's Azumarill is going to knock Stud Muffins down into the yellow. At this point, he's going to fire the play rough immediately. He does not want to get too far behind in terms of HP.
Yeah, and I think KemCoup is going to be able to save those shields for that Malamar. I think the Malamar is going to be the key Pokemon for this battle for KemCoup. We are going to see a play rough getting fired off here just before going to 100 energy and realizing that KemCoup is going to fire this. It's not going to do enough, but it is going to put Azumarill deep into the red.
Exactly right. Each bubble is going to give you 11, so if you go over 99, that's a lot of wasted energy down the drain, and the swap again into the Drapion, but the Ice Beam gets triggered. Stud Muffin says, that's not what I wanted.
Yeah, and I think this Ice Beam is going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Drapion, but we do see a shield, and that's exactly why you need to shield, because it's going to be able to knock out. Now this Drapion, I don't know if it can farm down, and we actually, maybe KemCoup is anticipating a charge attack.
Yeah, absolutely, but the bait coming through from Stud Muffins, he sees the Malamar on the opposing side. We know Crunch is going to do a lot of damage. KemCoup calls it again.
How does he keep calling these baits? He did it last game against the Aerial Ace. Now he does it here with the Aqua Tail, and another Aqua Tail gets fired off. Now you actually have to start shielding even just these smaller Aqua Tails.
And if we budget out that HP due to the Psywave damage, I think Stud Muffins can only get to one more Aqua Tail here, but it's going to be close. He's closing in, and I don't think KemCoup wants to give up his shield. He fires the foul play.
Yeah, I think this is the time to throw the foul play to guarantee getting the knockout before the Dropion's able to get to that next charge attack. The Azumarill is still very low, but the Credilli is at full health here. You have to land these super effective superpowers in order to do any type of damage.
Look at that Azumarill in the back for KemCoup. He does have kind of that reset button he can press by switching into the Azumarill. If he's able to catch a charge attack on it as well, that would be stellar, but I don't think Stud Muffins wants that to happen. He fires that Rock Tomb immediately.
And then the shield definitely has to come up here because you are debuffed, and this is your last real Pokemon. I mean, Azumarill is just so low. You have to get to a charge attack here, and I think you have to catch a move. But we see the Ice Beam getting fired off on charge attack priority. If Stud Muffins shields this, he can guarantee the Ice Beam going through.
Charge attack priority, tie, switch in, foul play, gets shielded. No switch out, no escape. Here comes the Ice Beam for Stud Muffins and his Azumarill.
I think that was the exactly perfect play that Stud Muffins had to go for to guarantee the victory here. Now these Azumarills are just going to be able to bubble each other down quite a bit. As KemCoup's only play is arm down and Ice Beam the Credilli in the back, and that's not going to happen.
My goodness, the switch in charge attack priority tie, giving me a little flashback to when Inadequance did it with his Giratina Origin form versus the Charge Bug at a regional pass. My goodness, that
was Utrecht.
Utrecht, that's one of the most difficult mechanics to execute in the entire game. Your understanding of the turn speed and your reaction time both have to be sky high.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why Stud Muffins is in this position. He has demonstrated time and time again at this regional tournament and previous regional tournaments that he is a high-skilled player, understands the nuances and the depth of Pokemon Go PvP.
Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, a core that has been so instrumental this entire season, bringing it here again. Both of these trainers squaring off in a very kind of eerily similar matchup. We haven't seen any of those key differences. We haven't seen Tinkaton or Talonflame quite yet, but we did see that Malamar in game number 1. For KemCoup, the Malamar seemed underwhelming. What was your read on that?
Yeah, I think it just wasn't put in the right position. It kept getting, attacked from different angles. The Azumarill obviously was there, the Drapion was there. The Credilli, obviously, it was able to land the superpower, but at the same time, it was just very underwhelming, like you said. It didn't do any one-hit knockouts.
Yeah.
It's never going to be able to do that.
Actually, I think you said it perfectly. No one-hit knockouts. It feels like Malamar is a 2 charge attack Pokemon. Whenever you want to get rid of anything, you have to fire off double charge attacks. And when you are sacrificing your attack and defense to throw the superpower, it can be super uncomfortable to be in that spot.
Definitely. And I think here, KemCoup didn't bring the Talonflame in game 1 because he anticipated the Shadow Drapion, the Azumarill, the Credilli, the 3 Pokemon that Stud Muffins brought. does he make any adjustments? Does he bring the Lapras? Does he bring the Credilli? Or the Claydol?
Yeah, if you don't see an opening, I mean, I don't see the reason to do it, but let's find out. We're going to jump right into game number 2. Stark is on the money. Here comes Talonflame from ChemCoup, but it runs into a Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to heat up the battle, but it's not quite going to be able to avoid the water-type charge attacks because Aqua Tail is super effective. It's not going to be enough to knock out the Talonflame in one hit, but it is going to do quite a chunk.
Not quite enough, but it's going to threaten, and it takes away that first Protect Shield from ChemCoup. And if he throws another Incinerate, it means that Stud Muffins gets a second Aqua Tail. This is absolutely reminiscent of what we saw in Melbourne when El Cabissimo and his double Incinerate users ran into a Shadow Drapion. It's really tough to keep pace with that Pokemon.
Agreed, and now actually we see a switch out into the Credilli, and the Fly is going to come through. I believe this is going to do about half of the Credilli's remaining HP. Maybe we see a switch out, we do, and right into that Shadow Drapion, who has been a really good counter to this Credilli, but Credilli is always very consistent, being able to fire off these Rock Tombs and debuff anything it sees.
I think it's so important to get that Bullet Seed in against the Talonflame because it means it's going to outpace that Drapion to the first charge attack as it does. Crunch coming through here. I don't know. Stud Muffins is confident this is not going to be enough to KO, but I'm not so sure.
I'm not so sure either. It might be just shy, but maybe getting 1 or 2 extra Poison Stings here with the defense drop is enough to knock out.
That defense drop, that was absolutely key there for ChemCoup. He's able to KO the first of Stud Muffin's 3 Pokemon, coming now with his third, the Claydol.
Yeah, and we see a Mud Slap come through. This is definitely going to be a shield situation. The Drapion always forces shields here.
Absolutely. We do see another defense drop, though, which is really important. And the simultaneous switch. Now, Shadow Drapion meets the Azumarill.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward spot for ChemCoup because you don't quite have the health remaining on the Drapion to farm down, but you also don't really want to throw a charge attack because you need to save the charge attacks for the Claydol.
Awkward spot for ChemCoup? I think this is awkward for Stud Muffins, right? He's got no HP left on the Drapion practically. He's got a Claydol that's going to take super effective damage from the bubbles. He's got to watch out for Ice Beams, and that Talonflame still has energy.
And one thing to remember here, that Talonflame's energy is exactly right.
Yeah.
That's going to force a lot of pressure on Stud Muffins. He's got to throw this right away. This isn't going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill, so we see the Rock Tomb come through.
We're going to see the Rock Tomb connect. Azumarill takes a big chunk, and after that, I still think you probably shield the Ice Beam here, being a super effective charge attack versus the Talonflame's Flame Charge and Fly, but we see no shield.
Yeah, Stud Muffin's playing a different kind of game. We are going to see the Fly connect here. Ooh. I believe the Talonflame might be able to survive to get off 1 more Fly. It's going to be incredibly close.
I don't think so. If it needs another Incinerate, it won't get there. I don't think so. Mud Slap's coming through. Second Mud Slap connects, and that's a knockout on turn 6. Now it's just a weak Shadow Drapion and an Azumarill with barely any HP.
I don't know what ChemCoup is going to be able to do here. You got to really try to finesse a charge attack out. And actually, this might have been the only play to get ChemCoup back into this game.
I think Stud Muffins needed the Mud Slap. Yeah, he needed to Mud Slap, but instead, because he throws a charge attack, it meets Drapion, gets the Aqua Tail.
Oh my goodness. Stud Muffins throwing the Rock Tomb, sometimes throwing the Rock Tomb doesn't always mean it's the right play, and it's going to be able to knock out, and ChemCoup takes game 2.
ChemCoup hanging on the edge, and against his better judgment, Stud Muffins throws him a lifeline by using the charge attack there. My gosh, these margins are absolutely microscopic between these two players.
Yeah, razor thin, like as you would say. It's crazy to see both these players making phenomenal plays, and then at the end of the game, it's just 1 or 2 little minor nuances, and that's all it takes as to who wins and who loses. I mean, if Talonflame had been able to get to a Fly, you know, if the Claydol had just Mud Slapped down, it's all these little tiny things that's going to dictate the game.
And I just want to say as well, like, we have the bird's eye view, right? We can see the energy, we can see all the Pokemon here being in that chair, being in the player's seat, and not really knowing how much energy is left, how much HP is left. It's so difficult to keep all those things in mind throughout the duration of the battle because it just moves so quickly. But here, this was kind of the start, maybe the first chip in the armor here for Stud Muffins because he got KO'd by the Poison Stings and then was unable to get to the Rock Tomb. I mean, I don't know. I want to say it was like the beginning of a fall, but it felt like the first sign that things might not be going his way in this game.
Yeah, the chip in the arm was definitely there, and it's about how much can ChemCoup keep chipping away at that armor, because I believe Stud Muffins has proven, as you know, throughout this entire tournament, he is a very phenomenal calculated battler, and KemCoup is also very technical. I think he's one of those players that's going to be able to know each and every of those matchups. So it's a matter of who's going to be able to break first and who's going to make fewer mistakes throughout this entire set.
And it's tough, right? It's been a long weekend, so many battles, but the work is not over yet. Shadow Drapion lead into the Malamar.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this matchup before. The Shadow Drapion definitely has the advantage because of its ability to be able to hit for neutral attacks throughout the entire duration of the battle.
Yeah, exactly. And we see there a little bit maybe of hesitation on Stud Muffin's side. He doesn't throw the charge attack and allows KemCoup to get off that superpower scot-free. He might actually look for a swap here. Oh, and Stud Muffins doesn't fall for it. Holds the energy and goes over to that Cradilly.
Yeah, the one benefit here is that Azumarill is able to get to the Ice Beam before the Cradilly is able to get to a Rock Tomb. So this is going to be a full-powered Ice Beam. It's going to do a little bit more than half and potentially put it in range of one more Ice Beam.
Exactly right. It looks like the Grass Knot is getting fired off here by that Cradilly. It's going to take about 40, maybe 50% of that Azumarill's health remaining. It's within range of one more, but there's still 2 Protect Shields for KemCoup.
Yeah, and the difficulty here, I believe, for KemCoup is going to be that this is a charge attack priority. This is a guaranteed loss for Azumarill if you don't shield. And now, who comes in here? Who's going to be the Pokemon that KemCoup really wants to design his game plan around? And it looks like it's going to be the Malamar.
No Talonflame on this trio for KemCoup in game number 3. Rock Tomb gets queued up, but the Foul Play is fired off first. Stud Muffins is actually pretty comfortable here. He realizes he has that Azumarill and a loaded Shadow Drapion in reserve.
I think the important part is all of this energy on the Shadow Drapion is going to go put into a good place, no matter who it goes into.
It's going to go bananas, right? No matter where it lands, you're going to see another charge attack come through. This time, it's going to be superpower from the Malamar. You have to assume that a swap is coming after this.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the switch into the Drapion is going to come in, but actually, no. We see a second superpower, maybe really trying to chip this Azumarill down into farm down range for just Poison Stings or Psy Waves later in the game.
I mean, the downside, though, is that as KemCoup, you're giving up all your energy on the Malamar. You've got really no way to fight back, so he's trying to get some of that back and actually makes an insane swap to catch an Ice Beam on his Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, KemCoup really understanding Azumarill has to fire its charge attack there because that 99 energy. Now we see another Ice Beam queued up. This is going to be incredibly difficult and increasingly difficult for KemCoup to come back from because now you could just switch into your own Shadow Drapion, meet your opponent on the battlefield, and fire off back to back to back Aqua Tails.
Batten down the hatches. There is a barrage of charge attacks coming your way if you're KemCoup. 2 Ice Beams, 2 Aqua Tails. He's going to try to break up the pattern here with an Aqua Tail of his own, but Stud Muffins confidently no shields it.
Yeah, I think the only way through is going to be using the back of the Malamar. I think you have to let this go, understanding that the Drapion is never going to be able to outpace the opposing Drapion here for KemCoup. He does let it go, and now I believe you only can farm down and hope that you can get this farm down in time, but Stud Muffin's just too far ahead.
He's so fast, right? He already has the double Aqua Tail, the back-to-back. We're going to see the Foul Play get shielded up here. Stud Muffins has committed to his win condition. He says it is that Shadow Drapion. Fires the first Aqua Tail. You can see the energy on KemCoup's side. He is nowhere near the Superpower or the Foul Play. I think this is it.
Yeah, this is a Tail of Aqua for sure. The water type damage is going to come through, and Stud Muffins takes game 3 in convincing fashion.
Wow, absolutely convincing. After a rare misplay to end game number 2, Stud Muffins rights the ship here in game 3 with Shadow Drapion. I mean, I know KemCoup keeps bringing that Malamar. You and I have discussed that Pokemon looks potentially very good, but it just seems like it's always running into Azumarill and Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and I think in this specific instance, it's very difficult to line up the Malamar into something that's going to be a positive matchup every time because Stud Muffins has the 2 fairy types plus the Shadow Drapion that he's been consistently bringing to every battle. Maybe at this point, KemCoup decides, you know what? There's another Pokemon on my team that I want. Maybe I want to bring the Lapras. Maybe I want to bring the Claydol or the Talonflame instead of the Malamar. But I think the Azumarill Drapion core has been very consistent for him, and it's going to come back again.
I absolutely agree, and there's no easy answer here for KemCoup, and that's part of what makes these late day matches so challenging on Championship Sunday is because these trainers are here for a reason. They have a balanced approach, they have a nuanced style of play, and Stud Muffin's control, his handle on this Shadow Drapion has just been, I mean, one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's proof that you know, if you have a good handle on the Shadow Drapion, you can go as far as you want in a tournament because it is such a consistent Pokemon.
Just ask Elam after he won Atlanta. I mean, that was like Shadow Drapion's showcase for the ages. But we are headed to a potential elimination game for KemCoup. He needs to win right here and right now, or his tournament ends at 3rd place. Let's dive right in, everyone. We've got Azumarill versus Azumarill.
Wow, this is a matchup that is going to be intense and full of play roughs. So here we see both Azumarill, I believe, are going to be able to charge up. They might go to 6, they might go to 7, they might go all the way to 9, but they are going to throw before the 10th bubble.
Stark, you are an absolute Azumarill master. I think this goes back all the way to Go Battle League Season 1 with your Azumarill, Registeel, and Toxicroak team. What a powerful trio, and I mean, what better Azumarill guide could I have asked for this mirror match?
That's true. It makes me feel very, very bubbly inside.
Oh my goodness, stop. Azumarill mirror match on the field. Play roughs getting fired off, as how Stark alluded to. Looks like we're just going up to 6 each time, but these trainers are looking to be confident about which one of their Pokemon will win that charge attack priority tie.
Yeah, and we see Stud Muffins throwing the play rough. This is going to put the Azumarill dangerously low and possibly in range of another play rough later on.
Play rough coming through here from KemCoup. Azumarill is also kind of a smokescreen in its own way because it's so difficult to tell what is lurking behind it. It's such a neutral pick. It's so comfortable in matchups. But look at the HP difference. I think that KemCoup's, I think that Stud Muffins Azumarill might be just barely ahead.
Yeah, I have to agree. It might just be enough here to knock out, and it's not. It's going to be able to live on 1, and actually he saves all of that extra energy. And now KemCoup, I believe, is in the driver's seat.
I would tend to disagree, and I think that's because the counter pick of Stud Muffins Cradilly is going to square up very nicely against the 2 remaining Water-type Pokemon, and now that he's able to line up his Shadow Drapion here, he can whittle it down and maybe put it within farm down range.
I guess we'll have to see that Azumarill does still have that Ice Beam ready to go. As we see these Aqua Tails getting fired off back to back, one Drapion into the other, getting these Aqua Tails through, and I believe Stud Muffins is going to have to make a decision here. Lets it go, and now is in range of getting Poison Sting down.
And here's the issue for Stud Muffins. He needs this Aqua Tail to go through. If KemCoup shields here and he gets Poison Stung down, things get really, really complicated, and KemCoup realizes that.
Yeah, and I think at this point it's going to be, yeah, we see the Poison Sting down, and now what happens here? Who do you send in if you're the Azumarill? Yeah, you have to send in the Azumarill, but maybe you get farmed down as well. And I think here, you're going to go for the Aqua Tail. Yep, KemCoup goes for the Aqua Tail. It's going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill.
Look at how awkward this is for Stud Muffins. I mean, can you Bullet Seed down a Poison type that already has so much stored energy?
I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, and now you're going to throw throwing the Aqua Tail. Yes. This is actually very dangerous.
Look at Stud Muffins. He's realizing he might have bit off more than he can chew, trying to Bullet Seed down this Pokemon. Aqua Tail connects. Drapion is so fast, so spammy, so resilient, and that typing advantage is just so rough for Stud Muffins here.
Exactly, and now we actually see the shield coming up. KemCoup is content just continuously throwing as many charge attacks as possible, even if that means consistently going for the Aqua Tail. And now the Rock Tomb is going to be more than enough to knock out.
Oh
we actually see another shield come up from KemCoup.
Oh my gosh, pedal to the metal. KemCoup is able to withstand that charge attack. Now he's going to go for the crunch against this Cradilly, and Stud Muffins no shields.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the game-sealing play here, because now you could just swap into any of your other 2 Pokemon. He's going to swap into the Azumarill to get the last shield, guarantee that. And now I believe the Lapras might be able to farm down.
Well, no, hold on. Will 2 charge attacks be enough to KO that Lapras? If you fire the Rock Tomb early and then get to a Grass Knot, is that the winning combination? Especially because the switch timer for KemCoup is going to be on cooldown.
Right, you're actually absolutely right. And now we see the Rock Tomb come in, like you mentioned, this is going to be incredibly close.
It's 12 turns, right, to the Sparkling Aria. It might be a charge attack priority tie.
Oh, and I think if it's a charge attack priority tie, I don't know who's going to win. And also, at the same time, that Drapion still...
Exactly, Sparkling Aria coming through here from KemCoup's Lapras, and a slight scare there at the end, but I think it really hinged on that Shadow Drapion mirror matchup there, because that was so vital. I mean, Stud Muffins kind of rolled the dice. He kind of gambled. He said, I really need for KemCoup to no shield, because if he does, and I'm unable to farm down that Pokemon, it's going to get really, really tricky, and that's exactly what we saw. Alex, we are tied up here 2-2. Stud Muffins versus KemCoup. This is our losers finals one more game, and then the winner will face the 2023 World Champion. I feel like ChemCoup has so much momentum right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think Stud Muffins has made 1 or 2 small miscalculations, I think in Game 2 and now in Game 4, and now it comes down to this decisive game number 5. I think this is exactly the moment that we've been waiting for as casters, as viewers, as people who love Pokemon and Pokemon GO competitive PvP. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. Who's going to take this game and move on to the grand finals?
I don't know. They say if you take a shot at the champ, you better not miss, and these two trainers want that shot. They got to get past each other first, though, as we take a look back at a pivotal game number 4. Our trainers are getting locked in, but meanwhile, we can just reflect on this Drapion. My goodness. This has to be the #1 Pokemon Stud Muffins has on his mind. He's got to rein this Pokemon in.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very difficult no matter what happens. Here we are in game number 5. We see the Claydol into the Tinkaton. This is a massive advantage for ChemCoup.
What a change up. ChemCoup goes for the ground type, and he leads right into that steel type Tinkaton. Gonna pivot to the Lapras now. He's got the Skull Bash. I think that ChemCoup is starting this off on the right foot.
Yeah, this is exactly where he wants to be. Obviously, the player is going to come out first. It is going to do some nice neutral damage into that Lapras, but that Lapras is going to have an entire Skull Bash that is going to get thrown immediately, as soon as possible, into that Lapras, because you really want to boost your defense as soon as possible. Here it comes.
Trying to throw on good timing there. ChemCoup is going to fire up the Skull Bash so that Muffins can withstand it, but he doesn't want to. He's actually going to shield.
And I think this is probably the right call from Stud Muffins. If you are going to come back in this game, you need to play a little bit off kilter to try to get any advantage that you can so you can avoid that Claydol Tinkaton matchup.
You're exactly right. If you just give up the Azumarill here, you're giving up switch advantage again, and that makes it really difficult to come back from. Lapras zeroing in on another Skull Bash. It already has it, and it's going to fire it here.
Yeah, and this is not going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill, but it is going to put it dangerously low and maybe even farm down range for that Drapion later in the game.
Exactly. Skull Bash connects, hovering over the play rough. Stud Muffins reaches it. I think this will be enough to KO in spite of the double defense buffs. And ChemCoup says, I'm going to shield and Psywave all the way down.
Yeah, that might be a game-sealing Psywave down if he's able to do it. We see the Psywaves coming through. He's going to be able to end this matchup with a ton, and I mean a ton of energy.
Absolutely monstrous farm down there from ChemCoup and his Lapras. Now he's got 2, count them, 2 Sparkling Arias to throw into this Tinkaton. And the pick that Stud Muffins thought was going to keep him in this tournament might just be his Achilles heel.
Yeah, Stud Muffins had not brought the Tinkaton until this decisive Game 5. And now these double Sparkling Arias are going to basically mitigate the entire Tinkaton.
Exactly. It does load the Bulldoze, though, and reaching for the Cradily. Here comes the Claydol, and the counter swap into the Drapion. Stud Muffins is not in a good place here. This is going to be very, very difficult to come back from.
Yeah, the one advantage here for Stud Muffins is he's able to get the Rock Tomb through before the crunch. So this is a massive debuff to be able to try to survive these crunches. But now ChemCoup is in a really good position, going for the crunch, and is going to be 4 away from another one.
And think about this too, right? He triggered the attack drop with the Rock Tomb, but a defense drop could actually bring things back to normal. No defense drop on that first crunch, though. Reaching for a second Rock Tomb, but Drapion's so fast.
Surprising here is actually going for the Aqua Tail, and I believe this is Stud Muffins' way back into this game. It's not going to be enough to knock out.
Yeah, Stud Muffins actually, I think, kind of putting down the phone in between charge attacks. He's kind of, you know, maybe ceding control and sees the writing on the wall, but you got to keep battling, you got to keep fighting it out. Rock Tomb connects, and now it's just Claydol all alone.
Yep, ChemCoup making the read. You don't really need to shield that move because now you're in a position where actually this Rock Tomb is going to come out. I thought you could get the farm down before the Rock Tomb, but this is actually fine. ChemCoup understands the situation, is going to be able to farm down this Cradily potentially, but actually we see a switch immediately into that Tinkaton, and now you see the Rock Tomb getting fired from the other end.
I think Stud Muffins realizes that ChemCoup made all the right calls. Everyone in the stream chat and in the venue, give it up. ChemCoup is going to your grand finals in Portland.
Beautiful. Clap it up for ChemCoup. I think he has demonstrated and a lot of energy at this point, and is very excited to get to the grand finals. We are going to see ItsAxn versus ChemCoup. I could not ask for a better finals.
The grand finals are on the horizon. Let's give a shout out though to Stud Muffins. What an incredible run, making so many insane calls and great reads. The composure, the calmness, the smooth operator approach was just absolutely on full display this weekend. He's got so much to be proud of and a ton of championship points and and prize money to show for it.
Yeah, I think those are all benefits. I don't think if you go back to the beginning, you ask Stud Muffins, hey, what if I told you end up in top 3 and you get a medal? I think he would be content with that. And obviously KemCoup, very well deserved win. Getting to the grand finals, I believe this is the furthest he's ever done, or the furthest he's ever gone in a tournament, and I'm excited to see how this grand finals is able to play out.
Furthest he's ever gone and the best he's ever done. I think those are the 2 sentences you had in mind, right?
Yeah, just want to combine them together.
It's tough, right? Speaking of tough, this was a really difficult Game 5 for Stud Muffins. Had to leave that Azumarill in against all the odds. KemCoup's side waves were too much. And then the double Sparkling Aria, like you said, used the perfect word, negated the effectiveness of that Tickaton.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Stud Muffins going for the shield on the Skull Bash tried to get him back into the game, but it actually made KemCoup's Lapras even better because he was able to get not only the farm down on the Azumarill, but also that double Sparkling Aria against the Tinkaton to negate it. I think both of these players played exceptionally well and tried to get out of bad leads throughout the entire series, and KemCoup just happened to be better in that decisive Game 5.
There's a term that you tossed around in one of our conversations. You called it conditioning. And I think that KemCoup actually did a very sneaky good job of conditioning Stud Muffins to expect that Shadow Draft being in the lead. He played it at least 2, maybe even 3 out of their 4 games in the lead. And then in a decisive game number 5, just when he thinks Stud Muffins is going to switch up his pattern, he meets him right there at the door with that Claydol. What an incredible call there to try to just, you know, pin his opponent and not give them any open win conditions.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was beautifully done and beautifully said. I think KemCoup conditioned his opponent into bringing certain Pokemon, and you know, Stud Muffins obviously is a creature of habit, is going to see things, is going to pick things up, and you know, you see that Pokemon Drapion in the lead every single time. It's so safe. It's so safe. I have to bring something to counter it.
We literally said that. We literally said that is the #1 Pokemon that's probably on Stud Muffin's mind going into that game number 5. And I mean, it was written all over the matches. It was written all over the flurry of charge attacks, the absolute like just tenacity of that Pokemon and how it just assaulted the rest of the remaining Pokemon for Stud Muffins. He really had like no openings to do anything if he couldn't rein that Pokemon in.
Yeah. And I think that's probably one of the key components of that entire set. So now I believe, Speedy.
Yeah.
What's coming up?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what's coming up. I want to hear from our trainers that are about to compete in our grand finals. We might even have an interview segment for you. What do you say?
Yeah. I'm glad. Let's hear from them.
All right, we're not ready for them quite yet, though. But I will say, coming up here in a few weeks is Pokemon Go Fest. Summer season means that Go Fest is here. We have 3 in-person locations: Osaka, New Jersey, and Paris, France. But June 8th at 10 a.m., Stark, we got something really special. What we got cooking Sunday in Jersey?
Oh, Sunday in Jersey? I believe, aren't you hosting something with Gabby?
Me? Do you think I'm hosting the first ever Pokemon Go Fest stream with Gabby Snyder in New Jersey?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're exactly right. It's going to be incredible, everybody. Not only are Gabby and I going to walk you through the best that Go Fest has to offer in person, we're also going to give you all kinds of tips and tricks on some of the game's newer features like party play, max battles, using routes, all that kind of stuff. And we're going to put on a really good show for you. Sunday, you make sure to tune in because you want to see the show. And I can't wait. I'm so excited to go out to New Jersey and see the beautiful landscape and the park. I heard that you can see the Statue of Liberty nearby.
Yeah.
Oh, what a dream.
Yeah, and I think one of those Pokemon on the graphic, that Skiddo, I absolutely love it. I would say it's the GOAT.
Oh, come on, Stark, come on. You know, I actually bumped into Dre Flames on the way in here. He says, you know, Stark's really good. He does a lot of dad jokes, though.
Yeah?
Yeah, I say that's accurate.
I would have to agree.
You can also get Klefki from the Global Go Fest encounter, so make sure to pick up a ticket in-game if you want to participate in the paid features. Otherwise, you can enjoy your time with your friends and get with your local communities. But I'm really excited to start because not only do we have these 3 in-person Go Fests, also Global Go Fest, the crown forms are coming.
Oh.
We might even get like a Behemoth Blade, Zacian in Master League, right?
Yeah, or maybe even a Behemoth Bash from a Zamazenta.
Oh, that's going to be fun. I actually did a lucky trade with Hang PJs yesterday. He gave me a pretty good Zacian. It was almost there. It only had one of its stats maxed out, though, but it was pretty close on the other 2.
Okay, well, sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah.
If it's the attack, I think that's the important one.
It was an attack.
Oh.
That's the bad news.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes there's good news and sometimes there's bad news, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
That means that at GoFest, I need to go battle some Crown Form Zacian and Zamazentas. I think that's what that means.
Absolutely. Plus, you're going to get some XLs, some rare candies, some charged TMs along the way, and a lot of great times with your friends.
Charged TMs. I need more of those.
Yeah.
I'm in desperate need of charged TMs.
Me too.
Yeah, we both have what? I have 1.
I think I have 6. But that's only because I got a few from raids earlier today.
Okay. I joined a Tapu Koko, I believe it was, earlier today. 1 charged TM. What a bounty that was. But I'm really excited to get more. And speaking of bounty, we have a special one on social media. We have a bounty of posts to read to you. Let's check in and see what you all are saying on online and at home. All right, we've got Life Giving here. Tinka Max, extra small. Hold on. What is Life Giving saying?
Life Giving saying, so many gifts and items I ordered were given on Utrecht. I can't express how grateful I am to everyone for being so kind. Much love to you all. Penny Wamix was even so kind to give me a lucky tink. Play Pokemon, hashtag play Pokemon, hashtag play Pokemon community.
I really appreciate the hashtag play Pokemon. That is how we find your posts. That's how our social media team goes online and searches for you. I will. Hey, I'm also Will. This got to be one of the coolest moments in VGC history, getting to interview your youngest brother post-game. Hashtag play Pokemon. Aaron Zhang and Brendan Zhang. What an incredible moment. I think that's so fun. We have a little bit of that. We have Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater.
We do.
Who have Top Cut before, but we haven't quite yet had a Nighttime Clasher caster interview his brother, but maybe we'll get that one day.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's definitely going to happen because, you know, Nighttime Caster.
Nighttime Caster? Is that what you said?
That's actually poetic.
That's actually
yeah, Nighttime Clasher has done some casting in the past. So
Yeah.
I think Sustenance Eater has also started to top cut more. So I think that potential opportunity could present itself in the future. And I actually was lucky enough to talk to Aaron Zhang backstage for the first time. He was, you know, very congratulatory of me for being able to cast, and you know, he was very, very nice.
He's very nice. He's actually a really, really cool guy. Yeah, I would agree. Well, chat, we're gonna bring you back in here to Portland because we do have that grand finals interview over in the lounge. Alpha Phoebe, take it away.
All right, thank you, Will and Alex. I am so excited for the grand finals here, and I got 2 people here in the lounge with me who are also just as excited. I've got ItsAxn to my left, as well as ChemCoup a little bit farther to my left. I want to ask you guys a question about a Pokemon that is near and dear to my heart, but must not be near and dear to yours. Neither of you brought Shadow Typhlosion. Give me your thoughts about why you didn't want to bring it here today.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I didn't bring Shadow Typhlosion was mainly because I saw how successful it was last weekend. And I mean, whenever you see something work out, you know, people are just going to try to have all of that fun destroyed. They'll counter it the next weekend. So I went for Blastoise instead as my special pick, and it's been working out for me.
ChemCoup, any other thoughts?
I tried going for it, and it just is not working in practice for me. I just have to shield everything, and you know, my gameplay, I can't shield everything. I hate it. So Talonflame is a little bit bulkier alternative, and I like that I can have about the same amount of play and not have to shield every single move.
Absolutely. We talked a lot about that with Blastoise, you know, wanting to run the non-Shadow Blastoise so you can take a move a little bit easier over the Shadow Blastoise. Another Pokemon difference that I've seen between your 2 teams is Tinkaton. You have Tinkaton, you do not. ItsAxn, give us an argument as to why you might want to bring Tinkaton on your team for NAIC.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is going to be like a moveset update before NAIC, so I have no idea if the meta is going to be any different. But let's say it's not that different, right? Tinkaton right now, it's one of the best counters to like the safest Pokemon in the game. Shadow Drapion, it's good against Azu. It's a very common core that we've seen in the past. You know, someone I know sitting next to me is running that core. So yeah, I mean, it's just such a good Pokemon to hard wall off the Pokemon that in the previous meta before Tinkaton was a thing were very oppressive, I'd say. But with that said, there's also a lot of Pokemon that can just give it a hard time, Talonflame being one of the main ones. And unfortunately for my Tinkaton, there is a Talonflame right next door.
All right, ChemCoup, give me an argument for not bringing Tinkaton to NAIC.
All right, I think the easiest argument, it's too easy to win with the #1 used Pokemon from day one. So, you know, take a little bit harder route, use some of the lesser used Pokemon, give them a chance to shine. But yeah, really, I was just worried about the fires, and they didn't show up today. They got extinguished for this weekend, so maybe I should have run it.
All right, great arguments both ways. One more question about the future. You mentioned we do have a move update coming up. I want to hear one guess as to a change that we'll see in that move update from each of you.
All right, well, I already said earlier that I wanted Force Palm Metacham. I feel like it'd be redundant to say that now, so I'll say Psyshock Metacham.
KemCoup.
Whoever's listening, please make Rock Tomb 55 energy. We don't need this. Please.
Yeah, the Rock 2 meta has been a bit oppressive here, both in GBL as well at the Regional Championship here in Portland, Oregon. One final question before I ask for shout-outs. If you had one piece of advice for trainers who are preparing for NAIC and trying to get that final championship point boost to qualify for Worlds, what would it be? Let's switch it up. Let's go to KemCoup first.
Honestly, people say that practice makes perfect. I don't believe that's true. I think perfect practice makes perfect. So whenever you're scrimming, always think of it as if you are playing in the tournament. It's game 3, life's on the line, you have to win. Make all the right plays and think about what you could have done better, because everybody makes mistakes.
Axen.
Yeah, so I'd say my advice here would have to be when you're prepping for this event, because as I said, there might be a big shakeup or at least some sort of shakeup happening here in the next couple of days. The biggest thing to do is try to find a Pokemon in this new meta that you're comfortable with and build a team around that. Maybe there's a new meta where Metacham's going to be good, just throwing things out there. If Metacham gets all of the suggested move updates that, certain world champions wanted to have, it's going to be amazing. So build around Metacham or, whatever your favorite Pokemon is and find good pairings, and eventually you'll end up coming with a good team. And don't just second guess yourself every other second. That's what I always do when I team build, and it's not healthy. Just lock in what you have. If the team looks good on paper, it's probably good in practice. So just be confident in your decisions, and I also would say have fun.
Of course, and locking in a team early means you get a little bit more practice with it, and a little bit more practice, a little bit of lies and deception coming in for me, because I have one more question before shoutouts. I had forgotten about this, and I really want to get it in. Axen, this is your first grand finals since Worlds. What does it mean for you to be here at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, my goal since winning Worlds was always just to win something else again, and I'm going to be honest, I've been doing a pretty bad job at that. This whole season, I've only got one other top 8 appearance, and that was at Louisville right at the start of the season. So, being able to be back here, getting an interview like this, it's just so nice to be back here after all this time.
And KemCoup, on your side, this is your first grand finals ever. What does it mean for you to be here?
I've never won a day 2 match before today. So to me, this has just been the run of a lifetime. I'm just so excited to be able to play my teammate and a world champion. I feel like you don't get those 2 opportunities every day, so just looking forward to make the most of it.
All right, gentlemen, before I send you back to the stage to duke it out on there, shout-outs. Let's start with KemCoup and bring it to Axen after.
Okay. I know earlier interview I shouted out all of my Legends United teammates, all the people who have helped me prep and scrim throughout this tournament and helping me pick lines, so I've already thanked them. I also just want to thank all my other friends, my locals from Eugene, Portland, Seattle, who've been cheering for me this whole tournament, and my online friends in the Phil Cord. You guys know who you are. Thank you guys so much.
Axen.
Yeah, I mean, I've shouted her out a couple times with my mom. I wouldn't be here without all the support that she's given me. My friends in the audience, I have my friend Austin, who's a local here. He brought his dad and his girlfriend, so shout out to you two as well. And then I'd have to say my sister at home watching, all the fans watching, and all of my Legend United teammates here. Hopefully me and my teammate here, Coop, are going to put on a good show, and I'm very excited.
Could ask for nothing less. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me in the lounge. Good luck up on stage, and casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Phoebe. Thank you so much to both Axen and KemCoup. They have done phenomenally this weekend in terms of their battling prowess, but I think one thing that surprised me was how comfortable they looked in front of the microphone.
No, I absolutely agree. ItsAxn has really come into his own after his World Championship. He dove headfirst into content creation. I still go back and watch his move timing videos. Those are so helpful, and he's always just doing his best in the Go Battle League and trying to encourage other trainers to compete and to try their best with Pokemon that they actually enjoy playing. I think that's super important. If you said, all right, this is the best team for climbing in the current metagame, but you have to play Mantine, I would say, oh, really? I play something else.
And the other thing that surprised me, or maybe not surprised me, but was eye-opening, was KemCoup. His run here today has been incredible. I think seeing his story coming from basically no day 2 wins and now playing in the grand finals against a world champion. I mean, that's a story of a lifetime.
It's one of those instances, and I'm sure you can relate to this as well, being a regional champion of seasons past. It's one of those things where champions aren't really made on stage. And what I mean by that is they're made in practice.
Right.
There's something that just clicks and you're able to put together a team, feel confident, address all the weaknesses in it, and just play a really complete game. And that doesn't happen suddenly on Saturday when you arrive here. That happens before you even touch down at the event you're attending.
Absolutely.
And then you carry that into your matches. And I think that something has just like clicked for KemCoups. He just hit another level, and that's just, it's encouraging, right? To watch a trainer like KemCoup do this, because I think it speaks to everyone else who maybe hasn't succeeded the way they want to in the fact that you can like just work on your craft, hone your skills, and then maybe, just maybe you arrive and you do hit that next level. You just have to keep trying.
Right, and I have seen firsthand KemCoup has been putting in the work on a daily basis. He's one of those people that loves to look at different matchups, see exactly, okay, in the one shield matchup, how can I play this out? How do I get the advantage that I need? And he's done that time and time and time again, and now the reward is being able to be here in this moment and get the championship points.
And I think that's such an important thing as well. He's approaching this with gratitude. I think both of these trainers are approaching the stage with gratitude, but the gloves are off here, Stark. We are in the grand finals. We've got Blastoise making an appearance here for ItsAxn, taking on KemCoup and his Talonflame. Let's see how everything falls into place.
Yeah, I think here we are going to be able to see the differences between these two players is the team composition is a little bit different. So we're going to see the Blastoise, the Diggersby, the Tinkaton. Those are three wildly different Pokemon than what KemCoup has on his team. He's got the Claydol, he's got the Talonflame, and the Azumarill.
Let me point this out. So ItsAxn has been very, very good mechanically. His counts have been on point. His timing is pristine. Very crispy plays all the way around. Meanwhile, KemCoup is doing things in a very similar way, but the differentiator in my mind is that he's more willing to take risk. He's more willing to step into his opponent's shoes, predict what they're trying to do, and then slam the door on them when it matters the most. It's exactly what he did in Game 5 versus Stud Muffins. He's going to try to do that same thing to the world champ.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot tougher to try to do that to someone of ItsAxn's caliber, but maybe KemCoup has the sauce, maybe he has the spice that's necessary to be able to win this matchup. So I think because ItsAxn's Lapras has the Ice Beam and KemCoup's has the Skull Bash, I believe,
good call.
If I had to guess, KemCoup is going to be able to bring his Lapras much more safely into these battles.
We've seen ItsAxn beat Laprases with Skull Bash before, though, and he just finds ways, whether it's the Psywave pressure, spamming off the Sparkling Arias, or even throwing the marginally more impactful Ice Beam. He knows his damage margins and he knows his matchups. I know one thing, Stark. We're headed into the grand finals here. KemCoup needs to reset the bracket for a chance at the title. He's going to do his best. Tinkaton into Claydol.
Yeah, this is a fantastic lead here for KemCoup. We are going to see the Blastoise safe switch. We talked about this before.
Oh, yeah.
Blastoise getting energy early is incredibly important and impactful, and we see a huge catch immediately from KemCoup.
You have got to be kidding me. KemCoup is not blinking for a moment. He literally leads in a perfect Pokemon with his Claydol and then swaps at the ideal moment to catch the Hydro Cannon. And he's going to charge attack priority tie with the Blastoise for the Skull Bash.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what ItsAxn wants, to get to the Skull Bash just before the Azumarill is able to charge up and get to the neutral hitting Play Rough. It is going to do quite a bit of damage here, and the Play Rough is going to get queued up right away.
Play Rough connecting into the Blastoise. After that Skull Bash, I do think that the defense raise is going to make ItsAxn confident in surviving it. What do you see here, Stark?
I see the Azumarill getting to the Play Rough just before the Skull Bash is queued up, but actually a huge catch here. Both players are playing chess and playing fluid. Go Battle League, go
PvP, right?
Exactly.
We're going to connect with the Play Rough there on the Tinkaton. In comes the Claydol, though, and that might be an instance of one step forward but two steps back, because now you're at the mercy of these super effective Mud Slaps. Rock Tomb also going to make sure that any Play Rough shenanigans are not going to put a dent in this Claydol.
Right, that Rock Tomb obviously isn't going to do a ton of damage, but the idea is you're able to negate the amount of damage that you're taking back in return while still getting a lot of energy and damage with your fast attack Mud Slap. Play Rough coming through, not really doing a lot of damage to that Claydol, and Claydol's in a great position heading towards the end game here.
ItsAxn realized that Tinkaton was not going to be much help offensively, so he used it defensively instead to try to take some of the heat off of his MVP, this shiny Blastoise. Hydro Cannon does get shielded.
Yeah, and I think you have to shield because not only is it going to be a super effective hit, but you also want to get this Rock Tomb off to try to negate the amount of damage that this Blastoise is going to be able to do. You have to get this shield up now for ItsAxn. You have to throw the Hydro Cannon here, and he does.
Waits a turn, it would appear, in order to throw the Hydro Cannon and avoid any catches. At this point, though, I think you're in danger of getting Mud Slap down. ItsAxn might reach for that Malamar. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, and now this is a really tough predicament here. ItsAxn, I think, on the back foot because ChemCoup is not only going to be able to neutralize the attack of the Malamar, but also switch into one of the answers in the back, which is that Shadow Dropping that he's been relying on.
Exactly, and after that Rock Tomb, not only is this Malamar debuffed, but it's also within range of Aqua Tails once you add in the Poison Stings to the equation. First Aqua Tail gets fired off.
Yeah, and Axen making a, kind of a squishy face because he knows that this is going to be a very difficult matchup to come back from.
Squishy indeed. We're going to see a superpower get fired off into the Drapion. I do think ItsAxn has doubled up, so he will be able to reach for 2, but after you fire the first one, your Malamar gets a little bit weaker. Will this be enough?
I think it's probably going to be just enough, and if not, you might be able to actually get an extra rollout.
I don't think it's enough, House Stark, but we see the swap does get the rollout through and has a shield. Hold on.
I think that the Azumarill might just be a little bit too healthy for this endgame to go in ItsAxn's favor, but we'll see.
Right.
Here the Claydol actually comes in, and 1 Mud Slap, 2 Mud Slaps, that's going to be enough, and ChemCoup takes game 1.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I was thinking of the Claydol. I was thinking, I think it's within Hydro Cannon range, but there was an entire Azumarill there as well to worry about. So ItsAxn really ran into a wall in the form of Claydol in the lead and was just unable to really recover in spite of some really clever swaps.
Yeah, I think ItsAxn does have the double water team. He does have the dark type moves on the Malamar, but at the same time, that Claydol isn't really threatened by any of the fast attack pressure. It's only threatened by the charge attack pressure from these water types, from the Malamar, from all the Pokemon on his team. So it's going to come down to how do you neutralize this Claydol with the Pokemon that you have available, with the tools that you have available on your team. Yeah. Obviously, ChemCoup making some incredible catches, Axen making some catches on the way back as well. This is going to be a very fun matchup.
It absolutely is, and we have seen Claydol wreaking havoc on the competitive meta as of late, and when you lead it into a Tinkaton, it doesn't get much better than that. This is exactly what I was referencing, though. ChemCoup is willing to swing the bat as hard as he can to try to find those openings and create space for himself, and that's exactly what he's able to do in that game number 1. Does that rattle ItsAxn?
I think it might a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, as a former world champion, it doesn't matter how well you're doing, overall, as long as you understand what your team is doing well and how to neutralize your opponent. I think ChemCoup has to come out swinging, and Axen has to adjust.
I would agree. We are all locked in, everybody. This is game 2 of the grand finals. Diggersby hits the field, and Shadow Drapion is there to meet it.
Yeah, I think this is the exact adjustment Axen needed to make. Here, we actually see ChemCoup staying in this matchup despite it being a relatively negative matchup for him.
Yeah, I would agree. Poison Stings are not going to do much, but the Quick Attacks will, and the Aqua Tails are fast, but that Scorching Sand could be devastating. So we are going to see the Drapion staying in here, and the swap into the Claydol. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think this is the exact position ChemCoup needed to go for. The Scorching Sand is going to come through here, but now we're probably going to see, that jump off is going to be come in and really neutralize that fast attack pressure, triple resisting those Mud Slaps.
Jumpluff is lacking the energy ball here, though, so it's going to be forced to fire the Acrobatics. This Claydol, I don't think it's quite within Acrobatics range, but it is close, and once you get hit with that, you're at the risk of getting Fairy Winded down.
Yeah, and ChemCoup is going for the double super effective Ice Beam. This is
he lets it through!
Gonna let it go.
He lets it through! Double super effective Ice Beam connects! Jumpluff gets rattled, but the good news is that it is, triple resisting the Mud Slaps?
Yes. So I don't think it's going to be in any danger of getting farmed down at all.
Wow.
And Jumpluff is still going to be able to come out with a ton of energy.
Yeah, for a short time, because the Incinerate is going to come through as well. Acrobatics getting fired off here. ChemCoup let one connect, and he says, I'm not making that mistake again. He does shield that up. In comes the Blastoise. Oh my goodness, ItsAxn.
Yeah, so I've heard that Blastoise is a menace, and this is the exact matchup that Blastoise is a menace into that Talonflame. Getting to do the double super effective rollouts is incredibly helpful, and now getting to fire off a Hydro Cannon, there's nothing left on ChemCoup's team that's going to be able to resist anything this Blastoise does.
I do like this swap from ChemCoup. You could see ItsAxn's facial expression change. He wasn't expecting the Drapion to come in there and soak the Hydro Cannon, and I think that ItsAxn is trying to lean on that Blastoise, and KemCoup says, no, I'm not going to let you gain that advantage. Switches in the Drapion, fires off the Aqua Tail. He's going to pace to another one.
Yeah, but I think that's exactly what ItsAxn wants. He's going to let this go. He realizes that Diggersby has no more use in this battle, and actually having a little bit of health on that Drapion is just going to allow him to get one more free rollout worth of energy.
Oh, goodness. Now we're going to see the Talonflame come in here from KemCoup. Those rollouts double super effective into the Talonflame, and it is taking real chunks out of its HP. Hydro Cannon is going to erase it off the field, so KemCoup has to use his final shield.
Yeah, I think KemCoup is fighting for every tooth and nail here to try to come back in this game, but ItsAxn has had a stranglehold. That Blastoise, that best buddy, that shiny, it's beautiful, and it's going to Hydro Cannon the Talonflame out of the sky.
ItsAxn strikes back. He says, I am the 2023 World Champion for a reason, and you have to do more than win one battle to rattle me.
Yeah, exactly. And I think KemCoup is definitely going to have to adjust here. So we're going to see a lot of adjustments back and forth. We talked about the conditioning. We talked about the mind games. We talked about the chess game that's the game within the game. And how does KemCoup adjust to this game too?
ItsAxn has found creative ways to beat Claydol, especially in that game number 2. I want to remind everyone watching at home that this is a Grand Finals best-of-5 set. So KemCoup is not at risk of being eliminated yet. And if he's able to win this series, he will force a reset and trigger another best of 5. This game number 2 was interesting. I think it started off with a powerful lead call from ItsAxn with Diggersby into Drapion. And knowing the damage calculations here, absorbing the Ice Beam, I was scared how Stark, but Axen said, don't worry, I'll hang on.
I figured if you look at the damage from an Azumarill Ice Beam, it's very similar for the Claydol because they have similar attack stats, although Claydol does have a little bit higher attack stat. Those fast attacks being triple resisted means that Jumpluff is never really in any jeopardy. And one thing that I like about ItsAxn is he loves to bring a random Pokemon in the lead with those 2 water types in the back.
Yeah.
That's been a very signature team of 3 from him. And now we're jumping into game number 3. We see the Shadow Jumpluff into the Azumarill.
What did you say about a lead Pokemon and 2 water types in the back?
Yeah, something about that.
ItsAxn is going to stare down this Azumarill. Ice Beam would be really devastating. You do not want to take that much damage early on in the matchup, so a catch could be coming at any moment. KemCoup has to realize that.
Yeah, and I think now throwing this Ice Beam, oh no, actually throwing and really being patient. KemCoup has done this time and time again, throwing the playoff right into the Blastoise.
Now, we've seen double waters from ItsAxn pretty often. Goes in with the Malamar. I'm actually a little bit surprised because I thought that KemCoup would save the Malamar for the potential Lapras in the back, but maybe he's worried that that Tinkaton is lurking back there.
Yeah, that could definitely be a possibility. KemCoup might be thinking 2 steps ahead, and let's see if it pays off here. The Hydro Cannon from the Blastoise.
Yeah. We're so used to seeing the Shadow form, right? But the Hydro Cannon does about as much damage to look like a Shadow Pokemon's using it. We're going to see another Hydro Cannon from ItsAxn forcing the shield away from KemCoup. Meanwhile, Psywaves have whittled this Blastoise down to foul play range.
I want to see if KemCoup goes for the slight undercharge.
Oh.
He does, really trying to get as much energy as possible in this matchup. I don't think, we're going to see a switch out immediately, not wanting to get farmed down. ItsAxn thinking 4 steps ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Malamar was really close to getting a full Psywave down. Now we're going to see the pivot now to counter swap and meet that Shadow Jumpluff. Here comes Drapion.
Yeah, Drapion obviously is going to be able to handle this matchup quite well, although those acrobatics hit very, very hard, and KemCoup has to respect it.
Great shield call there by KemCoup. He looked up across the stage and said, I think you're going to swing for the fences, ItsAxn, and I'm not going to let you do it. Does use the shield, but Jumpluff is relentless. It already has another charge attack.
It is so quick, being able to fire off all these flying type charge attacks, and there's almost nothing that's able to resist these flying charge attacks in the entire meta. Here we actually see an Aqua Tail getting fired off. I believe it's going to be just enough to knock out the Jumpluff.
I was curious if we would see the double shield there from ItsAxn, but instead he's going to lean on his Lapras. He still has full health and 2 shields, so this Pokemon might be the key, although he's going to let the crunch through, Alex.
Yeah, and I think this is an interesting no shield here because this Lapras, I think, is the last Pokemon really remaining for ItsAxn. That Blastoise is not very healthy.
No, absolutely not. Crunch number 2 getting fired off here. ItsAxn is going to go ahead and shield this up. There are still 3 Pokemon remaining for KemCoup, but the Malamar is very weak, and that Azumarill, like you said, has quite a bit of health. This game is not over, everybody.
Yeah, and I think here, this is where you would want to have that Skull Bash, but obviously ItsAxn has the Skull Bash on a different Pokemon, so went with the Ice Beam on the Lapras. The Sparkling Aria is not going to be enough to knock out, and now you have to really rely on this fast attack damage. The Psywave damage is going to be the important part here.
Whoa, Axen maybe kind of losing count there. I'm not even sure. He's going to use his final Protect Shield of the battle. Look for some more Sparkling Arias. He realizes Azumarill needs about 5 more bubbles for its next charge attack, so he might just gather a boatload of energy and try to carry that into the final matchup.
I think he's going to try to catch on his Blastoise here, and he does! He catches the Ice Beam!
Wow, it's Axen soaking the Ice Beam on his MVP, the shiny Blastoise, keeping his Lapras in the game. Good job, Blastoise, but Lapras will take it from here.
And I think he had to do that because the Malamar is not going to take any damage from those Psywaves. You need the energy, and now ChemCoup is in a predicament. Who do you send in? Does the Malamar have any energy? Does Axen remember?
We're going to see maybe a peekaboo play. Here comes the Malamar and the Drapion switch to soak the Sparkling Aria. ChemCoup is doing everything he can to stay in this battle.
These players are so good at catching moves. And now we're going to see another, actually we're going to see the Ice Beam, and I think this is going to be more than enough. ItsAxn had the Ice Beam ready to go.
ItsAxn, patient, calm, cool, and collected, just like that icy Lapras on the field, able to farm down the opposing Azumarill, load up so much energy that it didn't even matter what ChemCoup tried to do.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of being a world champion. You're able to make these plays, and that's exactly how you become a world champion. Knowing the ins and outs, the ability to catch that Ice Beam and not really worry about anything. That's the beauty of the gameplay that we're seeing today.
ChemCoup has proven to us that he is willing to make the bold calls. He is willing to do something that might not work out because he believes in himself, and he needs to do that yet again because this could be an elimination game. If ItsAxn wins Game 3 here, he will become your Portland Regional Champion.
Yeah, and I don't think that ChemCoup did anything wrong in this game. I think he just had a really tough lead. That jump bluff into the Azumarill Malamar was just incredibly difficult to try to come back from, and then ItsAxn was just able to neutrally maneuver around with the Lapras, with the Blastoise, those Pokemon that he's been relying upon the entire course of this entire day and this entire regional.
I really appreciate how ItsAxn throws that Sparkling Aria and doesn't even hesitate. He knows that he can stack his Ice Beam and his Sparkling Aria. It's really easy to see if you can stack 2 of one charge attack, but knowing you can stack 1 of each is a very special ability indeed. ChemCoup is locked in, everybody. This might be his last game in Portland, and this might be the last battle of the stream. Send ChemCoup your energy if you want him to stay in the series. ItsAxn looking to become a champion once again.
Yeah, and guys, this is game number 4. Malamar into the Blastoise, the Pokemon that we talked about, is not always in the lead. Here it is.
Blastoise rolls into the lead situation in a pivotal matchup here for ItsAxn. Going to take on the Malamar. We do see kind of an ABA water strategy from ItsAxn with Lapras and Shadow Jump Bluff in the back.
Yeah, and we see the foul play getting fired off. It looked like a charge attack priority, if I had to guess, as the Blastoise is not going to be able to shield this, and that's fine, because Blastoise is a very bulky Pokemon. And here we're going to see the Hydro Cannon getting fired off. Malamar going to be able to take one, not a problem at all.
Yeah, ItsAxn, ever the perfectionist. You see him kind of shake his head. He did not want the charge attack priority there, but that's what he got. Gonna go for the switch. ChemCoup soaking a Hydro Cannon on the Azumarill. Great play.
Yeah, and we've seen this time and time again. ChemCoup realizing, okay, this is when I need to switch out. This is when I need to make my play to get back into this game. And here, I believe, the Skull Bash is going to be able to get fired off before the player off is, but at the same time, Axen switching out into his Azumarill.
Yeah, interesting, right? Because that Blastoise has been his answer for the Azumarill, but after it's been chipped down so much by the Malamar, ChemCoup kind of disables that, diffuses that situation, and he forces ItsAxn to go back to the Lapras.
Maybe expecting something like that Claydol in the back to have the energy ready for it towards the end of the game. But here, we're going to see a player off. Another player off is not going to be enough to knock out the Lapras. It is going to put it into that red health bar.
Patiently working his way through the matchup, ItsAxn gathering so much energy. 2 Sparkling Arias would not be enough at this range, so it's so critical to time those Psy Waves and not allow extra bubble damage to come through.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Axen throwing on precision timing, making sure that the Psy Waves are precise.
Yeah, precise, right? Pristine timing yet again as he fires 5 Psy Waves to convert that into the Sparkling Aria. Azumarill getting very, very weak, but it's not quite within farm down range as it does reach the Ice Beam and swap into the Malamar.
Very interesting switch here. You're probably going to have to shield if you want this Malamar to survive and see another day. And we do see the shield from KemCoup. Now, here comes the jump bluff, though, and that's going to be a problem.
What a call here from ItsAxn. Shadow jump bluff is the truth, everybody. We're going to see the foul play connect into it, but the Fairy Winds are going to chip down this Malamar really, really quickly.
Yeah, and I believe this Shadow jump bluff is going to be able to farm this all the way down and then have energy for whatever is in the back. I believe the Shadow Dropion and the Azumarill are what are lying in the back there for KemCoup.
I really like this shield call by ItsAxn as well, maintaining about half health onto his jump bluff, making it unfarm downable, if that's a word. I don't know, I just made it up. There's a Shadow Dropion that has not been shown yet in the back for KemCoup, as you alluded to, Stark. Do we see it right here?
I think so. I think you have to come in with the Shadow Dropion because that's your best Pokemon to try to take either this acrobatics or shield it. You got to make this call right here, right now.
Walking a tightrope, and he's able to hang on, shielding the acrobatics, but can he catch the second one? He does have energy on the Azumarill. Goes for the swap, gives up the Ice Beam to save the Drapion.
Yeah, an incredible, incredible catch. KemCoup has been able to do this all day. He knows exactly when the opponent is throwing the charge attacks and is able to calculate.
Oh, big man Blastoise hits the field, fires the Hydro Cannon into the Shadow Drapion. This is going to need perfect, precise energy management if KemCoup wants a chance to win, but no, there's no chance. There is no way out. ItsAxn is inevitable. Your champion returns to the stage here in Portland and wins it all.
ItsAxn does it again, and he does it in style, in fashion, with his shiny best buddy, Blastoise. He does it again. Axen is back.
Axen is your 2025 Portland Regional Champion, King of the Rose City on stage right there. I'm sure it feels good to win gold yet again.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Axen has been talking about how he wanted to get back to this moment. He wanted to get back into the finals. He hadn't had this type of result in a while since his World Championship, and now he's back in the fold, he's back in business, and he's on his way back to the World Championships.
I gotta tell you, Stark, I feel like a lot of trainers will have a great early season, like Wadaj, for example. He seems to just come out of a hibernation and win the first event of the season over and over again, but I think it's so critical, and it's not often spoken about. Peaking late in the season is actually really, really important because you want to carry as much momentum as you can into the World Championships. That's when it matters, right? It's great to become a regional champion early on in the season, but I know these trainers have high standards and they want to become world champions. So being able to kind of refine your skills and be ready for the biggest competition of the year is so important.
Absolutely. And you talked about momentum towards the end of the season. You talk about ItsAxn, how he's been able to do that. And then you talk about the Pokemon he used to get there, the Pokemon that used the momentum to be able to win matchups, the Blastoise.
Yep.
It's the momentum pick, and he used it to perfection today. It was his spice pick, his MVP, and I am so, so proud of him.
So proud of him, so happy for what he's accomplished, and we have to be happy for KemCoup as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, seriously, if you would have told KemCoup that, you know, on Friday, that starting tomorrow, you would have one of the deepest tournament runs of any competitor, the best performance you've ever had at a regional competition, and you had faced your friend and former world champion in the grand finals, he'd say, wake me up, I gotta be dreaming.
And what's crazy is, even if you told him, hey, you're gonna make it to the grand finals, but you're gonna lose to ItsAxn, a former world champion, it's like, yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I'll take it.
Yeah, because like ItsAxn has been there, has done that. KemCoup, I'm so happy to see not only all the championship points, but also the experience that he was able to gather along the way to get to this point. And I think that's important too.
All three of our finalists, right? ItsAxn has proven himself on the world stage, but I sincerely think KemCoup and Stud Muffins have the makings of greatness as well. And I do think that if they keep on working on their skills, they are so close, not far away at all from the same result that ItsAxn's going to enjoy today.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe now we have some highlights to look at from the grand finals. We saw so many of these catches from KemCoup. He was able to neutralize all this energy from ItsAxn and force ItsAxn to try to, play catch up here and there. This is from I believe game 1. Yeah,
game
KemCoup
1.
was able to win that game 1.
Well, he led Claydon to Tinkaton, right? And then he didn't let ItsAxn wiggle loose of that situation. In game number 2, ItsAxn made a supreme adjustment to line up the Blastoise versus the Talonflame. Game 3, very calm, cool, and collected. Lapras, in spite of the peekaboo play, is able to close out the game.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there, but I think the play was actually catching the Ice Beam on the Blastoise from the Azumarill to be able to do that exact play at the end of the game.
Game number 4, ItsAxn's Lapras, a recurring theme in this grand finals, right next to the Blastoise, as he's able to take the crown from the double Hydro Cannon barrage that he unleashed onto KemCoup's team.
And one of my favorite moments there is that fist pump from ItsAxn that he did when he won the World Championships, his signature move.
I almost lost my headset. I'm not as cool as ItsAxn. I can't do the fist pump the way that he did it in Yokohama or the way that he just did it in Portland. But my goodness, what a hype moment, and what an incredible world champion that we have from 2023. He's given so much back to the community.
Exactly. He's been able to create content and also help other players motivate themselves, create a community, and then grow that community in terms of skill level and I think quality of human. I feel like ItsAxn is one of those people that's a very good person inside.
Agreed. Quality of humans going way up, everyone. It's a good time to be alive. ItsAxn, your Portland Regional Champion. I really am excited to see him get his medal here in just a moment. We will have the award ceremony on stage. I believe our friend and colleague Rise will guide us through it, but let's just reflect just for another moment while we get everything set up. I mean, how Stark, what an incredible event. This was your first tour as a caster.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? What'd you think?
I think I got incredibly lucky that I was able to witness a story in the making of so many different players. We see ItsAxn coming out on top. I think that's the big story. But at the end of the day, we also see people like Adib Khan, Pranav, Kobe, Ashen Ash, Stud Muffins, all these players that honestly kind of came out of nowhere. I think Dune Bug was one of the few people that we've seen before, Ashen Ash as well. But the rest of these players, had their moment in the spotlight for maybe the first time.
I would agree. Yeah, I would definitely agree with you. I'm especially proud of Adib, Kobe, and Stud Muffins. Those 3 trainers in particular have shown us flashes here and there of what they're capable of. But for example, Kobe only competes at the Portland Regionals each season.
Yeah.
So he basically only has one shot. And if you kind of frame your mindset that way, you can end up putting a lot of pressure on yourself. You say, oh, well, the only tournament I can go to is NAIC, so I need to not mess up. And I think that's just the wrong approach. I think you have to be yourself, play Pokemon you're comfortable with, like our world champ said, and just be grateful, like KemCoup alluded to in the grand finals interview.
Exactly, and here we see our medal award winners, Stud Muffins in 3rd place. 2nd place goes to KemCoup, and we talked about this time and time again, ItsAxn coming out on top.
Yeah, exactly right. 1st place, ItsAxn with his Aegis-Slash plushie. We've got the Save Live for KemCoup, and it looks like a Dragonite for Stud Muffins. Tinkaton finishing within the top 3, but I don't know. This might be the first gold medal for Blastoise. Maybe someone in chat can check me on that, but I think it might be the best finish ever, right?
I think it is, actually. I think you're right.
Wow. What a time to be alive. My favorite first partner Pokemon, Squirtle, evolved up into a Blastoise, and a world champion took it to a gold medal in Rose City. I mean, how much more poetic can it be?
I think one thing that you mentioned was the pressure, right? I think the pressure, we all feel it as competitors. Anytime you go to a tournament, there's always this pressure from its, from inside or it's external. But I think one thing that separates the people that are winning these tournaments from the people that are doing really well, but not quite getting to where they want to, is that pressure, you have to look at it in a certain way. We know that pressure can crush things, but at the same time, pressure makes diamonds.
One of my favorite quotes that's been said on the competitive stage was actually said by Rise, right? He was borrowing a quote from Billie Jean King, I believe. He said that pressure is a privilege. I think that's such a good way to look at it. If people have expectations of you, that means you are doing something special. And I think you need to lean into that, right? And own it.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen that from our competitors here today. I was just so fortunate to be able to witness some of the best battles I think I've seen. And I'm just happy to be able to share it with you and and all these other guys like Rise and Phoebe.
Yeah.
These great competitors, these great casters, and I just feel so fortunate to be able to spend this day with you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I feel the same, Stark. Thank you so much, my friend. It's been an awesome cast. We're going to go to the lounge, but now we're going to go to the stage because Rise to the Occasion has some medals to hand out. Take it away, my friend.
All eyes on the Pacific Northwest this weekend as we brought you to Portland, Oregon. And congratulations to all the trainers that made the journey out here, acquired those championship points, made some memories and friends along the way. But we have 3 trainers to crown as your medalists here today. First up, can I please get a warm welcome and a huge round of applause, looking good in the name, making good plays as well, Stud Muffins. Congratulations, Stud Muffins. 3rd place here, matching your best finish of all time. You've had some great runs in this season. Please take me through your thoughts. How you feeling after this tournament?
Definitely feeling good. To be honest, a little disappointed, but hey, you know, just gotta move forward and try to get a W sometime.
Of course, there's always mixed emotions coming close, and I know you have such high expectations for yourself. You're a trainer that we see a lot in practice tournaments, getting in a lot of reps. How do you feel like maybe practice tournaments and preparation has helped you in this?
Oh, it's helped tremendously. I think last year was my very first time in the play Pokemon circuit, and I feel like because of the practice, I've been made like tremendous strides as a Pokemon trainer.
And we've seen you so close to the finish line here, another 3rd place. You have only so much, a little bit more to go, right, to reaching that goal, reaching that championship. Are we going to see you at the North American International Championships coming up soon?
Yes, I'll be there.
Awesome. And lastly, any shout outs or thank yous you'd like to give?
Sure. I want to shout out to my family and friends back home in the Bay Area, and also want to shout out to, I left out Telecom Train earlier, so shout out Telecom Train for helping me scrim earlier.
All right, thank you so much, Stud Muffins. Can we give one more hand for our 3rd place finisher? In 2nd place, a runner-up, making a new career best finish here in Portland. Please give it up for your runner-up, your silver medalist, KemCoup. Congratulations, Coop. You said something that really resonated with me in the grand finals interview. You didn't say practice makes perfect. You said perfect practice makes perfect. Can you elaborate a little bit on that for me?
Sure. I mean, I definitely did not win every single practice match going into this. And, you know, the ones I played well, the ones I didn't play well, I took notes. I looked at what I did wrong, what I could have done better, the lines I could have made better. And I tried to bring all that information with me yesterday and today into this tournament.
You also said not just your first time getting this far in the tournament, your first time winning a match on day 2. Tell me through your thoughts right now. How are you feeling getting to this grand finals finish on the big stage facing off against ItsAxn?
Honestly, I can't even believe this happened. You know, I was so happy to just be day 2 winner side again. And after I lost that first one, the thoughts started creeping in. You know, oh man, I'm just gonna go 0-2 on day 2 again. And then I got the lucky RPS against Caleb. And after that, curse was broken. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to play and have fun. As my friend Maxie says, it's just a game.
I think there was a little bit more than luck, but I appreciate the self-deprecation. Speaking of self-deprecation, I know you were joking. You were the king of 33rd place. I think you got to change the username to king of maybe 2nd place until we capture that championship soon. But lastly, any thank yous or shout-outs you'd like to give KemCoup?
I've given so many shout-outs to everybody, but I just want to reiterate, just a shout-out to all the Seattle and Portland locals, all you guys cheering for me all weekend. Thank you so much. This is the most fun tournament I've ever had, not because of my placing, but just because I had so many people here to root for and celebrate with. So thank you all.
Always special to do it close to home. One more round of applause for KemCoup, please. And now, this trainer is no stranger to making history. He's won the Triple Crown. He's a world champion. He is an international champion. Now he's the first trainer in the GO Championship Series Young history to win the same regional event 2 times, being your 2-time Portland Regional Champion. Please give it up for ItsAxn. Congratulations, Axen. Now, you said in the interview yourself, it had been a little while. You're a trainer that has done things that no trainer has ever done before. You're a world champion, and it had been several months since we've seen you in Top Cut as a player that used to be known as Mr. Top Cut. Now you're back on top. You're a champion yet again. Take me through your thoughts. How you feeling?
You know, I was having doubts of my own ability here. The last couple of tournaments, EUIC, didn't get points. I went 1 and 2. They're my worst performance ever at an event. So then I followed that with some other, not so great tournaments here. I did a decent start at Louisville this season, but it's been downhill since then. But, I think one of the main things I need to know is even if you lose, it's not because you're necessarily a bad player. Maybe you're just fighting better people. Maybe you need to improve. And so for this tournament, the main thing I was trying to do was get better myself. I did so much more practice, so much more prep than any other tournament I've really ever been to for this one. So I'm glad to see it paid off.
You also, in this grand finals, broke a streak dating back to the Sacramento Regional Championships early this season. The losers finalists since that tournament had won every single North American regional. You didn't drop a single match. You stayed on top in the winners finals. Take me through your headspace going into that grand finals.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of funny. All my wins have always been from the winner's side. I've never had a bracket reset against me when I was on the winner's side already, and I've never won from the loser's side. So I guess I was just kind of pretty confident going on to the winner's side. I could play a bit more loose than maybe KemCoup. He had to make more hard reads. I could go a bit more risky, especially in that first set, and it definitely paid off here. So, I mean, I guess it's kind of crazy how many people have been winning from the loser's side, though, this season. I wish one day I could make that run, but I'm very content taking it from the winner's side.
We highlighted the signature pick, the Blastoise. You also did it in exciting and fitting fashion. A double Hydro Cannon with the Blastoise to cement the championship. Would you go as far to say Blastoise is the best water type right now in the meta?
No, there's a lot of good water types. But man, it was the best one at this tournament, I think. There are some teams out here that I fought that were just 6 times weak to it, or at least 6 times soft to it. So I think it was the best meta call I could have made for this event. And, we'll have to see how the meta shifts. You're going to NAIC, but, if it's still good, I'll, maybe consider it here.
Congratulations yet again, ItsAxn. And before I let you go, one more chance. Any final thoughts from you today?
Yeah, it's so good to be back here. Shout outs once again to my mom, my family, my friends, Legends United, my teammates here. And yeah, this has been a lot of fun here, so thank you so much.
Can we get one more round of applause, please, for our Portland Regional Champion, ItsAxn. Thank you so much, Axen. As we wrap things up here in Portland, Oregon, thank you to everyone watching. That's going to do it from me, but we're going to close things out here back in the lounge. Casters, let's wrap things up.
Two-time Portland Regional Champion, ItsAxn, taking away the gold. I'm AlphaPhoebe, joined by House Stark and some other guy on the other side of the lounge here. And let's take a wrap for the day. Stark, give me your thoughts.
I think that obviously day 2 was like the big moments, right? We saw the championship. We saw a new champion getting crowned. ItsAxn coming back and winning Portland. I think the entirety of day 2 was very exciting. We saw some intense battles, obviously, left and right. All these players deserve to win, but we saw one come out right on top.
And let's just immediately go ahead and go into our bracket review, starting on the losers side of the bracket here. If we can get it up on the, the screen here, we want to take a look at our losers side of the bracket. We have KemCoup, who made it all the way through Adib, Pranav, Ashen Ash, Stud Muffins, making it all the way into grand finals against our champion, ItsAxn.
Yeah.
Stark, take us through the winner side of this bracket.
Yeah, I think through the winner's side, obviously we see ItsAxn going all the way through and not dropping a single set. And at the same time, we saw Stud Muffins, who was able to make it all the way to the winners finals, but eventually losing to ItsAxn in a 3-1 set, beating Pranav along the way. Ashen Ash obviously losing to ItsAxn as well. And then in the grand finals, we saw ItsAxn take it 3-1 over KemCoup.
And really interesting piece of information from ItsAxn. He's never had a reset against him. And you know what? I've just been messing with Will a little bit. Why don't you take us through our day 2 usage?
You guys definitely turned my microphone off, all right? That's exactly what happened. Yes, I would love to take you through the day 2 usage because we saw a lot of Tinkaton, a lot of Azumarill, and a lot of Drapion, but Malamar was leading the pack at 75% 75%. 3/4 of our top 12 Pokemon trainers were using the Dark and Psychic type Pokemon, and it looked super impressive. We actually saw it in the grand finals, but ItsAxn was never phased.
And big man Blastoise at 12.5%. It was the Pokemon to take it all in the end. Stark, what are your thoughts about our most likely to succeed, our predictions from the beginning of this tournament?
I think a lot of us had that Blastoise on that list because it looked so good and so promising into this meta. We also saw a Feraligatr from Rise able to make it, I believe, to the top 4 or top 6, but no Furret and no Typhlosion in the top 12.
Stark, you said a lot of us had it on our picks, but only you and me.
Oh.
Only you and I should say, if my English is correct.
I don't really want to go over that point too much. You know, me and my co-caster Rise to Occasion unfortunately left it off, but we did have Shadow Typhlosion, which I think we only had it 1 or 2 in top 16, 1 in the top cut. A bit of an unfortunate performance from that Shadow Typhlosion.
Our world champ was right. You know, it's such a popular Pokemon. It was so powerful at Utrecht, and it definitely looked like the #1 most wanted target in the metagame. So having a Pokemon like Blastoise was just a pristine meta call.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a really long season. It's season 2025 ending in... Well, that's not what I thought was coming up next,
Ending
my
in
bad.
Portland, yeah?
Ending in our most valuable Pokemon, of course, Dilap with the Shadow Blastoise getting knocked out a little bit early. ItsAxn taking it all the way. Our new caster on the stage here, calling it. ItsAxn taking the win.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Stark, I feel like you need to like stand up and take a bow. I mean, you called it all the way to the grand finals, and the winner of the event, ItsAxn, his Blastoise.
You know, I just had a feeling after seeing him take down Out of Pocket in day 1 that he was going to go all the way. He's such a consistent battler, and that Blastoise I felt like was such a good pick. He talked about it, how it's able to gather momentum and take him all the way to another regional championship.
Well, now we got some momentum of our own here. Now we're going into our regional schedule for this season. Started back in Baltimore. We're here in Portland all the way at the very end. Look at how many of those regionals are grayed out. We got New Orleans, we got Anaheim left. Of those 2 tournaments, what are you more excited for, and why is it Anaheim?
You know what? I actually grew up an hour away from New Orleans, so I thought you were going to toss me a softball there, Phoebe, but I would love to talk about Anaheim, California. I mean, there's so much to do out in the great state of California, and the World Championships just are so special. We're heading into, I guess, a brand new meta, because we do have that meta shift right before the North America Internationals. So we've really only had 2 chances to look at what trainers are going to bring, whether that's NAIC or the PJCS, and those are the only 2 events after that meta swap. So I'm really excited to see what happens, and Worlds is always special every year.
And of course, we have our trainers on the other side of the ocean. I've got my co-caster next to me with a Greek last name. I myself have a little bit of Macedonian in me, but that's not here nor there, because Bologna is the next European event, May 31st and June 1st. Make sure to tune into that. And where can people tune in for NAIC footage? That is, of course, going to be June 13th through June 15th for our next event in North America.
I believe if you're watching on the Twitch channel or on YouTube, you can watch there as well. It's going to be an incredible event. We always have a great time at this North America International Championships, and New Orleans is a phenomenal venue, a great city, and obviously a great place to have Pokemon battles.
And right before that final event before Anaheim, we have another event, maybe not a PvP event, but Speedy, talk to us a little bit about GoFest.
No, absolutely. You can see there down at the bottom, lower third, June 8th at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. That is when we are having our official Pokemon Go Fest broadcast live in New Jersey. And not only are we going to showcase the best of what Go Fest has to offer in terms of the spawns, the raids, the Dynamax Pokemon, and more, we're also going to give you helpful tips about lucky trades, mega evolutions, using Roar of Time and special abilities to get the absolute most out of Global Go Fest. Phoebe, I just realized I'm going from the Big Apple to the Big Easy, back-to-back weekends.
Wow.
I'm going to be a little particular here. Jersey City
I know.
isn't the Big Apple.
Okay, I know, but it's close. It's so close. I don't even know what Jersey City's nickname is, so I'm just going to stick with the Big Apple.
All right, well, make sure you sign up. There are still spots available for you trainers. We want to make sure that we're hitting all of the kickers. We're getting as much attendance at these big final events for you here. Make sure you go to rk9.gg/events/Pokemon to reserve your spot to compete. We have our broadcasts as well, pokemon.com/broadcasts. That's where you'll tune in to find all the action for Go, for TCG, for the video game, also for Unite. And talk us a little bit about social media, Stark.
Yeah, so the Play Pokemon hashtag, the Play Pokemon tag itself is where you can find us all on X. Actually, you can see on the bottom of your screen all the different places where you can find Play Pokemon and the Pokemon channel.
Yeah, don't forget to follow those channels on YouTube, on Twitch, to make sure you're not missing a moment of the action. Now, gentlemen, it's the end of the season. It's the end of our day. Can I get some final thoughts from both of you? Of course, starting with my favorite, Stark.
Yeah, so obviously as your favorite, I do want to talk about how great it's been to be able to cast with both of you guys, as well as Rise, as well as the whole production, the crew, and I'm very happy that I was able to share this moment with all the viewers at home. And I think you guys have made this the best experience for me possible. And Speedy, how about you?
No, I share the sentiment, right? I feel super grateful. I thought you did great with your casting debut. Alpha Phoebe as a veteran, rise to occasion, a rising star, no pun intended. I want to say that Bologna is going to be the debut of Shadow Malamar. That's going to be a very exciting addition to the meta. And then on June 4th, we have a new in-game season, which is going to trigger a slew of updates, and that's what you can expect to see at NAIC and PJCS. So I know, as you said, Phoebe, it's been a longer season. We've had a ton of events, but stay tuned, everyone. The final stretch is the most exciting one.
NAIC is coming up next for North America. You won't want to miss it, followed by Worlds in Anaheim. That's been it from us here in Portland, Oregon. We'll see you soon.
But GG's, man. Hey, good luck.
Let's go! GG's, man. Oh man, GG's. GG's. GG's, man. That was such an amazing series. Yeah, a brilliant adaptation of U3 by you.
GG's, man. Nice catches. Nice catches.